Saturday, Real America's Voice takes you to the heart of the Marine Corps legend. Hosted by Steve Bannon with Ben Bergquam and Amanda Head on the ground. Joined by battle-tested veterans and military experts who live the brotherhood of the Corps. Explosive action, raw power, unshakable pride. This is Marine 250, from sea to shore. Coverage begins this Saturday at noon Eastern, only on Real America's Voice, because freedom wasn't given, it was earned.
There you go. All right. It's going to be amazing to celebrate that. I think we should celebrate every milestone in our nation right now, and we should be so proud to be Americans. Look what America has done.
Absolutely. And I've been called into duty tomorrow to co-host the event late tomorrow afternoon. So I'm really looking forward to it. It is definitely going to be a celebration of our Marine, but also I think a celebration of America and that fighting spirit that makes us what we are today, Emily.
I think it's going to be an amazing event, and we definitely need to give a lot more recognition and honor to the people that serve our country.
Amen. All right. Well, you guys, War Room is up next. It's Puppy Friday, so Colby and Harlow are making little appearances here. They look just alike. You guys have a great weekend, and God bless you, and hug your children. Love God. Go boldly now. Live the truth. Celebrate America a little extra this weekend.
Forever faithful. Have a great weekend.
Bolton faces 18 counts related to the retention and transmission of national defense information. In short, this is a classified documents case. Back in August, the FBI searched Bolton's home and office. At the time, Trump made it all about him, saying, quote, "My house was also raided." Trump is still fuming about the criminal investigation into the classified information he stored at Mar-a-Lago. So when he calls Bolton a, quote, "bad person," we should note the hypocrisy. Trump was charged with very similar crimes. Of course, Trump never had to face those charges in court. Judge Eileen Cannon, who Trump appointed to the federal bench, threw them out. As for Bolton, he warned about this moment last year during the presidential campaign, writing in his book, quote, "Trump really cares only about retribution for himself, and it will consume much of a second term."
John Bolton was just indicted by a grand jury in Maryland. Do you have a reaction to that?
I didn't know that. You told me for the first time, but I think he's, a bad person. I think he's a bad guy. Yeah, he's a bad guy. It's too bad, but that's the way it goes.
Case against him?
That's the way it goes, right? That's the way it goes. Will I what?
Have you reviewed the case against him?
No, I haven't. But I just think he's a bad person.
We know now from what we've seen in the past couple of weeks that when Donald Trump makes these demands of charges against his perceived enemies, sometimes those charges follow. What is not clear at all, however, is what crimes these people may have committed. It seems that Donald Trump is interested solely in payback because these are people who presided over charges against him. So, Jack Smith was the special counsel, and Lisa Monaco was the deputy attorney general at the time. Andrew Weissman was just somebody who worked on Robert Mueller's team. And so there's no suggestion of any criminal conduct by any of these people. And so targeting individuals because they're bad people or because you want to seek payback is a really inappropriate use of the Justice Department. So I don't know that prosecutors are going to find any crimes that they can charge these people with. But if they do, I think they will be highly suspect along the lines of the Jim Comey and Letitia James indictments.
This is a very serious and detailed indictment. It says that John Bolton derived secrets from his time as National Security Advisor, assembled them because he was writing a book, sent them over unclassified email and messaging apps to his wife and daughter. We've identified the two people as his wife and daughter. And then that information was hacked by the government of Iran. At least one of those email accounts was hacked. And so the government of Iran obtained some of these state secrets, according to this indictment. And the indictment says that Bolton used language that made clear he knew he was talking about sensitive information. Things like the intel briefer said, or when in the situation Situation Room, I learned. So and these charges, as you said, carry 10 years each, so he could spend the rest of his life in prison, in theory, if convicted on these charges. But let me tell you what the defense could be here. I should add that, and this case is being prosecuted by career prosecutors, respected people, unlike the Comey and the James case, which was avoided by every career prosecutor in the department and pursued only by Donald Trump's political appointee. This one has gone through normal channels, as we understand it. But let me explain some potential mitigating circumstances here. Lots of people who have jobs where they see classified information write books, and they send the manuscript through a publication review, for example, if you're a CIA officer. And oftentimes those reviewers will say, sorry, you can't say that. It was classified. We're keeping that out of the book. Well, that information was classified. It went over an unclassified email system. Those people don't get prosecuted for doing that. So what's at issue here are not documents marked classified, which was the case in the Donald Trump indictment. This was information that John Bolton gathered and wrote down in diaries and sent that the FBI and the CIA and other people have determined contain national defense information. And when you look at the descriptions in the indictment, it's pretty clear that some of it probably did. But the question here is, where is the line for people who are writing books? John Bolton did go through the publication review process here. Now there's allegations that he ignored some of the suggestions from people about what to leave out of the book. But there's a lawyer named Mark Zaid who represents a lot of people who write books. And what he was saying last night is that if you're going to prosecute John Bolton, you got to prosecute a lot of other people who wrote books and had potentially classified information on their email systems, which was then left out of the books, but which was actually sensitive. And the other thing is, Abby Lowell, John Bolton's lawyer, is saying here that this was not classified. This was information that he kept for diaries, and he said that the FBI has known about this for a long time, and that's true. This arose in the Biden administration, but what seems to be the case is that they did not know the extent of what was in at least one of his email accounts until they discovered the material that Iran had hacked through a U.S. intelligence penetration of Iran. That's according to my reporting, and that's one of the reasons this case didn't go forward in the Biden administration, is because officials were concerned about revealing that penetration. The Trump administration has made a different calculation. They're okay with revealing it. They've revealed it now to the Iranians. So whatever penetration they had is now shut down. That's how badly they wanted to prosecute John Bolton. And that's where you can ask questions about whether this case should have gone forward, guys.
Vogt, who was a key architect of Project 2025 and also served as OMB director during President Trump's first term. He has been a catalyst behind the administration's efforts to fire federal workers, gut key agencies, and slash foreign aid. Now, a piece published jointly by ProPublica and The New Yorker is taking a deeper dive into Vogt's dismantling of the federal government, chronicling his rise from the mailroom of the U.S. Senate to what some call the shadow president. Vogt's vision for the U.S. government, an all-powerful executive branch, would be able to fire workers, cancel programs, shutter agencies, and undo regulations that govern air and water quality, financial markets, workplace protections, and civil rights. The Department of Justice, meanwhile, would shed its historical independence and operate at the direction of the White House. All of this puts Vogt at the center of what Steve Vladeck, a law professor at Georgetown, described to me as the Trump administration's complete disregards for the law. And if you look at historical parallels and you read books like the one written by former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright or Ann Applebaum, the groundwork being laid here for destroying democracy.
But John Bolton did come back with a statement on this, and he's not going down, as Tish James noted as well, without fighting. He said, quote, "These charges are not just about Trump's focus on me or my diaries, but his intensive effort to intimidate his opponents, to ensure that he alone determines what is said about his conduct. Dissent and disagreement are foundational to America's constitutional system and vitally important to our freedom. I look forward to the fight to defend my lawful conduct and to expose his abuse of power.
The question is, which guardrails are left given what the Supreme Court has done?
Right. That's exactly right. There aren't many guardrails left. And that's the reason why I feel the need to come on tonight and really just speak in very clear terms, because the only guardrails is the American public and our skepticism, and that we don't start with the presumption that an indictment returned against Donald Trump's political enemies is on the up and up. We start with the presumption, the strong presumption, that when Donald Trump's political enemies all of a sudden find themselves magically under indictment, that it's probably not on the up and up, that it probably is because something untoward happened. And so that's all I'm asking everyone to do right now.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Friday, 17 October in the year of our Lord 2025. I'm here in the Lone Star State with Brian Harrison. Brian, thank you for joining us today for the broadcast.
Great to be with you.
This afternoon and tomorrow. So we're going to be juggling a lot here at War Room and Real America's Voice. We have the Moms for Liberty, a huge conference in Florida, which a lot of the RAV personalities are speaking at, John Solomon and the team. We've also got Marine Corps 250 out of Camp Pendleton, Amanda Head and the team out there. And of course, I'm here for the next couple of days to talk to the conservatives in the grassroots conservatives in the Lone Star State to figure out the Lone Star State is supposed to be the railhead of MAGA, but the folks here don't have time to even much help us on the national level because you're trying to turn around Texas.
Yeah, I know. The people of the state of Texas love President Trump. They vote for bold Republican leadership. They deserve bold Republican leadership. But instead of Texas leading the fight to lock arms with President Trump and make sure his agenda is not just passed, but passed with as big and a maximum of an impact as possible, the failed liberal establishment in the Texas government is forcing Texas taxpayers to basically fund the Joe Biden-Kamala Harris agenda, even though they've been absolutely routed at the ballot box.
Outrageous. Okay, big geopolitical news today. Zelensky's at the White House at 1 o'clock for this massive discussion about providing Tomahawk missiles and other offensive capabilities to the Ukrainians in the Ukraine war against the Russians. President Trump's talked to Putin. We're going to get all that. We want to go now. I think we've got it. The Council on Foreign Relations, our own Dr. Peter Navarro is giving an address about the trade policy, and I think particularly going to delve in to this economic war against China. Let's go to the Council on Foreign Relations, Peter Navarro.
Invitation. After all, it's not every day I get to speak before an audience that has opposed nearly every policy I've ever helped advance in the White House. But let's be honest with each other. CFR has been uniformly anti-tariff and anti-Trump, and highly skeptical of an America First foreign policy that, in truth, is restoring our trade balance, rebuilding our industrial base, strengthening alliances like NATO, keeping, and as we just saw in the Middle East, negotiating the broader peace, and reasserting American sovereignty on the world stage. So let's ask ourselves the obvious question: how did the gulf between the Council on Foreign Relations and Trump world grow so wide? If you ask an AI search engine, try this, I did, it will tell you that the Council on Foreign Relations embodies an establishment, technocratic, and globalist ideology, one comfortably wedded with Wall Street and the multinational corporations that love open borders, cheap offshore labor, and an endless stream of subsidized imported goods. By contrast, the Trump administration since 2017 has stood squarely with the people who make and grow things in this country, our farmers and ranchers, our manufacturers and workers. What many in this audience dismiss as populism or nationalism simply means doing what's best for Americans first, protecting our jobs, communities, and the industrial base that anchors our national strength. History is indeed a harsh mistress here. Exhibit A, the Council on Foreign Relations members helped negotiate NAFTA, which hollowed out the U.S. manufacturing base and triggered one of the largest illegal mass migrations in modern history. CFR analysts championed China's 2001 entry into the World Trade Organization, the single worst trade deal in American history. Then came the Trans-Pacific Partnership, forgive me here, Mike. CFR sold it as a geopolitical rampart against a rising China, yet the TPP would have surrendered much of America's manufacturing base, including our crucial auto and auto parts sectors, to Japan, Vietnam, and ironically, ultimately, China itself. President Trump saw this very clearly and tore up the TPP on day one. I was standing right behind him on that beautiful day. This is what the Council on Foreign Relations has never understood. Weakening our industrial base has never strengthened our strategic position. It has only invited aggression. That's why in Trump world, we do not trade off economic security for national security. We believe economic security is national security. Memo to CFR, you cannot project power if you surrendered production. You cannot deter aggression when your supply chains run through your opponent's ports. You can't lead the free world if you can't make what the free world needs. Here's the second big problem with the Council's free trade dogma: the belief that the World Trade Organization somehow delivers fair trade as well. By its own rules, it does not. The WTO's most favored nation, MFN rule, says you must treat all partners the same. But what it doesn't say is that everyone must charge the same tariff. So what happens? Virtually every country in the world charges America far higher tariffs than we charge them. Germany, for example, charges us 10% on autos. We charge them 2.5%. The result, Bavaria sells us 7 cars for every one Detroit sends to Germany. That's the tilted playing field that the Council on Foreign Relations has defended, and the one President Trump has begun to level with his policy of reciprocal tariffs. Of course, the moment President Trump uses the T word, CFR waves the bloody shirt of what? You know what I'm about to say: inflation and recession. But the record tells a very different story. Under President Trump's first term, inflation stayed low, growth was strong, and the American manufacturing base saw its first real revival in decades. Far from tariff chaos, Trump world had price stability and the strongest job market in modern history. Let's be clear. The inflation we're living with today did not come from tariffs. It came from Joe Biden's reckless fiscal expansion, his neglect of our supply chains, and a hopelessly politicized Federal Reserve that accommodated the Biden bonfire. That's why we in Trump world now hold the credibility high ground on tariffs. Exhibit B, during the Trump first term, and you all remember this, CFR's predictions of economic calamity widely missed the mark. The inflation and recession that you all forecast never came. The alliances you said would disintegrate have endured, and those wars you predicted for 4 peaceful years during the Trump first term. China, Iran, North Korea, and Russia kept their powder dry. Now, in his second term, President Donald John Trump is once again performing beautifully. And it's long past time for the Council on Foreign Relations to catch up with a world it refuses to understand. In closing, I come to you today not to quarrel, just to simply challenge respectfully the assumptions that still dominate this room. The world has changed. The American people have changed. The age of blind globalization is over. If the Council on Foreign Relations wants to be relevant, it must stop mistaking nationalism for isolationism, sovereignty for retreat, and strength for aggression. For ultimately, MAGA and the America First movement isn't about pulling back. It's about standing tall. It's about defending what we make, who we are, and the nation we love. Thank you for your time. I look forward to your questions, and Anna Swanson of the conservative New York Times is going to grill me here.
Wow. Just perfect. Okay, so the reason we wanted to start with that, the great Peter Navarro, is that Texas is kind of the railhead for the populist economic nationalists and the folks down here, the ranchers, the farmers, the manufacturers, the entrepreneurs. That Peter Navarro, folks, he just went into the lion's den. The Council on Foreign Relations is like the Vatican of globalism, okay? He went in there and threw down. What people don't know, and the reason I wanted Harrison to ride shotgun with me this morning as we start to get in tonight and tomorrow more of the grassroots folks here, is that you were in the first Trump term, and you were one of the wingmen for Navarro, and working. You were at HHS on the supply chains. You know exactly what he's talking about. And the biggest fight we had was really against kind of Republican establishment.
Oh, absolutely.
Who was absolutely appalled of populism and nationalism. The thing that the grassroots love in Texas, they were appalled at and fought us every day.
No, and what's so great about seeing my former colleague Peter there going into the room full of, you cannot imagine a room full of more of like the word elite. Okay, the elitist. It doesn't even quite capture. But what's great about watching Peter, who I did get to work with and spend a lot of time with in the West Wing during President Trump's first term, is that speech, even though he's delivering it to the globalists, to the elites in our nation's capital, right? That speech was basically a speech meant for the hardworking men and women of the people in Texas, the people that group derides as flyover country, the others, right? The forgotten men and women of the United States. And I'm here to tell you, as somebody who had the honor of working for President Trump, alongside Peter and others, Donald J. Trump is the people's president. And from the time he got in office up until now, I watched him systematically take positions that not just weren't within like Republican establishment orthodoxy, but went right at it. I mean, Peter just mentioned most favored nations. I mean, I was in the room with the president. He's sick and tired of not just farmers and ranchers paying too much for everything, but American patients. He's sick and tired of these drugs that cost pennies to make being sold for pennies in all these socialist European countries, but American patients
let's talk about that.
paying the wazoo.
Number one is that the Chinese control all active pharmaceutical ingredients and dominate the generic market.
Right.
But then you talk about the non-generic. So the Americans are getting ripped off there. But even worse is that working men and women in this country are underwriting basically the profit stream for the big pharma from international companies.
It is
international countries.
It is an absolute fact that American patients are overpaying for their prescription drugs. And that's bad enough, but we're doing it so that we can subsidize these socialist governments all across the world. And I was super proud to get to help President Trump announce multiple pathways for drug importation, which is something as a Republican you weren't supposed to do back 4 years ago when he announced this. And it was actually the Democrats that under Joe Biden that pushed this anti-patient policy and peeled that stuff back. But no, President Trump is putting the American workers first. He's putting American patients first. He's putting hardworking Texans first. And I tell you here, Steve, as somebody who represents hundreds of thousands of Texans and gets to serve 30 million Texans, Texans appreciate what President Trump is doing. They know he's got their back against the bigs, against the elites, against the powerful, and he's the president for the forgotten men.
And these international institutions and organizations, whether it's UN in Geneva, the World Bank, the IMF, all the World Health Organization. I want to mention, just to give folks, look, the Council on Foreign Relations, you have globalist elites, and then you have actually the elite of the elite, almost like a public skull and bones. The Council on Foreign Relations, you have to be invited into. It's like the inner sanctum of the foreign policy establishment, all the bankers, the corporatists, the biggest pundits and writers in foreign affairs and foreign policy. That is the Council on Foreign Relations. And here's what they've done. They're really centered in New York City, this kind of center of globalism. But they now have Peter speaking actually at their D.C. branch, which is right down from the White House, because they know they got to keep an eye on President Trump. President Trump is a populist and a nationalist, and this is what broke the mold and really stood up to defend our country. And this is the thing coming down to Texas. That speech right there is aimed to tell the Texans, hey, we understand what the problem is. We understand these globalists, what they've been trying to do to you. We understand how the elites in this country sold you out, including the room of the people I'm in. And by the way, he's about to be interviewed by Anna Swanson over the New York Times. And she's actually she's actually pretty good. But, you know, the New York Times is the paper of that, and the Journal, the paper of globalism. Why can't we translate Trump's victory, and particularly Trump's principles as laid out, at least on the geostrategic side and the economic side? Why are we having such a hard time here in Texas? Because I think I've come to the conclusion is Texas is actually the railhead of MAGA, but it's a purple state by the way that the elected officials run it.
Yeah, no, I say this all the time. The Texas voters, the men and women who love this state, the 30 million people who call Texas home, they are red. But the reality is, and people don't know this because all they watch is maybe a few seconds of our governor or lieutenant governor on Fox News every once in a while. They think our government matches that and that we're red. The reality is that Texas people are red. The Texas government is blue and has been for a long time. And that's why you see people like, Peter Navarro representing the president of the United States walking into a room full of people who for generation basically have been able to control the regulatory capture and other things, the government. So it's not really been the elected officials controlling the government. It's been the entrenched, rich, elite special interest. And President Trump is an existential threat to that. And the state of Texas should be a multiplying force, an amplifier for what President Trump is trying to do and break the mold from the liberal to the people.
A force multiplier. Use an example. What Texas elites are in the governing philosophy down here, because they say they're Republicans, but they're anti-populist, anti-Trump, globalist. I mean, that's what it is. And that's why you have these policies, whether it's transgender ideology. I mean, you've got one of the great universities that I told you, the men and women I know that are Aggies are the most conservative, hard-bitten crew. And I see what's happening at Texas A&M. I go, how can that possibly happen at Texas A&M?
When I say as a proud member of the Fighting Texas Aggie class of 2004, and it's one of the reasons that people, why are you picking on A&M so much? Well, I love A&M. They educated me, one of the best public universities in the country. They were the most conservative. But now they've been taken over by leftists because our governor has appointed a bunch of woke progressive leftists that have allowed this leftist Marxist socialist ideology to proliferate unchecked. And now the hardworking men and women of the state of Texas, they're being taxed out of their homes, the highest property tax in the country, by the way, to fund the leftist ideology, which leads us to this transgender movement, transgender violence.
Hang on. When people think of Texas, they think of the frontier, they think of the Texas ethos, the Alamo, San Jacinto, all the great things that Texas represented in development of the country and freedom. And you're telling me, I think people are looking at it, property taxes are one of the things people are prepared to. You got to support local government, the local schools. But you're telling me you have among the highest property taxes in the country?
There was one analysis.
How can that be? You've got Massachusetts, you got New York State, you got California.
Here's what I'll tell you, and it's heartbreaking and it's infuriating. Texas has a reputation, Steve, for leading in conservative values and individual liberty and freedom. Right? Here's the reality. We've just been coasting on that reputation for a generation. And yeah, one analysis, people think we're a low tax, low regulation state. It's a total myth. One analysis last year, Texas has the highest property tax rate in the country, effective property tax rate. And what are they doing with all this money? Well, we're funding the exact opposite of everything President Trump is fighting for in Washington. We're probably the biggest funder of DEI and transgender indoctrination in the whole country.
And this is why you've got, I think, some of the best, if not the best, grassroots fighters in the nation right here in Texas. I just want to say we're going to go to break here in a second. The other day on Tel Aviv Levin, on Mark Levin's show, they had the radio show, they had Abbott, and he was praising Abbott was taking credit for the 5 seats, the redistricting. He actually had the chutzpah to try to damn sit there and go, wait, hang on. This is all these grassroots organizations, Brian Harrison, War River pounded every day. Abbott's fighting us behind the scenes, everything. And he's taking credit now he's taking credit for the redistricting. Your thoughts?
Well, yeah, he has a habit of doing this. You know, I forced a professor to be fired at A&M, and then like clockwork, there's a tweet from the governor, this professor must go. And I'm like, well, okay, well, where were you? You know, when your reasons were hiring all these leftists. But no, and here's the thing, too, on the 5 seats, yeah, we got it done, and thank God we did. But quite frankly, without the grassroots pressure and the president having to tell, hey, you Republican elected officials, get off your duff and do something. And by the way, Steve, you were right on this. The posse, it should have been more than 5 seats. And even the lead author of the bill has admitted we could have had more than 5 seats. We should have had more than 5.
Unbelievable. Okay, today we're going to juggle a lot. We've got news back in D.C. of taking down the administrative state. John Bolton is about to be, the indictment's about to be, he's about to go to court today to be arraigned. We're going to Lando to Moms for Liberty. We're going to get a preview of Marine Corps 250 tomorrow from Camp Pendleton. I think Amanda Head is going to be there to anchor everything. We're going to take a short commercial break. Gold, by the way, blew through $4,300 last night. Why is that? I don't know. Zelensky's in the White House today in the Oval asking for offensive weapons. The Chinese Communist Party, Scott Bessent, and Jameson Greer, the ambassador for trade, the trade negotiator, saying, hey, the Chinese Communist Party trying to put the death knell on the global economy by this restriction of rare earths. We're going to get into all of it today in the War Room as we're juggling the news globally from Texas to the Eurasian landmass. Back in a moment in the War Room.
Great News America, Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elk with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
Hey guys, my name is Jeff. I'm from Massachusetts. I love RAV because of the free speech and the political wranglings that go on in the chat every day.
Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet?
No.
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored,
and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, welcome back. We're going to get Matt Palumbo up in a second. Mika, they're doing a huge profile of Russ, I think the New Yorker or Vanity Fair, one of these magazines, and they're completely going after Russ Vought because he's a Christian nationalist. They absolutely hate him. They think he's he's the architect of so much of this, he and Stephen Miller, but they're going absolutely crazy. Talk to me, and we really would like Russ taken off the chain in this, because we think we're winning. We know we're winning the Schumer shutdown. Yeah. Now it's time to drop the hammer. And Russ has, I think, laid off 5,000, but that's of 2.5 million. I think we still have 2.3 million civilian workers in the government. Yeah. I know Russ has a plan to go the 500,000 above, which and President Trump's under tremendous pressure by Wall Street, by the rhinos in the Senate, which is virtually all of them. Calm this down, tone it down. We don't want to really make big changes.
No, the American people don't want to calm down. The American people want big changes. That's what they voted for last November. And I'm really thrilled that, one of the silver linings of the Democrats' total, I would say it's incompetence, but it's like willful malice, what they're doing with this Democrat-led Schumer shutdown. I think one of the silver linings is my friend and former colleague and yours, Russ Vought, getting to finally do some of the things that I think, quite frankly, Russ has been preparing for many, many years to get to do. Because one of the things I think the American people now understand is that the president is supposed to be the head of the executive branch.
Yes.
But he's constantly undermined by the hundreds of thousands of woke leftist Marxist progressives that in theory work for the president, but are in fact actually undermining everything President Trump is
and this is what, in the years in the wilderness, right? The Project 2025 team, but it really was Russ Vought's CRA, Heritage, Stephen Miller's America First Legal, so much Brooks Rollins, the America First Policy Institute, CPI with Senator DeMint and Mark Meadows. All these groups working together with really Miller and Russ and the Viceroy, Mike Davis, saying, hey, we want to get down to a real driving, we're going to drive the narrative here on the Article 2 powers of the President of the United States. He's chief executive officer of the country. That means he can fire who he wants, and the appropriations bill is a ceiling, not a floor. He can hold money back, he can pound money. Yeah. As commander-in-chief, hey, he can repel invasions, he can go after our enemies, and most importantly, I think has been so different, he is the chief magistrate and chief law enforcement officer of the United States government. So the Justice Department and the FBI are not hermetically sealed away from the executive branch. Brian, I think that's the big challenge we've had now in everything we're doing, and it's not going to stop.
No, well, and I was in those fights with President Trump in the first term. It's not just the career bureaucrats that make up the vast majority of the massive federal workforce, but the president gets to politically appoint, 1,000+ people to come in and serve with him and make sure his agenda is carried out at all the different agencies. But even keeping the people that are appointed by the president, they're explicitly the appointment of the White House. During the first term, I can tell you that there were a lot of D.C. swamp creatures that made their way into President Trump's first administration, and it was even the political appointees that were undermining him. But to your bigger point, Steve, if you work in the executive branch, if you're a bureaucrat somewhere, your ultimate boss, if you care about that pesky little thing called the Constitution, is the president of the United States, and the president is Donald J. Trump. And if you're a bureaucrat in the executive branch, you're there to carry out his agenda.
One of the most striking differences between the first term and the second is that those years in the wilderness, people were at work, not just on the policies, but also the people. You get 3,000 people you can get on board as soon as they get a security clearance day one. 1,000 basically have to be, get confirmed by the Senate. And this confirmation by the Senate right now, President Trump put out a Truth Social last night about 8 U.S. attorneys that he can't get in blue states because of this concept of the blue slip. I don't think President Trump's calling for that to go away. I don't think it's going to go away, Mr. President. It's a custom and tradition to stick with, but John Thune ought to call a real recess, which they've never had for one day of President Trump's first term or second term. The reason is Mitch McConnell and the writers in the Senate don't trust President Trump on a recess appointment. Right now, Thune needs to, next week, to get Johnson, since the House is out and Johnson said he support this, to actually call it a formal recess, and let's get these recess appointments, particularly these U.S. attorneys. And I'm going to show you why. We've got Matt Palumbo up. We've got a cold open from the one aspect I can tell you they're driving is this investigation of the deep state, the investigation of what happened, the conspiracy in the first term, and particularly now Antifa and everything associated with Antifa. You got the Treasury Department on this. You got the IRS on this. We got Matt Palumbo, who's the specialist in Soros and the devil's spawn, the son. Let's go ahead and play the clip and bring Matt Palumbo on.
The Wall Street Journal is reporting that the White House is planning to install true Trump loyalists in the IRS criminal unit for the not sole purpose, but one of the reasons is to target left-leaning groups. What do you make of this?
It sounds very familiar. And, we've been hearing rumors about this and reports. I think Jeff and his team at Reuters did a story a week ago about targeting these left-wing groups. And when I hear this, my mind immediately went back to Watergate, actually. Everybody remembers that there was bugging, that was, they were bugging the Democratic headquarters back then. But, there were many other crimes involved with Watergate. And one of the big ones was Nixon and his henchmen sending a list of enemies over to the IRS and asking them to go investigate. I mean, that was one of the articles, it was part of the articles of impeachment, one of the things that led to his resignation. Now, of course, that was a very different time, because at that time when that list came over to the IRS, the people, they didn't act on it. And in fact, and then eventually, Republican members of Congress stood up and said, this is one of the reasons, Mr. President, you're going to lose an impeachment vote. You need to resign. Now we're talking about him putting his henchmen in an IRS. So if he sends that list over, I think there's a really good chance they actually do prosecute. And we see this play out exactly the way we stopped it from playing out in the 1970s.
By the way, in Texas, they keep saying the mainstream media, Antifa's just a bunch of kids. They dress up in Pepe things and alligators in Portland. They're just dancing in the streets. They're flower children.
Yeah, tell that to the families of the ICE agents that were shot by alleged Antifa activists just within the last month here in the Lone Star State. No, that's complete nonsense. And I'm sick and tired of the mainstream media not just running interference for the Marxist progressive leftists. They're now running interference and basically covering for domestic terrorists in this country. It's beyond reprehensible. No,
I think you've had two incidents. You had the one on the roof and you had the other one with the agents. I mean, until Antifa's put down, they're going to continue on. The best way and smartest way to do it is not run after all the gunmen and you're just playing whack-a-mole. The way to do it is not just go to the training element, which is in the national security apparatus and quite frankly in the military. The best way to do it is to go after the money in the organization. Matt Palumbo, you have spent your career, you're Dan Bongino's guy. You run the Bongino site. You've been his producer for years. You wrote this amazing book on Soros. I still think the best book on Soros written. And immediately you told me, he said, hey, I'm going after the kid because he's the devil's spawn. It may actually be bigger than the old man. Where do we stand with this now? The shocking, because, hey, the Treasury Department's got their terrorist financing group up on money laundering and terrorist financing, and the IRS simultaneously. It's a pincer move from Scott Bessent. And you can tell how important this is because the mainstream media is in total meltdown of this, probably more than anything else they're dealing with.
Well, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on. Alex and the OSF clearly are afraid. They're in defense mode. In their press releases, they're saying they didn't knowingly fund any violent groups. And I think the word knowingly is doing a lot of the heavy lifting in that sentence. But it's also irrelevant. They're arguing that, we're not directly paying people to do violence. Doesn't mean anything if groups have a record of doing violence. The analogy I've given is they will hand gasoline and matches to an arsonist and then say, well, we couldn't have possibly known what was going to go on there. And Alex cited a New York Times article that made that exact argument. And they had claimed that a recent report from the Capital Research Center, which does profiles on left-wing groups, had made that exact claim. There's no evidence of any direct funding. And, I read the report, and I'll read directly from it. The Open Society Foundation, since 2016, gave $80 million to pro-terror groups. And this is split between groups that are themselves going out and committing acts of violence, or are making light of violence, doing propaganda for groups like Hamas to downplay their atrocities, or providing legal aid, free legal aid to these protesters. And we talked in the last show how Alex had used environmentalist groups sort of as a front for other left-wing causes, and that he had authorized over $438 million in new spending to environmental groups ever since he took over. But that's only a small percentage of what they actually do. They're sort of a catch-all for left-wing activism. And a lot of the Palestinian groups he funded are in that pro-terror category, where regardless of your position on the Israel-Palestine conflict, even if you are, someone on the right who is more sympathetic to the Palestinians, it's no doubt that these left-wing groups are really anti-American groups, and that is just their front issue. We saw that with them, their number one issue being, well, we want a ceasefire, and then the second we get a ceasefire, I don't think Rashida Tlaib had posted on Twitter for a couple days after that even happened, never mentioned it. Most of these groups calling for ceasefire now never mentioned it, did not give Trump any credit, because they didn't really care about that issue. That was just the rallying cry, but they have a million other little things they want to do. Now, when it comes to other things the IRS could look into, and we talked about this in the last show, in the last chapter of my book on Alex that comes out in about 2 weeks, I looked into all of the groups in the U.S. that he had funded the year he took over the OSF, which is the most recent year we have data. And I looked at groups, it's over 500,000 in funding. And there are a number of groups that are set up basically to give plausible deniability. They are in this sort of funds of funds category, where he will give $10 million to a group, and I'll go through the social media, their YouTube, their website. There is no activity, no press releases, no news of anything they're doing, but they present themselves as active groups. And then you go through their financials, their public statements, and all their operations are giving money to other groups, and then their expenses will be $100 a year. It's just things that don't add up, and it's to give. He is layering the funds so that you cannot, in those cases, directly link him to anything. And his father had done this with the Tides Foundation for forever, basically, or the Rockefeller groups, but his son is doing it to a much greater degree.
Can you hang on for a second? I want to hold you into the next break. I want to talk about the $80 million that's already gone to pro-terror groups, right? In the word, when their lawyers send out a release that's been chopped and they go knowingly, right? You're already seeing them.
That's $80 million for catering.
Exactly. They're already laying their illegal defense. They know they got big problems, and they've never had Treasury come after them. They've never had the IRS come after them, and they've never had them come after them for money laundering and for terror financing. And these have very stiff penalties. As right now, Bolton is getting arraigned, I think, in Maryland, in Greenbelt, Maryland, on his 18 counts. Each count has 10 years, so it's 180 years in prison. We'll go into all that. Gold's over 4,300, or it's bounced around 4,300. Blew through it yesterday. Find out why. We don't talk to you about the price of gold. It's the process. Right now, we have two different ways you can get there, right? Both free. Maybe you start off with the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals. And remember and precious metals. Right now, silver's been on fire. So go to birchgold.com. Promo code War Room or promo code Bannon to get the end of the dollar empire. That's one way. The other is just take your phone out and text Bannon, Bannon, at 989898. That gets you the ultimate guide. Both of them will get you in contact with Philip Patrick and team. That's who you need to talk to. Remember, it's the process of gold being a hedge and now shifting over. I've got a big article from Peter Schiff up on Getter about how gold, we've talked about it, is now becoming a significant asset class. And back of the dollar. Short break. Back in the War Room from Texas in a moment.
We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down. Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elk with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
Hey guys, my name is Jeff. I'm from Massachusetts. I love Rav because of the free speech and the political wranglings that go on in the chat every day.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, welcome back. Home Title Lock. Make sure, every dream you ever had is in that home. If you're lucky enough to own one, remember, folks under 35, very rare to own a home. Home ownership has gotten to be very, very, very tough. President Trump's trying to work and get some stuff rolling, but right now it is what it is. Make sure that your dream does not turn into a nightmare. How do you do that? HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Steve. Talk to Natalie Dominguez and the team, and make sure that, artificial intelligence, cyber, rogue accountants, rogue lawyers, maybe even a rogue family member, a loved one, quote unquote, don't get in there and get a hard money loan, second mortgage on your home that you got to pay off. HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Steve. Talk to Natalie Dominguez and the team. They got tons of information. Go check it out today. Moms for Liberty. I don't know if there's any group that's been more at the forefront of the punch out we've had on parents' rights and this culture, all of it. Tina Deskovitz, Bo Davis. And Tina, you're down in Orlando today. We're covering it nonstop here on Real America's Voice. We're pulling out speakers. We got a bunch of RAV people down there. What are you trying to accomplish? I think this is your fourth or fifth conference. What are you guys? I thought Trump won, and you guys helped so much in the victory. Isn't the parents' rights fight over, ma'am?
Oh, I wish it was over, Steve. I wish parents truly could experience the fundamental right to raise their children.
Guys,
unfortunately, it's still under attack across the country.
Can you hear us, Steve?
Yeah, I got you right now. Perfect. Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, Tina.
You want me to take it away again, Steve?
Take it away again.
Yeah, I was just saying that, unfortunately, parents' rights are still under attack in America. You would think at this point the left and the radicals would get the hint that moms are not backing down and that we have the fundamental right to raise our children, but it's still school boards across the country are still stomping all over them. Whole states are defying President Trump, and there's still a lot of work to be done.
So what is to be done? I mean, you guys have done so much. You're one of the key groups that delivered the victory for President Trump. What is, we've had the first wave of attack where we started to take over school boards. Is it pushback, or are we losing ground? I mean, what's the plan?
Yeah, Randi Weingarten just came out with her new book. If I'm not even going to give it any more acknowledgement than that, but she even states in there that, Moms for Liberty came out strong. We won over 500 school board seats, which, sounds amazing when you say that number, but there's 13,000 school districts in this country. And so in her book, she came back and said, we doubled down, we invested, and they have hundreds of millions of dollars. Moms for Liberty's budget is nothing like that. And so we have a long way to go. Unfortunately, this is probably going to take decades to get our schools back from the teachers union completely. And then, there's problems at all levels of government. California, New York, right now, they're violating parental rights at every turn with state laws. Governors are signing them into law. And so we love President Trump and we're grateful for all he's doing, but it's just part of the story.
Bo, as you know, with the onslaught of news geopolitically, Zelensky's in the White House today. We're on the verge of war with the Russians. We got a economic war with the Chinese Communist Party, Venezuela, all over. Why is what the Moms for Liberty doing so important that you're down there covering it, and Rav, we're giving wall-to-wall coverage this weekend?
Well, I'll tell you this, Steve. I became a parent 20 months ago, and so I have a young son. And I'm lucky to be in the free state of Florida, Tina. Thank God for that. But I have to start thinking about these things. I've covered conferences in the past, CPACs, whatever, here and there, but never before have I covered a conference like this when I was actually a parent. So to me, it's an educational experience to me, and I know that's what Moms for Liberty does, is empower, educate parents. And so, but it's not just for moms, it's for dads too. I noticed there's a panel, Steve, on fatherhood, which Pastor John Almanchuku is going to be a part of. Benny Johnson is moderating it, Graham Allen. So I think it's important for people to know that it's not just about moms, it's about the dads too. And Tina, I'd just like to ask you too, what are 3 things that maybe me as a new parent need to be thinking about right now?
You need to think about where your child is going to go to school. There's long wait lists right now if you want to put them in some very special private schools. But, are you prepared to homeschool? I'd say absolutely. You and your wife are probably prepared, but you need to make those choices. Where are you living? Unfortunately, in a lot of places in America outside of Florida, you still have to go to the school by your zip code, which is just unacceptable. So number 1, where's your kid going to go to school? Number 2, get prepared to be on the front lines. Join Moms for Liberty. Are you a member yet?
Not yet, but it looks like I'm going to have to join. See, yeah. Steve, I'm learning.
Yeah, we have dads all across the country. 7 of our 320 chapters are actually led by dads, so you could run the chapter in your county if you wanted to.
I'm in Broward.
Yeah. Oh, gosh. Good luck with that one. It's tough. Broward is tough. And so number 2 is, get involved and get activated now so you understand the issues that are coming. There are issues with AI, with tracking your child's data now with your 2-year-old. Is that what you said?
Almost to 20 months.
Yeah. The government's already tracking his data. And so Moms for Liberty can help you protect and opt out in the places that you need to opt out.
The 2 years old, you're about to go into the fun part of parenthood. We're going to check in with Mrs. Davidson later and see what your learning curve's been like in the last couple of years, right? You're getting guidance from Tina. We want to talk to the source. Tina, real quickly, talk to us today, the agenda today and tomorrow. We're going to be covering it nonstop on Real America's Voice. So what should we look for?
Yeah, we just closed up with the Florida Attorney General James Utmeyer and Dr. Latipo, our Surgeon General, who recently banned all vaccine mandates in schools, which our moms stood to their feet and cheered for that when he was discussing that today. So it's been a strong morning of Florida leaders. We're moving into breakouts right now. We've got covering all kinds of topics, AI and education, sextortion happening on digital platforms of children, getting into some deep and depressing things, unfortunately. But here at Moms for Liberty, we know our future is bright. We have a big lunch session coming up very soon with a couple panels with Corey DeAngelis and some alternatives to teachers unions. So we're very excited about that.
Tina, where do people go to more for Moms for Liberty to follow this on streaming and your social media? Where do they go?
Yeah, you guys are streaming it all day. You could go to our website too, momsforliberty.org. It should be right there on the front page, and all of our socials, Moms4Liberty.
Bo Davidson, what's your social media? How do people follow you while you're down there covering it, sir?
Yeah, of course, people can find me at the Bo Davidson, and it's a pleasure to be on with you, Steve. And I got to say, being just a young dad and learning here at Moms for Liberty is the place to be. And here we are in Orlando, too, where Disney is. I hope we've made some improvements, Tina. I really hope we have.
You got Terry Schilling, you got Benny Johnson, Bo Davidson, quite a crew down there. Guys, thank you so much for streaming all day and tomorrow. Moms for Liberty, Tina, great job. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
Really proud of Rav. We're juggling Texas. We're juggling Orlando, Florida, Moms for Liberty. We're juggling Marine Corps 250 out in Camp Pendleton. A lot going on this week on A Real America's Voice. Don't leave us. We're going to take a short commercial break. My wingman, Brian Harrison, is here. We got a all-star cast in hour 2. Stick around.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Friday, 17 October, Year of Our Lord 2025. So much going on today. Let's just get with it. Look, the coalition that won in 2024, of course, it's the populist nationalists of the original MAGA movement. We're bringing in new allies, make America healthy again, right? Nicole Shanahan and Bobby Kennedy. And, of course, the parents' rights movement. A lot of folks that were not MAGA, didn't want to hear Trump's name. We got in there, and, Moms for America, Moms for Liberty, these groups are amazing. I do want to say I'm glad they're in Florida. Yeah. No need to come to Texas, because Texas is fine, right? No teachers union, best education. I mean, give me some good stats here.
I wish I could. It's going to break my heart. But a lot of people think a lot of things about Texas. But
I think you got a great education system, no teachers union, and the parents are running the deal as they should.
Let me break your heart, my friend. Okay, and this is going to break hearts. It's going to make people mad, especially if you pay taxes in the state of Texas. Okay, the left has understood that if they can take over the education system, they understood it's a generation ago, that they could change the whole trajectory of not just our state.
The Bolsheviks knew it. That comes from Marxism.
Right, and so the conservatives, we're about a generation behind. We're playing catch up, and President Trump gets this, but Texas elected officials unfortunately don't. And I was shocked to learn when I got elected down here, Only 24%, Steve, of Texas 8th graders are proficient in reading. Only 23% of Texas 8th graders are proficient in mathematics. And not only do we still have teacher
That
unions,
sounds like Chicago.
Yeah, 23%,
not Texas.
Not even a quarter. And we're spending $19,000 per kid per year in tax dollars, and not even a quarter are proficient in reading and math. But here's the worst part of it. It's not just that education rates are plummeting because the left took over. Liberal indoctrination's on the rise. And not only has Texas not gotten rid of teacher unions, the state of Texas...
They said the unions down here in Texas?
We've got teacher unions. It's a myth that Texas doesn't have teacher unions. Not only do we have them, but the Texas government is forcing, as we speak, the hardworking, overtaxed men and women of the state of Texas are funding the teacher unions. Every time you pay property taxes in Texas, your money is going to leftist indoctrination, including the teacher unions. And by the way, it's not a Republican-Democrat split in Texas. It's freedom versus tyranny. It's conservative versus liberal. And a massive chunk of elected Republicans in Texas, so-called, when I got elected 4 years ago, maybe a quarter of the Republican caucus in the Texas House was literally endorsed by Randy Weingarten teacher unions.
Here's one thing I want to ask. West Texas, which is one of the true patriots, the salt of the earth.
Amen.
I mean, this is the backbone of America. When I looked at the Republicans and how they voted, you said, well, they're actually all teacher union Democrats.
Yeah.
They just call themselves Republicans so they can get in. But they're all Democrats, and they're all supported by Randy Weingarten.
And it's, in a weird way, we're sort of cursed by our own success and how conservative Texas is. These radical leftist Democrats, they know they wouldn't have a snowball's chance of getting elected if they ran as a liberal Democrat, so they put the word Republican by their name.
Wow.
But they still go run around and take teacher union money and push leftist indoctrination in our kids. And it's an absolute outrage. We got to ban taxpayer-funded lobbying. We still haven't done that.
You talk about indoctrination. Steve Cortez joins us. Steve, we started with the speech of Peter Navarro on populist nationalist policies in the lion's den of the Council on Foreign Relations. We were going to cut live to you for your speech. You're up at the Davos of really North America up in Toronto. But we had a scheduling issue. They said, no, they saw what Cortez was going to say, no speech. What's happening up there, brother?
Well, but I did get interviewed on stage, so I did present, but I was sent out effectively with a minder, right, with an interviewer who I think was to some degree trying to babysit this populist nationalist crazy man from the United States. And yes, Steve, this is really the Davos of the Americas. It's the Forum of the Americas. This is the Toronto Global Forum. It's a really impressive group of people, by the way. I mean, a bunch of CEOs, a bunch of top government officials from all over the Americas. But it's clearly, as the name would imply, it is a very globalist place, a place that is very frustrated with America first, frustrated with President Trump, and with our newfound guts when it comes to trade. So what I did from the stage today, and I will credit them again, for an audience that generally doesn't agree with us on very much, I will credit them for at least giving me the opportunity to make our case on trade. But what I tried to counsel them about, these international business folks and politicians, is that populism is here to stay in the United States. It's clearly not a fad. Okay, this is a new era, and the populism is either going to be the populism of the left, which, by the way, all of you powerful folks will absolutely detest, okay, or it's going to be the populism of the right. It's going to be our version of patriotic nationalism. It's going to be MAGA populism. But it's either or, in my view. It's binary. So stop wishing that we're going to return to a prior era, because we are not. We are not going back to the 2015 Republican Party. We're not going back to 2015 and previous American constructs and policies. We're not going back to that, quote, so-called free trade era in which American workers got completely abused by the rest of the world, not just by China, by the way, that's the worst abuse, but even by our supposed allies, and that we have an entirely new economic regime that's chaotic. It's hard for people to deal with because it's volatile, but it's the reality and it's right. It's just for the United States. And so I tried as pleasantly as I could to make that powerful populist nationalist case to an audience that is, frankly, not all that receptive.
You've got Navarro's been invited to the Council on Foreign Relations, which is the inner sanctum of the globalist in the United States. You've been invited up to this Davos of North America up in Toronto. Are they trying to actually listen and say, we see these guys coming? Because you see this in D.C. all the time, where they'll take a meeting, they'll listen, but the entire time the wheels are spinning to get. We need a workaround, right? Because Trump's just a passing summer storm. You know, Bannon and Cortez Cortez and Navarro and the Harrisons, they all go away when Trump goes away. So we just got to figure out, we got to listen to these guys and figure out how to wait them out. Is that what they're trying to do? Or you think they're actually being open, that Mondami and Luigi Mangione have now awakened these guys to the fact that the left populism, you know, has bullets, guillotines, right, and appropriation of their wealth, where we're trying to build an entrepreneurial society?
Yeah. No, listen, I think, unfortunately, I take the more cynical view that for now, they still think, can we last another 3 years effectively and get past this era of Trump, and then things will be just fine. But again, I'm here to try to tell them the opposite, that populist nationalism in the United States is bigger than just President Trump. He's, of course, the indispensable leader of our movement, but it's bigger than him. It predated him. It will go on beyond the Trump presidency. And again, yet to your point, look, it's either going to be the populism of the left, which comes with a knock at the door and a confiscation of your wealth and your freedom, or it's going to be our version of populism, which is all about building a prosperous society, which is making sure that wealth is dispersed throughout the country, making sure that families can thrive on one single income. You know, I talked to the audience today actually about that aspect, and I think just from the looks in people's faces, they were sort of shocked that I would even mention that. I think they view that as somehow retrograde. And look, we're not telling anybody they can't go to work, that they can't be a two-parent working family, but we're saying, but Americans should have the option. And the fact of the matter is, when I was a boy, which wasn't that long ago, the typical middle-class family in America could do that, could thrive on a single income. Why can't that happen today? Well, one of the reasons is terrible trade policies, one of the absolute driving reasons. And we are not going to relent on this. We're going to create the society we want. We're going to create the kind of broadly dispersed prosperity that we deserve. And again, I'm warning them, this is no phase. This is an era. It is a new era in America. And if you want to interact with this new era in America, you better come to terms with it, and you better be reciprocal to our goods and services into your country, and be prepared, no matter how reciprocal you are, be prepared to pay a toll. You have to pay for access to the crown jewel consumer market of the world. We have earned that right as Americans through hundreds of years of sweat and toil and innovation. We have earned the right to charge a toll, a correct toll, to get in and have access to the American market.
Cortez, what is all your, you've got documentaries coming out, interviews coming out, writings coming out. Where do people go to get all of it?
Yeah, please go to CortezInvestigates.com. I've got a new trailer up, new Maha documentary backing RFK Jr. that's going to be out on Monday. CortezInvestigates.com.
Thank you, brother. Told you it's a coalition. Maha, the parents' rights movement, hardcore MAGA, populist nationalists. Let's go in. When we talk about going after and making sure that the left is deconstructed here, the tip of the spear is Palumbo and what's happening at Treasury, what's happening at IRS. Matt, how serious is this threat now that George Soros is kind of off the playing field? How big a threat do you actually see the son? Isn't he kind of a putz, or is he somebody we should take even more serious than the dad?
He definitely sounds like a putz, but I don't think he actually is. He just doesn't exactly have a talent for public speaking. But you know, he's not a dumb guy like his father. He had been learning from his father for a while, you know, his entire life, and had been accompanying him on trips all around the world and meeting with people like Hillary Clinton from a very young age. And there's actually a funny anecdote I found when researching for the book. In the early 2000s, his father called him the apprentice and was actually referencing Donald Trump's TV show at the time. And, you know, obviously could never have imagined that 20 years later he would be the one going after them. But, you know, so it was in June 2023 that Alex Soros took over the OSF. And I remember when it happened because I had just predicted on a show 10 minutes prior that he would take over. And it was like the first time one of my predictions ever really panned out. But in researching for the book, I found that it seems like he really took over European operations of the Open Society Foundation as early as 2015. So a lot of the activities there, and really the past decade, were Alex. Alex took over the board of the Open Society Foundations in December of 2022 and probably had outsized influence before then. So he already was running the show to a very large extent, but even George is still maintaining some political control. And we know that he's still meddling because he still runs his hedge fund and had been making headlines ahead of the 2024 election, where the Biden FCC fast-tracked his purchase of a number of radio stations ahead of the election at a rate that our current FCC chair says was unprecedented and also is going to be looked into. So he is still manipulating, he is still has influence behind the scenes, probably both with the Open Society Foundation, even though Alex is running it, but even through his hedge fund, he's still pulling the strings politically.
Well, now he's in the gun sights of the Treasury Department, IRS, and so we're going to see a lot of action, I know, as they try to bob and weave. But Scott Bessent's on the program. When does the book come out? Can we get the cover and put up? Where do people pre-order the book? This is another one we want to drive, like Navarro's and Eric Trump's. We need, as a movement, to drive this to top of the New York Times bestseller list. Palumbo's done the original book on Soros, I think it's the best bio, investigative bio. Now he's come out with The Apprentice, which is the kid, and that kid's got a lot of stroke with the amount of money they've got and the connections they have in the radical left, and they're financing a lot of it. This guy is quite dangerous. So where do you go for the book, Palumbo?
So it's, I guess they always say wherever books are sold, but Amazon's probably 99% of that at this point. It's out October 28th. And with the last book, I sold, I think the first week, 3 or 4 times as many as you need to be in the New York Times bestseller list. And they actually snubbed it. So they took note. They don't like what I have to say, but I guess it's worth another shot this time.
No, we got to make it too big to rig. The same thing happened to Navarro this time. That's what they do because they don't want the book to get momentum. What's your social media, brother? What's your coordinates?
Twitter is Matt Palumbo 12. It's the best Twitter account that gets no engagement, and obviously the header I need to update. The book's actually got bumped up when it's going to come out. So October 28th, not December 9th.
Okay, go there now, and let's pre-order. Thank you, sir. I'm glad they're moving up the date. People want to get to this now.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
So great. Just because Scott Bessent is getting their minds right over the IRS about going after the enemies of the American people like the Soroses and all Tides Foundation, all these guys, Arabella, they've been funding this radical left, the radical takeover of the United States of America, and Antifa and all these terrorist organizations, the violent extremists of the left. Don't think for a second they're not going to go looking for their money. Remember, we got a $2 trillion deficit, and Scott Bessent, the guys, particularly the IRS, are looking for it. If you got an IRS problem, Tax Network USA, 800-958-1000. They've solved $1 billion worth of tax problems. Trust me, your tale of woe, they've heard before. What you can't do if you fail to file, if you haven't filed for years, if you got a letter from the IRS, just don't think putting it in the drawer is going to make it go away. It's metastasizing with penalties and interest every day. Take care of this problem today. Talk to the experts. Tax Network USA, TNUSA.com, or 800-958-1000. Tell them Bannon sent you. You'll get a free consultation. Remember, they've heard it all before and solved it all before. Short break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief, and she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life, and it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the humorous ways, and it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality of film and TV that gets created. Head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and
favorite part of the show, money, power, politics. And right now, one of the biggest financial issues for millions of Americans, doesn't matter who they vote for, is soaring electric bills that seem to have no limit. According to the Washington Post, average bills have jumped over 10% since last year in more than a dozen states, with some seeing increases beyond 20%. And more rate hikes have already been announced. Many Americans are blaming their lawmakers, saying they should do something. And those very lawmakers have turned around and placed the blame on data centers that support tech companies' AI projects. But it might not be that simple. How this has become a political and economic issue for people in places like Virginia and New Jersey that are about to elect new governors.
It hasn't become an enormous issue in the race for governor, and it's bubbled up from the grassroots, from the local level. The first place I found somebody lose an election over their support for data centers was Prince William County, Virginia, and I covered a couple races in that county last week. Republicans and Democrats agreed to elect them. They'll stop data centers. They don't have buy-in from the Republicans leading the ticket. Same thing in New Jersey. Republicans in both states are taking the position that if you don't like your energy bills, don't worry about the data centers. They create jobs. We should just be source of energy. Democrats are starting to listen to activists who say, what is the benefit of having tax subsidies and the carve-outs for data centers in our communities, dozens in Virginia this year that won permits? Why not slow this down? Why not build these somewhere else? Democrats are starting to listen to this first, but they don't want to be seen as anti-tech or anti-growth. They want to be seen as pro-cheap bills and let's slow this down. Let's make the companies, the biggest companies in the world at the moment who are building these centers, let's make them pay more to the state if they want to build it and they want to cause some hassle to take up some prime land.
President Biden's infrastructure law included money to upgrade grids, but the current administration has already rolled that back. So tech firms are going to have private power, but what about the rest of us?
Mate, I just think the economics goes a little bit differently here. This is basically electricity is the new eggs. What happened with eggs, of course, was we got the bird flu. We didn't have as many eggs as people wanted. And we had to figure out our way out of that. And actually, markets are a remarkably good way of doing this. What happened was prices went up, and when the price of eggs goes up, you know what farmers start to do? They start to get a whole lot more chickens. And we're basically at the first point in that egg shortage right now, which is people are after a lot of electricity, this time for the power grid, this time for AI. What are they going to do? They're using a lot of it. The price goes up. What's the next stage of this game? The next stage is that if it becomes really profitable to generate electricity, people are going to enter the market. And just like egg prices came back down, these electricity prices are going to come back down. So I'm a lot less worried about this than some of the folks who are voting in the elections that Dave's following.
Okay, I want to bring in Dave Walsh. I'm very honored the fact that the War Room has been at the cutting edge of this for the last couple of years. One thing, as Stephanie Rule, we watch her show every night. I think it's a great show, except for that Australian economist, I think is at the University of Michigan. He's always dead wrong on everything. Not kind of wrong, dead wrong. Walsh, they obfuscate this thing. This is a scam built upon a bigger scam. This all gets to the net zero carbon, what the elites is this insane response to a phony climate crisis. Then they went to this, and you see it in Germany. You were so great about warning us about France and Germany, what was happening. You've got this, first off, the problem they got us into with the scam of climate change and, of course, renewables, okay? Now, on top of that, now that the tech oligarchs are here, all of a sudden they don't talk climate change. You got to now ramp it up as quickly as possible. And I will tell you, in Arizona and in Texas, you're starting to see it. Arizona particularly, you've had a grassroots revolt against these data centers, one for the massive electrical usage, which they're looking at the citizens to underwrite, also water. The huge use of water. And I'm telling you, Arizona and Texas, which are not playing in this kind of national conversation like New Jersey is, because I think this could be the thing that shifts the direction and actually win us the governorship, is this issue. But walk us through why this is a scam built on a even bigger scam, sir.
Okay, Steve, there are two issues going on at the same time. The first issue is the massive uplift in electricity prices because of the mass adoption of very costly renewables, very costly part-time renewables. We've already seen 42, 45% rate increases occur here and in places like Texas. Rep. Harrison can affirm this in ERCOT because of the massive adoption of expensive renewables coming into the system that provide very little meaningful baseload electricity, and especially nighttime or early morning electricity. So we have that going on. And that's right now the bigger part of the rate increases is politicians hiding behind, on both sides of the aisle, hiding behind AI, that's caused the rate increases to date. It really hasn't. That's yet to come. That's issue two. But stage one has been 250 million Americans are in regions, ERCOT, MISO, CERC West, CERC East, CERC Florida, who have gone ahead and attempted to swap out their entire electrical system for renewables in the last 8 or 9 years, are in the middle of doing that. And that comes at a huge, huge cost to ratepayers. That's been supported on a bipartisan basis. You got how politicians am I back? The AI issue is a little bit different because what that involves is AI firms taking advantage of public utility systems, allowing them to plug in. You know, let's take a place like where I live. You've got a 12,000 megawatt grid of Duke Energy. If an AI firm comes with 1,000 megawatt need, guess what? The utility needs to build a $2.5 billion gas plant to support that. That cost gets spread over all the ratepayers such that the new user only pays 1/12 of that. That's a problem. Problem B is the rates for them are 50% lower. Here, they're 25% lower. Nationally, they're 50% lower.
Okay, hang on. But I want to go to me, the heart of it. When it was just the consumer and the average schmo, right? The tech oligarchs, because they're all progressive lefties, it was all a climate crisis and you had to have renewables. If it's going to cost more, well, that's what it costs to save the planet, so you're going to pay for it. When it comes to AI and comes to what they need, which is energy and water, hey, they're talking about mini nuclear reactors. They're talking about gas plants. Yeah. They don't care. I don't hear any big thing that we need more wind farms for the AI. They're not prepared to go down something that's not sustainable, right? I mean, you're seeing a total shift, and this is what galls me. The same guys that put in money for these left-wing politicians to basically have a net carbon zero, and that was their big religion. When it comes to their own money and it comes to they now have woken up to the fact that, hey, if we're going to compete with China, we need mass amounts of power. I don't hear any wind farms. I don't hear any solar coming from them. They want real power that's there all the time, sir.
Yeah, that's the nub of the issue. AI, just like cement plants, steel plants, car plants, semiconductor plants, and human beings need baseload 24-hour-a-day electricity supply. renewables don't provide that. Of course, the AI moguls and denizens come out with that right away. They can't get by on part-time energy. Oh, let's let the people continue to try to get by on part-time energy. Let the ratepayers get by on that, but let's have baseload for us. What would make the most sense is if they build their own, instead of plugging in and taking advantage of ratepayers having to build out $2.5 billion, $3 billion gas plants to support them. Incrementally, let them pay for that. And then you've got public policy issues that need to be addressed, such as in Pennsylvania. Google showing up, buying an existing 670 megawatt dam from Brookstone just for the purpose of Brookfield, having to be able to brag about baseload energy that they've purchased. They're robbing that from the public system, from the PJM public system that's already in shortage because of shutting down coal and nuclear plants, attempting to replace them with expensive renewables. They're already in massive shortage in PJM.
Hang on. I want to go to another topic, and I'm going to ask you to probably stay through the break for a couple minutes on the other side. Here's another thing I don't get, because you've got these boards where consumers are supposed to be. You've got the two bedrocks of the MAGA movement, Florida and Texas. And in Florida, all they're doing is building solar all over the place. And in Texas, it's all wind. How did we have two MAGA states with the reddest populations we got and people on the tip of this? How do we have a situation where they're going down the path for the average schmendrick, right, that you're going to have solar, it's expensive as hell, or you're going to have wind? How did that happen?
It happened in this state. This is a regulated state, unlike Rep. Harrison's state is. His state, by the way, going forward, ERCOT plan the next 5 years is entirely solar and battery storage. New capacity additions for ERCOT the next 5 years. A compounded disaster. Florida, worse, with regulated utilities who are heavily donated, heavy donators to PACs, wind up in full control of energy policy for Florida, through the State House, State Senate, and the governor, backing them because they're major donors. They're massive donors. They get their way. They basically control the inputs provided by the Public Service Commission, who was appointed by the governor and approved by the State Senate, all heavily impacted by the donor class of Duke Energy, FPL, and TECO, that go ahead and push forward these plans that are massively beneficial to their bottom line, because the CapEx involved with these plans is 5 times to 6 times more than it would be if they were building basic combined cycle gas-fired power plants. So therefore, they get a rate benefit from that, 11.5% guaranteed return on delta investment. Therefore, the utilities are all for the continuance of solar power for the people. Now, when it talks to AI can't live with that. They need 24-hour a day, really power like the rest of us. They appear to be getting lined up. In North Carolina, for example, the State House supported a notionality that they get to take full advantage of just plugging into the group.
I think he froze again. I'll tell you, take it back. Let's get
their fair share of the new capacity that they need.
Dave, hang on 1 second. I'm going to hold you through the break. Text Network USA, TN USA, make sure. By the way, I actually was right. You know, I saw yesterday where Scott Best and the guys at Treasury had $200 billion positive month in September. Tariffs, all of it. That's how they came under the $2 trillion deficit. I'm not saying it was gun debt because it's Best in these guys. The money's coming at the end of the year. It was a massive year positively. I mean, the biggest month, I think, in history, $200 billion positive. But that's how we missed that $2 trillion. So if you took the under, you now know how you got it. Short break. Back in a moment.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
Real America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, let's get ahead of things. My Patriot Supply's got a special deal just for the War Room Posse, the Winter Prep Bundle. Normally $1,100, now for $697. So you're saving $400 there, and they throw in another $400 of product only for the War Room, the Winter Prep Special. MyPatriotSupply.com, promo code Bannon. Get there, talk to one of the consultants, one of the advisors. They'll walk you through everything. This is the best company in the space. In fact, they created it, of preparing. And I'm going to tell you, you need to get ahead of the curve here, folks. MyPatriotSupply.com, the Winter Prep Bundle just for the War Room Posse. $400 off the normal price, and they throw in another $400 of additional products, which you'll find out about when you go talk to them. Talking about prep, why I don't understand. Texas is the energy capital of the world.
Yeah.
And why do you have all this funky, solar and batteries and wind? What's about, you guys know energy better than anybody.
Yeah.
Why is Texas not powered by what we call American energy?
No, we are blessed beyond measure. We should be dominating the energy market, not just in the United States, but in the whole planet. But here's the problem. It's totally embarrassing that a red state like Texas, and with as much energy reserves as we have under our soil, every time it gets hot or every time it gets cold, people in Texas don't know if we're going to have power. We literally institute California-style rolling blackouts every time it's really hot or really cold. And why is this? That the free market didn't lead to this. It's because supposedly Republican leaders in the state of Texas have been doubling and tripling down for decades on the Green New Deal scam. And we've got these windmills that are just destroying the beautiful landscape of our state. And taxpayers, ratepayers, they're getting hosed on both ends because of these solar farms, these wind farms would never happen under free market forces. The taxpayers are having their money stolen from them, put in all the wind and solar, and then guess what? Whenever we need them the most, it's not there for us, so taxpayers get to pay double by price spikes and price gouging and massive, surcharges every time it's really hot or really cold in the state of Texas.
Well, Walsh, this is what I don't get. You got Florida and Texas have driven the first term of Trump and driven the second term of Trump. How do we have a situation where you still got the Green New scam? Let's be blunt. And it's got to be some deal here with lobbyists, or there's got to be some deal with kickbacks of politicians. There's got to be something going on, because it doesn't make any sense from an economic point of view or an energy point of view. And like I said, the voters in these states are among the most sophisticated and tip of the spear in the MAGA movement. So how did this come about with our two best states?
Can I ask him a question on that?
Yeah, sure.
I want to hear if you can say if it's like this in Florida like it is in Texas. One of the ways our government's doubling down the Green New Deal scam, that's what it is for years the state of Texas has been giving property tax abatements, effectively subsidizing these renewable companies to come in Texas. Mom and pa shops are paying full freight on their property taxes. Texans are being taxed out of their homes, but these big, wind and solar companies come in, and the school districts are like, oh, you don't have to pay property taxes. Are y'all doing similar things like that down in Florida?
Yeah, yes, sir. Rep. Harrison, in May of this year, the State House in Florida passed a bill to allow major users of ag property that are converting it to solar mixed use. If you plant 5 tomato plants on a 680-acre solar farm, guess what? In Florida, you now, as of May, get the ag property exemption for your solar farm. So Florida has just doubled down in May of 2025, in the middle of the Trump administration, has doubled down on its own incentivization of more and more utility-scale solar farms that take 680 acres to generate about 19 megawatts of power. Absolutely obscene use of land. But no, we're all over incentivizing this locally and supporting it, because the utilities in a regulated state here, which you're not, but we're following Texas' lead on this as a regulated state, because those who are regulated are massive political donors. They are essentially in effective control of these policies. Duke Energy, TECO, and Florida Power and Light at the state House level, the state Senate level, the Public Service Commission, who are appointed by the governor, because they're massive donors. They get their way. So and this is good for their P&L. Solar and wind solar here is a massive uplift in capital spending, which has a guaranteed 11.6% state regulated rate of return on capital spending for energy devices by utilities. Therefore, they're in love with this.
Well, and they're going to stick with it. In Texas, we've got appointees of our, Republican governor down here that for years have been charged by the legislature with come with some kind of firming standards, which is if you're going to sell, I know we're not regulated like you are, but if you're going to sell and provide energy to our grid, you at least have to give us some assurances that when we need the power, you're going to be there. Nothing's been happening on that for years down here in Texas. So very similar dynamic, and it's a shame. Red states.
Wrong way. We're not just red states, the two reddest states. Walsh, we got to bounce. I want everybody to go to your Dave Walsh Energy to get all this, because this is, I'm telling you, in New Jersey, this could be the difference. And hey, it sure is the turning of the earth. Florida, Texas, Arizona, you watch. These things are going to be a grassroots revolt against this crap. And it's going to be highlighted by these data centers. And the data center is not just going to take massive amounts of energy, and somebody's got to figure out where it's going to come from. The water situation in West Texas and in Arizona are going to be a huge issue about all of this. You've already started to see a populist revolt against it. Yeah. Walsh, where do people go?
But Rep. Harrison's exactly right. Texas has built only 2 baseload power plants in the last 12 years. They're called Colorado Bend and Wolf Hollow. Florida, since 2021, has built none, only solar. So I'm reachable. Getter, True Social X at Dave Walsh Energy.
This is insane. Okay, Dave, thank you. You've been the tip of the spear here. Folks, this is, Florida, and they're the 2 foundational stanchions of the MAGA movement, right? And it's obscene what's happening in 2 states and into the great folks there. We got Mike Lindell. Mike Lindell, your reporter's on fire. You got Nancy Pelosi on the run up on Capitol Hill at Lindell TV. You guys are killing this. I need you here today to sell me a pillow and a pair of sheets. Sir.
Yeah, it was a great day yesterday, everybody, and we're going to keep running the same special, you guys, for you. Just an exclusive for the War Room Posse. We got that 3-in-1 special. It's actually a 4-in-1 special. We've got the Giza Dream Sheets. They're still $29.88. Any size, the Percale sheets, $29.88, any size, any color. And then we have the slippers. You see the slippers there, $39.98. Once they're gone, They're gone. They all came in. You guys get your size while they're still there. That's a War Room exclusive. The My Pillow Premium's the lowest price in history. Remember, we've sold over 85 million My Pillows. Get yours today, $17.98 for the Queen, $19.98 for the King. And then you have all the My Towels that actually absorb, $39.98. But you guys, the big thing, go to mypillow.com/War Room. And this is the part we're adding in. No matter what you buy, it ships for free today. We've added free shipping. No matter how much you spend, you're getting free shipping on your whole order, in small or large, doesn't matter. So get those mattresses, your mattress toppers, come right to your door, free shipping, easy to set up, and it's the best mattresses, the best sleep ever. And you guys get the we've got by the way, the robes just came in. You guys, those are on sale. The bathrobes, all these new products came in this week. Over 250 products we have. And you guys call it that 800 number, 800-873-1062. You get a USA operator, one of our good reps that love hearing from the War Room Posse, using that promo code War Room. And make sure you tell them, hey, I'm taking advantage of the free shipping today on anything you order. And you guys, we're going to add one more, mystore.com. Don't forget about that. That's going to free ship today too with with War Room, with the War Room promo code. Steve, we're breaking records over at My Pillow. We're there. Those Lindell TV seems to be helping out My Pillow and vice versa.
Oh, Lindell TV is amazing. I want to ask a question. A judge found you guilty, and I don't know how they do this. Before you go to trial, a judge found you guilty of, I don't know, talking smack about Smartmatic. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did Smartmatic get indicted in the Philippines yesterday for money laundering, for bribing politicians? I mean, is that? I just want to make sure, because hey, I'm not a machine guy, Smartmatic, but hold it. Did Smartmatic get indicted in the Philippines for all these horrible crimes?
Yes, they did, Steve. And on my investigations all the way back in January of 21, I've known all this, and I've tried to get it out to the public and the world for 4.5 years now. The Smartmatic, they go all the way back with corruption. But yes, they got indicted yesterday. And you would think that this judge would say, gee, Mike, anybody would say the same thing you did when this judge ruled that I'm guilty of defamation. And My Pillow is also guilty by association. You can't make this up.
How can you defame, which looks like a criminal operation? It looks like when you read what they did in the Philippines, I assume this is going to happen in other countries. They look like a criminal organization. How can you defame a criminal organization, sir?
Yeah, you can't. I mean, it's not only that, Steve, you're questioning these machine companies are government private contractors. If I can't use my free speech to question them and say, which our own government should be looking inside and finding out the companies they're dealing with, that's another shameful thing that's going on in our country, but you can't. So this judge that ruled in Minneapolis last week that My Pillow and Mike Lindell defamed this corrupt company, I'm sorry. You got to ask, Judge, where'd you come up with this? Where did you come up with this?
Just get him a copy of the indictment in the Philippines. Say, bro, this defames him more than anything I've ever said, right?
And Steve, it's very dangerous too, everybody. If I don't appeal this, no matter what Smartmatic's done out there and what's in the news now, if I don't appeal this, the ramifications, this will set a precedent that none of us will ever be able to use our free speech to question a government private contractor again. They're going to always point back to this. So we are going to appeal, and of course we're going to win. I mean, it goes to the 8th Circuit, which overturned the other one. But
you see,
Steve,
folks,
you can't make this stuff up.
This shows you what President Trump and his team are dealing with, because you got these frontline district federal judges that are out of control. I mean, they're more radical. MyPillow.com, promo code War Room, the most powerful promo code in the business. Mike Lindell, God bless you. See you this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you, Steve.
Guys are indicted on all this money laundering and bribing politicians and stealing from the people of the Philippines, and yet, poor Mike Lindell the judge already found him guilty. No trial. The guilty of defamation. We're just here to see how much. I got a minute and a half. You're going to stick around through the next block. Harnwell's going to join us. I think I've come to a revelation. Except for the life topic, which is great here in Texas, in a big fight.
Yeah.
The rest of the politicians, the real deal, it's a purple state. I may actually say a blue state, right? The way it's the government,
not the people.
Not the people. The people are the hardest core MAGA we got. This is what drives me crazy. You got what's going on in Florida, and DeSantis is great on so many things, but there's something not right with this, this green new scam where the president says it's over. And of course, by the way, we're buying all the component parts for the windmills and for the batteries from China, right? Might add to that. But besides life, which Texas is great on, the rest of the government's kind of a blue government, is not?
No, we have a lot of people, like I said earlier, they know they can't get elected as the Democrats, which is what they actually are. So they put the word Republican by themselves and they vote for life. And that's good. We need to be a pro-life state, and we are. But that doesn't mean you can go be a Marxist, leftist, socialist Democrat on every other issue. And on this water and the AI data center thing, I mean, we got the state of Texas right now. It's a ballot proposition. They're trying to take over the state government, trying to take over the water supply. And when I asked them why the state needs to take this over, I was told we got to get the water to these AI and tech data centers. So the Texas taxpayers are going to be the ones footing the bill for this.
This is just not the rivers, folks. These are aquifers. And that's what keeps Texas and Arizona going, as these aquifers. You let those tech oligarchs get their hands on that, forget it, right?
It's going to be one thing, too, if they were paying for it. But the Texas government's going to make my constituents and 30 million Texans foot the bill.
We're going to do a short commercial break. Back in the war room in a moment. Harrison's going to be here. We got Ben Harnwell to talk about Zelensky's 1 o'clock meeting with the president.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, Today at 5, we're shifting out Harrison, right? And we're going to have Wamsgan in, and we got a huge rally tomorrow, correct?
Yes.
And both of you guys are going to be back tomorrow morning. You're going to take an hour, you're going to take an hour. We got this whole set. What can we look for in the 5 o'clock hour?
Well, it's going to be exciting. Let's talk about faith, family, and freedom. Let's talk about some Texas politics and speaking truth to power.
What we have to do is talk about how we have the most religious, most faithful, hardest core MAGA in the country that is supporting President Trump's presidency and getting back in office, yet the government in Texas is a blue government. I don't understand. And they're coming after you specifically because they don't want to. They made a mistake not getting Harrison, and they said, hey, we can't let her in here, right? I mean,
absolutely. In my 30 years of politics, I have never seen a candidate with not over 93% of their contributions from special interests that are out of state. This is a first. This well, is first for me.
They dropped it after 2 weeks after they saw that you announced. All of a sudden, they came up with this candidate, right?
Yes.
That was a totally random event. Now you've scared the hell out of. It's the Glenn story of it all, but you've scared the hell out of the establishment here already.
Well, they know that I'm an independent thinker. They know that I'm not a go along to get along person, and they don't want that in Austin. And we need that in Austin.
Oh, my God.
Badly.
After going today. Okay, we got Zelensky's in the Oval Office with the president, 1 o'clock. Our own Ben Harnwell live from Rome. Ben, we're hearing from everybody. If we agree to offensive weapons to the Tomahawk missile, Putin said, hey, I'm sending 2 million new troops, and we're going to get it on. Although the president of the United States has said, I've got Marco going to go negotiate with a team, and I'm setting up to go to Hungary with Viktor Orban and meet with President Putin to sort this thing out. What do you got for us?
Morning, Steve. Morning, Brian. Morning, Lee. Well, we thought we'd pretty much wrap this up yesterday in 24 hours. How much has changed? The big news, Steve, is that President Trump had a very short notice 2-hour phone call last night with President Putin at President Putin's request. That, I think, is the background to the Hungary meeting. Forecast hasn't been set yet, the date. It'll be about 2 weeks' time. Next week, as you indicate, Marco Rubio is going to sit down with Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, to try and prepare the ground for that meetings of the two heads of state. The timing is incredibly important here, Steve. It's obviously an attempt to take the wind somewhat out of the sails of President Zelensky, who very shortly indeed is going to be sitting down with President Trump at the White House. On the Tomahawks missiles front, and we said earlier on in the week to start praying novenas ahead of that. President Trump said after his phone call yesterday with Putin, astonishing, folks, this is pure MAGA, pure America first. He said last night, we can't, talking about the US stockpiles, we can't deplete our country. That, I think, is going to be a significant obstacle to President Zelensky's objective. He has one objective in this meeting with President Trump today, and that is to get his hands on these Tomahawks, as we said yesterday on the show, not so much because of the damage these Tomahawks can do in Russia, but to use that as a pretext for the United States to be dragged into this war, because that is Zelensky's only hope now of winning this war of attrition, which he cannot win in any other means.
Ben, what's your social media? Great analysis. You're going to be back at 6 with the perspective of all this. Where do people go in the interim?
Thanks, Steve. My social media platform of choice, Getter. Simply tap in my surname, Harnwell, and I've got several updates there of precisely what we're talking about right now.
Beady-eyed cynic that you are. I want everybody to go. We'll see you. We'll see you at 6 o'clock tonight. Thanks, Ben.
Thanks, Steve. God bless.
We're followed, as we have been for the last 4 years, by the Charlie Kirk Show. Poso and Human Events Daily is after that. You got Steve Gruber, Eric Bowling. Then we're back here at 5 o'clock with my co-host, Lee Wants. By the way, you've got the Charlie Kirk Freedom shirt on. We'll talk a lot about Charlie today, the impact he had down here in Texas and grassroots. I just want to leave you guys with one thing. There's not a better grassroots, because we had this meeting here a couple of months ago where you guys decided that, hey, we're going to force the political establishment in Austin to deal with this redistricting issue. Yep. And you guys got 5 seats in the grassroots, and it was a Herculean effort against amazing opposition. So much that
Posse was a huge part of it.
No. And these guys love it. And by the way, inspired DeGrasse and those guys up on Capitol Hill said, hey, if we can do Texas, and DeGrasse has got a gross amount of 21 that could go, not even counting what happened in Louisiana the other day. This is how important the redistricting is. But the key is that you guys took it on when it was absolutely dead and not going to happen in a special session and moved heaven and earth. That's the power of the grassroots here, and it's unacceptable that you've got the foundational element base of the MAGA movement that has brought President Trump on their shoulders back to a amazing second term. He's done more than any president in history in the first 250 days. And this state is out of control because of the political class of establishment Republicans and radical Democrats have turned this in politically into a blue state. And I think that's one of the things we're down here for. This can't happen. Well, first of all, we're not going to have a country. As Texas goes, so goes the nation. And as the nation goes, so goes the world. So that's why I'm so proud to be down here. And kind of was really the memory and what Charlie Kirk tried to accomplish. And you see it in the grassroots people down here. But we got a hell of a fight. And I think it's epitomized by you. As soon as Lee announced him, for years I've been saying to Glenn everything, she's so spectacular and so self-effacing, humble. We got to get her into elective office because she could be a game changer like Harrison. As soon as she announced 2 weeks later, they've got an establishment guy with all the lobbyist money because they understand you're a threat to the system.
That's right. And, I've been speaking truth to power for decades. And it's really not that hard. It's just do the right thing. The government seems to have a problem with that.
No, it's all about making money.
And we're in a battle for the future of Western civilization, but the Texas government is forcing taxpayers to fund everything Charlie Kirk opposed.
Lee will be back here at 5 with my co-host, Lee and Brian, tomorrow morning, and then we're going to have a huge rally for Lee late in the afternoon. Just go to warroom.org. Grace and Mo are going to push it out hard. We're going to leave you with the right stuff, and you know why? If any state in this union's got the right stuff, it's the great state of Texas. And now we've got to take the grassroots and the MAGA movement and convert it into a political class here that runs the state for the people, not for themselves and the vested special interests. We'll see you back here. Charlie Kirk's show is next. We're back here at 5 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. We'll see you back here in the War Room.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate.
The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
Mamdani is actually up. He's up to 49%. Then you got Cuomo at 31%, so a 15-point advantage back in September on the average. Now it is 18 points. The bottom line is this. Andrew Cuomo needs something very big to change at this particular point, because if something doesn't change over the final 2.5 weeks of this campaign, this race is pretty much over.
Candidate in the Democratic primary for him to set foot in a mosque. He had more than 10 years, and he couldn't name a single mosque at the last debate we had that he visited. And what Muslims want in this city is what every community wants and deserves. They want equality and they want respect. And it took me to get you to even see those Muslims as part of this city. And that, frankly, is something that is shameful and is why so many New Yorkers have lost faith in this politics.
Yeah, except, that's totally false. I've worked with the Muslim community for many years.
Name a single mosque you went to when you were the governor. Can you name a single mosque you went to in 10 years?
Before you were ever here.
Before I was here.
There are a lot of New Yorkers who support me. And there are a lot of Jewish New Yorkers who support me because they think you're anti-Semitic. So it's not about Trump or Republican. It's about you. Do you think he's anti-Semitic? I don't make those judgments about people. Are you a racist? Are you an anti-Semite? I know there are many Jewish people who believe he is anti-Semitic.
For Andrew Cuomo, because what he is willing to say, even though not on this stage, is to call me, the first Muslim on the precipice of leading this city, a terrorist sympathizer, is to send mailers that artificially lengthen my beard, is to say to New Yorkers that they should be fearful. What I will do is deliver for all.
Melissa has a specific question for you.
No kings. A declaration of independence against the tyranny, against lawlessness in the context that there was no rule of law. It was the rule of king. And I think increasingly people are waking up to the rule of law in this country. And I hope it's dawning on people how precious this moment is and what's at stake. And so I hope people put a stake in the ground, take the opportunity and time to participate this weekend.
There's a thought out there that they're at least waiting to this crazy No Kings rally this weekend, which is going to be the farthest left, the hardest core, the most unhinged in the Democratic Party, which is, a big title.
The contrast of Chuck Schumer throwing a temper tantrum here at home just to appease the most radical elements of his base, so that on the 18th, when they have the Hate America rally that everybody knows is coming, and that everybody knows Chuck Schumer needs to deliver a shutdown government to them to appease them. Well, how about you think about us?
John Bolton was charged with 18 federal counts. The first 8 counts are transmission of national defense information. The second set of 9 counts, that's counts 9 through 18, is retention of national defense information. And that looks like it's U.S. Code Title 19, Section 793D and E, which is part of the Espionage Act. Now, there was another statute that they were considering, and it looks like they've only charged him with those Espionage Acts.
He has committed very serious crimes. This is a devastating indictment. This really is a rifle shot, and I think it should be the end of Donald Trump's political career.
It's about John Bolton's use of an email account with AOL, an email account where he was writing diary-like notes and summaries of his time as National Security Advisor to himself, at times even sending them to his wife and daughter.
Black people, brown people of all stripes, whether you're an Indian American or a Mexican American or whoever you are, go out in your place where you live and get a gun legally, get a license to carry legally. Because when you have people knocking on your door and taking you away without due process as a citizen, isn't that what the Second Amendment was written for? Go back and read what the Second Amendment says.
People are calling this protest the No King's Day because Trump thinks he's a fucking king. And, he's not. He's barely a president. In fact, guess what? I'm going to say something that's going to get me in trouble. I don't think he won in a free and fair election. You heard me.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
All right, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. Back in the studio. My name's Andrew Colvett. I'm the executive producer of this fine show. I'm joined by Mikey McCoy, who's going to be my co-pilot today.
It's an honor. To be next to the great Andrew Colvett.
Well, no, I was about to say the same about you. You got this clip that's going viral. I think we need to get it loaded up. It was too funny.
Yeah, I don't know.
We'll get to it. If you guys missed out, thought crime. I had to fly back to Phoenix last night from our nation's capital, the Imperial capital, and I had to fly back. So you guys took the second part of the show after the debate. I watched it actually on the plane. I had really good Wi-Fi. Thank you, American. So I had really good. So I watched it, and then I watched your guys' analysis, and I thought you did a great job. And your particular segment was fantastic. So at one point, Mikey goes, the moderators really missed a moment. They should have brought out a Chipotle bowl. Yeah,
and held it up and said, "Mr. Mamdani, how do you eat this? With a fork or your hands?" It was a missed moment.
It was a missed moment. You did a good impression of everybody as well, so we should get that going. But anyways, lots of news happening today. Zelensky is he's going to be in Washington at 1 p.m. The president is going to greet him 1 p.m. Eastern at the White House, and then they're going to have a bilateral meeting. All of this, of course, comes after President Trump said that there was a very productive call with Vladimir Putin yesterday. There's a trust issue there. Certainly, President Trump signaled that there might be a trust issue, and we're going to see what happens. So in the 1 o'clock hour, we're going to get into that. Now, on the backdrop of all of this, yeah, there you go. You got Zelensky and Trump. That's going to happen. Sorry for those on radio. We just finally got the B-roll up. Thanks, studio. Appreciate it. So Zelensky and Trump going to meet. We're going to see that in the 1 p.m. hour. The backdrop upon all of that, Mr. Mikey McCoy, is the fact that the government is still shut down.
Yep.
And it's the first time I've ever seen John Thune upset from the floor of the Senate because he's offering them proposal after proposal after proposal. And they basically keep saying, no, 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 no. The Democrats want the shutdown because this weekend is going to be the No Kings protests. We'll call them protests, mostly peaceful.
Yeah.
And I was showing Mikey in the break things I wanted to play on the air, but there was just too many swear words, and the poor studio was going to have to dump every other second because I guarantee we wouldn't be able to bleep out that many swear words. But there are people all over TikTok and Instagram basically saying there's going to be potentially violence at these No Kings rallies, and even Ana Navarro is suggesting there's going to be paid instigators here, right? And a lot of this is going to be anti-fascists, Antifa, folks that align with them, maybe that wear black bloc on the weekends. That's the thing people need to understand. This is an ideological movement. It is a societal cancer and a parasite on civilized society. Why? Because Antifa, anti-fascists, have rejected the bedrock of a constitutional republic, which we have here in the United States, which is open debate, open dialogue, which is what Charlie believed in, which is what Charlie advocated for, peaceful, open debate. You get to win with your ideas. You don't get to win with guns and fists. We are all sharing this country together, after all. But this is what Ana Navarro said. Now, I think she is inferring that this is going to be right-wing instigators, Mikey McCoy. But what we saw on TikTok this morning is a bunch of leftists ready for a fight. They want to fight ICE. They hope that people get in their face. They're ready to let's say, take it to the next level.
Time and again, it always is the left that are the instigators of violence. The ones on the right are oftentimes not those ones. They'll show up with a microphone, they'll interview you in the street, but then they'll get punched in the face for asking you a question on camera. And that's what we see with a lot of right-wing influencers that are out there, independent journalists. But it's a value of the left to have violence, but also to have violence when you're in the streets protesting, because it's the destruction of reality and truth, but then it's also the destruction of society. And so they're breaking down windows and they're breaking down businesses and they're burning things in the street. This just isn't something you see on the right. It's just a value of the left.
Yeah, you saw this with after Charlie was assassinated. We didn't burn, we didn't riot, we prayed. Yes. We held vigils. Our side is wired much differently. And actually, we talked about this with Gad Saad yesterday, which I thought was really important. We had Gad Saad, full hour interview. Jack was in studio with me out of D.C. It was a really fascinating conversation. But what he talked about is the difference between progressives and conservatives, mainly that conservatives want to conserve something they love. Yes. Therefore, just at the very base level, we are grateful for the things that we have. We want to conserve beauty, truth, goodness, these eternal truths that we get from our faith, from God, and that are enshrined in our Constitution. We are grateful for them. So that's why we smile. That's why we're happy. Even, like I said, we've seen some of the comments like, you guys aren't grieving enough, you're not sad enough. And it's like, first of all, go pound sand, go touch grass, get a life. Second of all, we do not grieve the way the world grieves because we are anchored by our faith, and we know that God has a plan even when we don't understand it, even when it breaks our heart. But when you compare that to a progressive mindset, they are by nature displeased with the current status quo. They want to progress past it, and therefore they're upset about the current status quo. They're angry, and so that is the difference at a very fundamental level. Why you ask why are these progressives all look sullen and downcast, and conservatives are happy and we're dancing and we love our country.
Yeah, they have nothing to value in life, and the progressive seeks to change, but they don't seek to change in the right way or in the right direction. They seek to destroy so that they can rebuild. It's like the French Revolution.
Well, they seek to destroy and rule over the ashes. Whether or not they could rebuild anything that civilized humans have created, namely our founders and those who've gone before us, great generations of Americans before us, is certainly an open question. I tend to think they can't. I want to play this clip from Ana Navarro, 361, talking about paid instigators.
You know that there's going to be paid instigators that show up, and you can be that secure that that's going to be there. I was at the No Kings rally in June in Miami, and I tell you that it lifted my spirits. It was inspiring. I saw all sorts of freedom-loving Americans, all ages, all nationalities, all creeds. It was just the most uplifting thing at a time when so many of us feel down because we see the threats against democracy.
Mikey, you have some thoughts?
Every time I hear her, I just kind of crack up a little bit because it's just so silly. Like every stance she's at, we have the paid protesters in the streets, and we need to have and it's just. Okay, so you're admitting that these are like Soros-funded protesters that are in the streets, and you know that they're paid, and you know that they're organized through like a left-wing organization because all of their signs are perfectly painted. President Trump talked about this in his speech. Perfectly painted. They all say the same thing. They're all really nice, and these are people that live in their mom's basement, and so they don't have the resources to make a sign that nice, and they're all coming in to these streets. They're protesting. A lot of them are paid. And the ones that aren't paid are the super radical ones that are going and destroying businesses and people's livelihoods. And we're going to talk about this later with Mamdani, but this is what the left is, and this is the direction that they're headed as a group of people to just break down society. It's very Nietzsche. It's the reevaluation of values. It's the destruction of society. It's the changing of man's values, which is funny because Nietzsche talked about that. How about man has his own values? That in and of itself is a value.
Yeah. Well, I sort of reject the premise because we were all made in the image of likeness of God, and therefore God is the author, and God should be the one that sort of instructs us on our values. But here's one. We are bracing for impact. So again, government shut down. The Democrats do not want to make a deal before this No Kings weekend, right? So they're working in tandem right now. And so you hear people like Scott Bessent or Sean Duffy, they're sounding the alarm bell here. 354, Scott Bessent.
The thought out there that they're at least waiting to this crazy No Kings rally this weekend, which is going to be the farthest left, the hardest core, the most unhinged in the Democratic Party, which is, a big title.
Yeah. So, for him to be saying that, Scott Bessent is not a bomb thrower either. And and by the way, they are investigating the Antifa network, the financing network of all of this. So he's seeing from a different vantage point just how radical these groups are going to be. I want to tell you guys about Alan Jackson, the podcast. Actually was texting with Pastor Alan, and he's just such a great guy. So we're honored to be partnering with Alan Jackson Ministries. And today I want to point you to their podcast. It's called Culture and Christianity, the Alan Jackson Podcast. What makes this podcast really special and unique is they present biblical values that apply to actual issues you are facing or that you see in the news, such as gender confusion, abortion, immigration, Doge, Trump, the White House, No King's March. I'm sure they're going to hit on that. Issues in the church. He doesn't just discuss the problems, though. He tells you how you can be a part of the solution by applying biblical values. So, again, that's the Culture and Christianity podcast by Pastor Alan Jackson. Alan Jackson Ministries is working hard to bring biblical truth back into our culture. You can find out more with Pastor Alan Jackson and the ministry at alanjackson.com, alanjackson.com/Charlie. All right, we'll be right back with Mikey McCoy in the house. Very excited about that. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. you're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/Rav and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or movie on Angel's platform. And you'll also get exclusive behind-the-scenes access leading up to the premiere. So go to angel.com/Rav today to get that access, follow the journey of young Washington, and help make this the #1 movie of 2026.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
From the campus to the car, the bullhorn to the microphone, it's the Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I want to tell you about Y-Refi. I mentioned that I saw these guys, the Y-Refi folks in D.C. It meant a lot to me that they made the trip and that they were at the medal ceremony. That's the kind of people that they are over at Y-Refi. Private student loan debt in the U.S. totals about $300 billion. $45 billion of that is labeled as distress. So if that's you and you find yourself in this position where nobody else can help you and you feel like your credit's terrible and the situation just got out of hand, they can help you. Please do not give in to despair. Contact the good folks at Y-Refi. They provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They are not a debt resettlement company, so you're not going to call some faceless call center. They will actually work with you and tailor a solution and a payment plan that you can survive with, that you can make your monthly bills with and still pay off this debt. So if you go to yrefi.com, you can read testimonials from other people who have been where you are and how they've escaped. Do you have a co-borrower? You can get mom and dad off that loan. If you're the mom and dad, get yourself off that loan. So go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com, or call 888-YREFI34, 888-YREFI34, or yrefi.com. May not be available in all 50 states. We're going to welcome back radio in just 1 second.
I thought this was the most New York debate ever, because you have these two New Yorkers on stage arguing on who loves the Jews more. And then you have Mom Donnie saying the craziest stuff on stage. And you have... You got Mom Donnie saying, we need rent control buildings and we need to fix everything. And then you got Sliwa going up there, and every other sentence he's going, you know, in my day when we had the guardian angels, we would patrol the streets and keep it clean. And then Cuomo doesn't really know what's going on, somehow ties it all back to protecting the Jewish community, which is great. You know, that's a big community in New York. But I did think it was very New York. And then on top of that, you have the two DEI sign language hires who have the green sheep behind them. And I think that they automatically thought that maybe a set would pop up if they put a green sheep behind them. But I thought it was good. I thought the moderator did well. I thought maybe the moderator could have started by holding up a Chipotle bowl and saying, Mr. Mamdani, how do you eat this, with your hands or a fork? I thought that we really missed out on that one. But other than that, I thought it was a pretty good debate.
Oh, my goodness. Well done, Mikey. Well done. You are just full of surprises. So in spite of this, I just had to play it because it was so funny. I was rolling this morning because I missed that part of it. I don't know if my internet messed up on because at some point, like, it stopped working on the plane. Anyways, but the point is, Mamdani's getting stronger.
Yes.
So it's now an open question whether if Sliwa drops out of the race, if you combine Sliwa's 17%, it's 15%, and Cuomo's 31%, it's a question of whether or not they can even overtake Mamdani, who's now at 49%. Let's go ahead and play cut 357.
Mamdani is actually up. He's up to 49%. Then you got Cuomo at 31%, so a 15-point advantage back in September on the average. Now it is 18 points. The bottom line is this. Andrew Cuomo needs something very big to change at this particular point, because if something doesn't change over the final 2.5 weeks of this campaign, this race is pretty much over.
So I'm going to play that and then this clip. So Mamdani's growing in strength. I want everybody to brace for impact. We do not want a communist running New York. I think it's going to lead to carnage. Cops are going to flee the city, and he's not going to prosecute a lot of petty and mid-level crimes, which is a reversal of Giuliani's broken window strategy where he would clean up graffiti and things like that, because it leads to people thinking that people care about their community and that therefore they shouldn't do more crime. That's kind of the psychology of that. So Mamdani's going to reverse that. You're going to see a rise in crime, rise in carnage. I think it's terrible. But then this mosque question came up, and I instantly thought of Charlie when this came up. Let's go ahead and play cut 332.
Candidate in the Democratic primary for him to set foot in a mosque. He had more than 10 years, and he couldn't name a single mosque at the last debate we had that he visited. And what Muslims want in this city is what every community wants and deserves. They want equality and they want respect. And it took me to get you to even see those Muslims as part of this city. And that, frankly, is something that is shameful and is why so many New Yorkers have lost faith in this politics.
Yeah, except, that is totally false. I worked with the Muslim community for many years.
Name a single mosque you went to when you were the governor. Can you name a single mosque you went to in 10 years?
You were ever here. They were
before I was here.
I actually loved Cuomo's, like, listen, buddy, bucko, like, young kid. He's like, I've known more Muslims, like, since before you were born, kind of thing. But, like, the point that bothers me is that in 2025, we're now at a situation where American mayors have to kiss the ring of Islam in order to get elected.
Yeah, it's scary to see. Charlie warned about this all the time, but it's scary to see how far we've actually fallen. That in 2025, in America's largest city, the debate question is, how many mosques have you visited? And Charlie would warn about this all the time, that this is inevitably coming, and it came way faster than we thought it would. And so with this trajectory that we are headed on, what's going to be next in 5-10 years from now? Having conversations on how good of a job you're doing implementing Sharia law in your city?
Yeah, well, check this out. Charlie had this tweet. I just sent it to the chat. Sorry, guys, a little last minute, but throw it up when you can. He posted this in June 25th. It's not Islamophobia to notice that a man who wants to globalize the Intifada is about to run America's largest and once greatest city. It's not Islamophobia to notice that Muslims want to import values into the West that seek to destabilize our civilization. It's cultural suicide to stay silent. Totally agree. And this is why on this show, we're going to boldly talk about the rise of Islam, the specter of Islam, and warn about it. And, I think Mamdani has done a fairly, I would say, calculated job of staying away from his Muslim faith. But in that moment, mask off, he went straight for it.
It's not just mayors in America kissing the ring. This is a global problem, and it's coming to America faster than we realize. But at the Vatican, they have prayer rooms for Muslims now.
I saw that story.
This is a growing threat, the likes of which we don't even understand.
Yeah,
we've never seen this.
Absolutely. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to have Mike Davis on to talk about John Bolton. He's been busted mishandling classified information. Don't go anywhere.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shop. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
To this Real America's Voice news break, I'm Terrence Bates. Former Trump National Security Advisor turned Trump critic John Bolton answers to a judge on charges of storing top-secret records at his home. The former ambassador was whisked into a Maryland federal courtroom earlier this morning for his first court appearance after being indicted on Thursday. You may remember the FBI carried out a search warrant at Bolton's home in Maryland back in August. The 16 or 18 count indictment, alleges that an Iranian-backed hacker group hacked into Bolton's email account, exposing classified and other sensitive material. Bolton calls the charges against him part of an intense effort by President Trump to intimidate his opponents. Quote, "Now I have become the latest target in weaponizing the Justice Department to charge those he deems to be his enemies with charges that were declined before or distort the facts." President Trump's response? Here it is.
I think he's, a bad person. I think he's a bad guy. Yeah, he's a bad guy. It's too bad, but that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes, right?
Bolton faces 8 counts of transmission of national defense information and 10 counts of retention of national defense information as well. President Trump will try to take the next step in ending another war today when he hosts Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the White House. You're looking at a live picture as Zelensky is expected to arrive here in short order. Today's in-person talks come just one day after President Trump had a lengthy phone conversation with Russian President Vladimir Putin. At issue is a long-awaited ceasefire and peace agreement between the two sides. While there have reportedly been agreements to various terms leading to a ceasefire, neither Russia nor Ukraine has been able to take the most critical step and stop the fighting. President Trump has recently shown the willingness to sell Ukraine long-range Tomahawk cruise missiles that could reach deep into Russia. It's something that Zelensky will likely ask for during today's meeting. However, after talking with Vladimir Putin on Thursday, the president saying, quote, "We need the Tomahawks for the United States of America as well." That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
Stops here. The Charlie Kirk Show.
History, economics, the great works of literature. Did you study these things in school? Probably not, unfortunately, with our school systems. But even if you did, it's probably time for a refresher course. Hillsdale College is offering more than 40 free online courses, including their newest course on totalitarian novels. That's right. In this free 8-lecture course, you'll learn from Hillsdale College president, the one, the only, the legend, Dr. Larry Arnn, one of Charlie's favorite people, by the way, Dr. Larry Arnn.
He's the best.
As he goes in depth on 4 novels, 1984, Brave New World, Darkness at Noon, and That Hideous Strength. Even though these novels were written in the 1930s and 40s with these No Kings rallies, you can tell they're more important than ever, and they show how human nature can be corrupted and twisted into tyrannical impulses. So more importantly, they show us that faith, family, and friends and this country are worth fighting for. Maybe you read these books long ago. Maybe you've heard others talk about them and they seem a little intimidating. Don't let that stop you. Let Hillsdale College help you make the most of them. Go right now to charlieforhillsdale.com to enroll. There's no cost and it's easy to get started. That's charlieforhillsdale.com to register, CHARLIE for Hillsdale.com. All right, so we've got Mike Davis. Mike, I'm going to welcome you in really quick. Mike Davis from the Article 3 Project. Welcome to the show, brother. It's been too long, and I'm so excited to chat with you about Bolton and all this stuff. But I would be remiss. I missed a very obvious thing that I needed to talk about on the show, and that's our University of Oklahoma tour stop that we had last night with TPUSA. Over 6,000 people, Mike Davis, which I'm told is the largest political event in the history of the state of Oklahoma. Apparently Trump had a rally that was probably around 5 plus, and this was bigger. And lines out the door. We had Governor Stitt was there to open it. We had Savannah Chrisley, and we had Russell Brand, who I was getting notes all last night. They're like, this is wild, but the kids are eating it up. I mean, he was really going for it. And he had a viral clip where he was talking about, you need to be bold for Jesus. We have a revival going on. You need to stand up and be strong for your faith. So hat tip to the folks on our field team that set that all up, and for the University of Oklahoma, an amazing, amazing triumph. And we just can't find venues big enough. And now we have J.D. Vance and Erica Kirk that are going to be at Ole Miss in Oxford, Mississippi. And then we've got Eric Trump, Laura Trump, Benny Johnson, and I'm missing, Coach Tuberville are going to be at Auburn on November 5th. So we've got more tour stops coming up. Those are going to be hot tickets. Hot tickets. Mike, I can't get you one. I'm so sorry. So anyways, welcome to the show, Mike. I had to do that because it was last night and it was just too good and a total triumph for the team. Mike, welcome back to the show. You're also joined by Mikey McCoy, Charlie's chief of staff, and now just chief of staff of Turning Point.
There you go.
Yeah. The chief. So welcome to the show, Mike.
Well, thank you for all you guys are doing to continue Charlie's legacy. You guys are doing outstanding work, and you're really stepping up. And you have big shoes to fill, but you guys are doing remarkable work every day, as evidenced by that Oklahoma rally. So, hat tip to you guys.
Thank you so much, Mike. And it can't be said enough. There is nobody like Charlie Kirk. He is a once in a generation talent, a giant. He is. His legacy, I do believe, in this country will be eternal. And there's, of course, his empty seat. We will not fill it. And it's a reminder to us of what was robbed from us and what was taken from this country and this world. But J.D. Vance said something on the show this week. He just said, if each one of us takes a piece and we all do our part and we keep the legacy alive, I think that's the only way to look at it, candidly. It's like, no, I mean, if you asked me to try and do 98% of the things Charlie did, I just would fail in a very ugly public display of failure. But maybe I can do 2% of what he did, and maybe Mike, you can do 2%, and Mikey, you can do 2%, and together we can sort of fill in the gaps. And Charlie would want us to try. That much I know. So, Mike, you haven't been on the show since it all happened, so I want to at least give you the opportunity to just kind of reflect on this last month and what's it meant to you, and what are you seeing?
It's I don't really get sad. I get angry and I get determined, and I'm still boiling with anger about this. These leftists think that they can just kill their political enemies. They take out a father, a husband, a political leader, a good man, and it's not going to work. It's just going to make me triple down. It's going to make you two triple down. There's no way in hell we're going to go away, and there's no way in hell they're going to stop. So I remember I had to do a speech just a couple days after this happened, and it was just a Lincoln Day speech in rural Colorado, and they were worried about security, and I'm nothing compared to Charlie Kirk. I'm like 0.1%, and they were trying to tell us to cancel this speech for death threats and security reasons. And I said, there's no way in hell we're going to do this. That's exactly what the left wants. That's exactly what these demonic forces want, these Marxist forces. Like I always say, this is not our parents or grandparents' Democrat Party. These aren't liberals who love America and just disagree with conservatives on the best way to get there. They're leftist, they're Marxist, they're demonic, they hate America, they're trying to destroy us from within, and they don't want to debate us, they want to kill us. And we need to go in with that mindset that we have to destroy these demonic forces legally, politically, and financially. And that I am tripled down on that effort after what they did to Charlie.
Well said, Mike. And I love that. And every time I hear somebody say something like that, I don't know about you, Mikey, but it gives me more courage, to keep going. So I know that we're not alone in this. I know there's an army of us, very peaceful army, but we are very, very serious. And so I just thank you for saying that. It really means a lot. Mike, you mentioned legally. And it's funny, actually, before the show started, I was like, hey, we got Bolton. Bolton's busted, mishandling of classified information. And Mikey goes, that's it? I was like, well, we got Comey, too. And he goes, well, what about
it's just
Fauci?
This should just be the start. And I feel like a lot of conservatives feel this way, that this should just be the start. And what you saw at the left is they arrested people for being on the footsteps of the Capitol for January 6th, and they broke into their homes in front of their children and arrested them and put them behind bars.
I was just texting with Siaka Mosaquai.
Yeah.
Siaka I think he stood inside for like a couple seconds or something. I can't remember the details of this case, and took a picture and walked out, and they came and raided him with his wife and his new baby. So she's pregnant. It's terrible stuff. And not to mention that, but the Catholic churches, what Fauci, 15 days to slow the spread, and there was no gain of function. I get it. We're all upset about all these things, but I love, just so you know where Mikey's head is at. Mikey's like, I want more.
Smith, Merrick Garland, Fauci, Hillary. We want more. Bring us more.
And let me promise you guys this. These are the appetizer indictments, and just wait for the main course. And the main course, as I have very publicly called for the last 3 years on Charlie's show, on the 5,000 other media hits where I've been a total media whore for 3 years, since the Mar-a-Lago raid, we need to open up a special grand jury in Fort Pierce, Florida, for conspiracy against rights. That's where they did the Mar-a-Lago raid, Fort Pierce, Florida. A special grand jury to investigate all of this lawfare, going back to the Russian collusion hoax, Hillary's campaign, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Hillary, Brennan Clapper, Comey, Andrew Weissman. This is an ongoing criminal conspiracy. There's no statutes of limitations. Problem 18 USC Section 241, conspiracy against rights, when you politicize and weaponize intel agencies and law enforcement to go after your political enemies, like they did to Trump, like they did to his top aides like Bannon and Navarro and Jeff Clark, like they did to his supporters on January 6th when they persecuted them, like they did to parents, Christians. Well, there is going to be accountability. I'm going to make damn sure that happens.
Well, I love that. And here's what's crazy about what's happening right now. I've been hate watching MSNBC for the last 2 days, and I'm learning a lot, actually. So every so often, what you do is you watch it, and then the commercials come on, you turn it off, so that you don't give them any credit for that. That's what I do. No, I'm kidding. I don't have that much time or attention to pay to it. But I have been hate watching it, and they are sullen. They were like, they have completely weaponized the justice system. And you hear that in John Bolton's statement saying, I'm the latest victim of Trump's weaponized. So now they spent 4 years coming after all of us. And I have stories. Well, sure, absolutely. I just mean, but especially during the Joe Biden administration, now they're crying victim. They're crying victim, and they're going to rip the country apart when they get their just desserts. It's absolutely, totally par for the course for these Democrats and these far left DSA socialists running around within their ranks, because we actually know who's the neck that's turning the head right now and will eventually become the head. We all know where this is going. The Democrat Party is going far, far left. In the wake of President Trump's election victory, we all asked the question, are they going to moderate? Are they going to go far left? Well, they're going farther left. So, Mike, we've been chatting here, but please give us 2 minutes on what is in this Bolton indictment. I've been, when I say I hate watch MSNBC, they're saying it's very serious. What's inside this indictment?
This is a very serious indictment. It's by career federal prosecutors in the District of Maryland, working with career federal prosecutors in the National Security Division at Main Justice. Certainly not Trump territory. And they got this 18-count indictment where John Bolton, and there's statements from John Bolton where he knows what he's doing is clearly a violation of the Espionage Act because he has made statements in the past that you can't do this stuff, and he did it anyway. He sent classified documents, highly classified documents, via email. So he shared classified documents and then he retained classified documents. There are 18 felony counts under the Espionage Act. This evidence is very damning. These are highly classified documents. It's top secret, even beyond top secret codename stuff that is like SCI, SAP, secure compartment information, and special access programs of the DoD. This is very, very, very damaging stuff if it becomes public. So I would say this to John Bolton: if these allegations are true, which they appear to be true, then he's going to go to prison probably for the rest of his life.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, some of these comments, in these exchanges because he sent, basically the allegations say he's emailing, classified information to 2 other parties. He's also keeping notes. He's taking things home. All of this is against the law, of course. And then this ended up getting into the hands of the Iranians. So his emails get hacked, and now they have a treasure trove of classified United States intel, which is ironic because of all the countries he most wanted to bomb to smithereens, it was probably Iran. He's a neocon of the first right. So here's what I would say. This is the comments that he was making in these email exchanges. More stuff coming! Exclamation! 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 None of which we can talk about. Shh. It's it's not good, folks. We're going to be right back. More with Mike Davis. Don't go anywhere.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shop. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because you have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
The Charlie Kirk Show, where talk meets action.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. We're just going to read some of your emails. freedom@charliekirk.com, freedom@charliekirk.com. Got one from Kelly. Said, thank you for continuing Charlie's mission. Thank you for keeping his chair empty to remind us what we are missing. Thank you for giving my voice back to me in my beliefs. For years, I shut down when it came to politics. I would have panic attacks just trying to talk about it with my husband. September 10th, 2025, they thought they could silence Charlie, but at that moment, Charlie's life gave me my voice back. Kelly. Beautiful. Beautiful, Kelly. Deborah Watching your Friday segment on the New York City mayoral debate, your observation on Mamdani's questions of Cuomo re how many mosques Cuomo has visited chilled me to the bone. I studied the Middle East and Islam many years ago in college and am still fascinated by the subject. As you delve into the issue, please explore the concept of civilization jihad. It is extremely pertinent to what your country is experiencing now. That's Deborah. You're doing an amazing job following in Charlie's footsteps. He would be so proud. Thank you so much, Deborah. I don't know if I get this from Don on Mamdani. Why not rebrand him as Mamdani? I think he's already rebranded. I'm not sure. Anyways, get another one. There's no name on this one. Hi guys, are students being registered to vote at all these big, beautiful Charlie Kirk events? Yes. So rest assured. Send your questions, freedom@charliekirk.com, freedom@charliekirk.com. One for Kara. Hi, guys. Please encourage voter turnout in New York City. If NYC gets more than 50% voter turnout, there is no way Mamdani wins. The pathetic thing is that de Blasio won because voter turnout was in the 20% range. I didn't realize it was that low. I've heard it's low, but that's crazy. If voter turnout is in the 20%, then yeah, Mamdani wins. But 50, 60, 70, 80% voter turnout, no way that many New Yorkers support Mamdani. Plus, it's unpatriotic to have voter turnout in the 20% range. I agree, but I don't necessarily look to New York as a source of patriotism or civic pride. But maybe this race has gotten so much national attention that you're right. And I just can only pray and hope, because as I said yesterday, you do not want any part of American soil being controlled by Marxists. You don't want it. We're going to welcome back radio. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. We just read some of your emails, freedom@charliekirk.com, freedom@charliekirk.com. Keep sending them. We're going to be doing an AMA, but it's really like an Ask Us Anything. Yeah. So an AUA, Ask We Anything, AWE. I don't know. Ask They Anything. Oh, gosh, no. These are dirty words now. All right. Welcoming back Mike Davis, the Article 3 Project. So, Mike, you got Mikey's you piqued his intrigue here, his interest, and he's now making a list, a very peaceful list. It's illegal. There's so many things you can't say. You accidentally stumble into.
I'm saying that people on the right on the internet would like to see more. Some of the names that those people on social media.
It's a Christmas list.
It's a Hillary, Fauci, Merrick Garland, Jack Smith.
So maybe walk through, Mike, if you said you're really into this, there's a grand conspiracy that I think is kind of what Tulsi has been hitting on with some of those revelations earlier in the summer about John Brennan, Clapper, Comey. Comey's already been indicted, but not necessarily for this sort of grand conspiracy that Tulsi. It maybe overlaps a little bit, but if you could just plot out the next couple of months, maybe the next 6 months to a year, what would you like to see? Be prescriptive, not predictive.
Well, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida is Jason Redding Quinones. He's my buddy, and he has already filed with the courts down in the Southern District of Florida, and the court has approved a special grand jury for Fort Pierce, Florida. And that's public. That's a public document. It takes a couple of months to impanel that grand jury, so that grand jury should be fully up and running by January. And I would say to these lawfare Democrats who waged this unprecedented Republican-ending Russian collusion hoax conspiracy against President Trump, his top aides, and his supporters over the last 8 years, I would say to those lawfare Democrats to lawyer up, because as I've said for the last 3 years very publicly, since the Mar-a-Lago raid, justice is definitely coming. I have pushed very hard for this for the last 3 years, and I'm going to push very hard for this for the next 4 years, very publicly. People, I'm a dog barking down the street. I'm coming. Right?
Yeah, so I love that. And if you're not done with your timeline, I want to let you keep going. I want to interrupt you.
No, that's
a big one.
That's
so January.
That's what I'm pushing for, and that's what I hope will happen.
So my question then for you, Mike, is this. you see this No Kings protest. That's why we're not getting a deal to end the government shutdown, by the way. I hope everybody is very clear about that. They did not want to make a deal before leaving or before they could have this nationwide protest to prove to everybody just how awful Donald Trump is and how he's a big tyrant. But here's the pushback, right? Is Donald Trump has not been quiet about some of the people that he thinks are bad people that deserve to have justice in a legal sense. And so their line is that he is directing the Department of Justice to go after these people. What is the truth? What is your take on that?
He's not, A, but B, he could, because every federal prosecutor in America works for the Deputy Attorney General, who works for the Attorney General, who works for the President of the United States, who's elected by all Americans. They call this the unitary executive theory on the left. I call it Article 2 of the Constitution. The President of the United States is the chief executive officer. He's the commander in chief. He's the chief magistrate. And there's a reason we have grand juries. So even if the president orders his attorney general to prosecute someone, you still have to have a grand jury of your citizens find probable cause and approve that prosecution before it moves forward. So again, A, Trump is not directing Pam Bondi to prosecute anyone, but even if Trump did, that's perfectly appropriate.
Yeah, I mean, Article 2, the muscular executive, it's a important point to make that he could if he wanted to. Somehow we've I mean, and I get it, because we've tried to say justice is blind, that we just go with the facts, no fear or favor. I understand that, but to your point, he could. And I think that's important to remember. Mike Davis, please tell everybody where they can follow you and support your great work.
Yeah, Article3Project.org, article number 3project.org, and I appreciate it, Andrew and Mikey.
Yeah, well, any final thoughts? You got about 20 seconds, Mike.
My final thoughts are be bold and fearless like you guys do every day. Triple down. I want Charlie's followers to be bold and fearless. We have a country to save, and we have leftists who are trying to destroy our country every day through a mass invasion by putting Islamists in charge of our biggest city. We need to wake up to this fight.
Amen. Mike Davis, Article 3 Project. Check him out. He's doing great work. Honestly, it's really good to have you back, Mike. So we'll do it again soon. Hour 2, Ask Me Anything, coming right up. Don't go anywhere.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Back to Real America's Voice News Break. I'm Terrence Bates. We appreciate you being here with us. Real America's Voice is covering the Moms for Liberty Joyful Warriors event, which is happening in Orlando, Florida. RAV correspondent Bo Davidson is on the ground as the program began earlier today and will continue throughout the weekend. Bo, I was looking at the website for the summit, and it describes it as, quote, the ultimate gathering of parents fighting to defend parental rights and improve education in America. What more can you tell us?
That's right, Terrence. It was started by two moms who were school board members right here in the state of Florida. And from thenceforth, unleashed this entire grassroots organization of not just moms, but even dads, too, wanting to reclaim parental rights. And I think that's such an important moment in our education system right now to talk about. You've had some great speakers earlier. Florida Attorney General James Utmeyer, Dr. James Lindsay has spoken here. Byron Donalds and his lovely wife, Erica, will be speaking here tomorrow as well. A really good lineup of speakers. But more importantly, Terrence, just bringing power back to the parent, back to the nuclear family unit. We talk about that. RAV has an amazing presence here in terms of supporting our families, supporting parents, supporting parental rights, and just the themes, Terrence, educational freedom, religious liberty, freedom of speech, screen time. That's a big thing that we have to think about now. I'm a dad, and I got to think about that now and my own son. So a lot of great important topics being discussed right now at this summit.
Oh, Bo, wait until your kid gets a cell phone and you can't monitor the screen time as much as you thought you could. You look in the back seat and the kid is on the phone. You say, I thought we were talking. What's going on? Okay, anyway, I'm talking about myself here, so let me get off of that. Let's talk a bit about the educational freedom, because that's a huge thing for many parents. And actually, you've got some insight from Mom. You never go wrong with Mom.
I do. I have to shout out someone that, my mom in Memphis, Tennessee, which is a commonality between me and you, Terrence. And I asked her, I just said, she taught in the public school system there in Shelby County for about 38 years. And I just said, what changed? Because when she got out, it sounded like she was ready to go. She said she didn't have to compete with social media. She didn't have to compete with cell phones and screen time. Even with computers, teachers would monitor kids who had computers, but it wasn't like it is today. And she described it, I thought it was interesting, Terrence, as the teacher became afraid of the principal. The principal was afraid of the parents. The parents were afraid of the child. So you see how backwards that is in terms of it all became about appeasing the child as opposed to actually educating the child. And so that's a system that's needed upending for quite some time. But I'll tell you, Terrence, I've spoken with a number of people here who know the Marxist underpinning and infiltration of our education system, and it's very real. And when we saw all those school board meetings get very rancorous right after the pandemic, it just shows you parents are taking education back. They're getting more involved. They saw what was happening on these Zoom educational classrooms, and they said, listen, I don't like what's happened in my kid's classroom. So as I listen to my mom's experience and what's happened from then till now, some major changes need to happen. But we've gotten away from educating the child and putting some sort of social installation into their minds and in their lives. And I think what Moms for Liberty does is takes the parent back into the process and empowers them and educates them to be able to do more for the child.
That last point that you just made, I think, is critical. This summit is giving parents the tools that they'll need to fight back and to be more engaged.
Absolutely. And that happens also, Terrence, at the legislative level. I've asked the founder, what do you do? What do you tell the moms to do? And they said, well, we go put pressure on the legislative bodies. We put pressure on the school boards. So there's a grassroots level here. You think about what we've talked about with like Turning Point USA and our students. This is the nuclear unit for grassroots for families. And by the way, it's not just moms. There are dads panels happening here too. Graham Allen's going to be here, Benny Johnson, Pastor John Amanchuku, who we've had on RAV a number of times. So dads are very important too. They recognize that there's a paternal role, there's a maternal role, and those are very distinct, separate roles, but they both, Terrence, have to have a distinct mark on their child's education, and giving them the tools that they need to instill in these kids is exactly what Moms for Liberty is all about.
Absolutely. Be it the maternal role or the paternal role, at the heart of it all is the family, a nuclear family being together, and that's part of what Moms for Liberty is also pushing. Always good to talk to you, Bo. Enjoy yourself there. Hopefully, since you've got the little one at home, you'll also learn a little something that you can take into the fight for yourself.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Terrence. I'm here to learn, too. I'm not just a correspondent. I'm a learning dad as we speak.
There you go. Always good to talk to you, my friend. That's a quick check of your headlines here on Real America's Voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. This is Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this fine show. And we have a new addition to Hour 2. Danny Phillip right here, one of Charlie's favorites.
Yeah, glad to be back.
Yep, absolutely. And, you know, I was surprised to learn that you were pulling for the Dodgers. Listen, okay, the Cubs would have got past the Brewers. I had made the pledge on this show that I was going to be a Cubs fan, even against the Dodgers. They didn't. The Brewers took them down, and now the Dodgers are up 3-0. And you surprised me as a Midwest guy.
No, I hate the Brewers. After they won, they had the L flag because the Cubs have the W flag. Whenever they win, they were mocking them. So go Dodgers.
Go Dodgers. I love this. This is like
until the World Series. I'll root for the AL team in the World Series.
Well, I will tell you, if the Mariners, because I went to University of Washington, and I'm a Husky fan, so the Mariners, I went to a lot of games, and I do want that city. Well, I don't really care about that city anymore because they've gone completely crazy woke. But there is a part of me that wants to see the franchise get a World Series. But if they're coming up against the I can't. Anyways, it's all very complicated. We are going to get to your questions and Ask Me Anything hour, members.charliekirk.com, members.charliekirk.com. But first, we have an order of business. Mikey, it's very, very important, actually, and I'm excited for you to talk about it.
Yeah, so we do a shame every week. And so today's shame is George Aberonier. He is the president-elect at the Oxford Union. This was a big story that broke just a couple of weeks ago in the UK. But the reason that we're bringing it up right now is because there's a vote of no confidence tomorrow at the Oxford Union chamber where they will vote to impeach him. And tonight is the deadline at 10 p.m. British Standard Time for proxies to register. So alumni of Oxford or alumni of the Oxford Union to register and to vote. And so what happened basically is, if we can show 371 and then 373, is after Charlie's assassination, George Aberonier was celebrating Charlie's assassination in a public group chat. And once this happened, he refused to apologize. He refused to make a statement. He refused to step down and just pretended as though it was business as usual. And that's shameful. Shame on you, George. Shame on you.
Shame.
Shame. So the rich irony here is that this man actually debated Charlie when Blake Neff and I traveled with Charlie back in May for the Oxford Union and Cambridge Union debates. And so we're going to play clip 370 here. And this is Charlie debating George in person back in May.
So I would just ask you to think over the next couple of days, months, or years, why is it that men in countries that barely have toilets and do not have 2 pounds to rub together, but they do have kids and they do have a wife, are much happier than someone with a big flat in downtown London? Something to think about.
I mean, I think happiness is a difficult idea to conflate in that sense. I mean, there are other
suicide. They're less likely to kill themselves. Forget all these happiness indexes. If you kill yourself, you're not happy, right? So these poor countries do not have male suicide problems. Why?
I do not know.
Think about it. Thank you very much.
I remember when we saw that, when Charlie posted that, he's like, sweatpants, bro, which is part of this.
Yeah, George is what we call a false sophisticate. And so he comes in this chamber that has a rich history of elegance, wearing sweatpants and a Batman t-shirt. And so the norms and the once great honorable English society has totally fallen, even at the highest institution that is considered Oxford. And so this is a letter. I'll just read this super quick that we wrote. Students who once dressed and spoke with dignity now appear in sweatpants and oversized T-shirts, a reflection of the decline in seriousness and respect for an institution's heritage. It is now a place where presidents of the union publicly celebrate the assassination of a political opponent. If the vote of no confidence against the current president-elect does not pass, it will signal to the world that the Oxford Union has chosen ideology over integrity. In that case, we will personally contact every American political speaker who has ever graced the union's chamber and urge them never again to lend their name, time, or reputation to that institution that has betrayed its founding ideals. For if this vote fails, the Oxford Union will have proven that it is no longer the last bastion of free speech, but has instead become a place of destructive conversation, corrosive not only to society, but the human spirit, soul, and conscience. Our hope is, however, that the Oxford Union will reclaim its higher calling to once again be a beacon of intellectual honesty and moral courage for generations to come. Signed, Michael McCoy, Blake Neff, Andrew Colvett. Contact anybody you know who went to Oxford. Tell them that the vote of no confidence is happening. And George Aberonier, shame on you. Shame on you.
Shame. I mean, it really is. You know, it's funny. You saw after Charlie was assassinated, you saw these young men that wanted to wear suit jackets and ties. And there is something deeply, deeply spiritual and psychological that was happening in that exchange, where they wanted to raise the level of their performance, of their life. They wanted to take their lives seriously. And so the way we dress is important. It's not the most important thing. I don't want to get overly, fixated on it, but there is you write about how at the Oxford Union, they used to dress in suits and ties. And this guy traipses in there in sweatpants and a Batman shirt, completely, I think, desecrating what should be this institution of higher learning that calls all of England and all of the world to a higher place. And yet that guy is going to be the president of the Oxford Union. That's a really disgraceful.
Disgusting.
Yeah, it's disgraceful. So I'm glad you did that, Mikey. We have enough time. Oh, do you want to say anything?
I'll just finish with this. In that clip, I am sitting right behind him. He smelled really bad. I'll end on that. That's all I'm going to say. You smell bad.
That's reason enough. Yeah. Let's go to our first question. We got Anthony. Anthony, please unmute yourself. You are the first question on our Ask Me Anything Friday.
Afternoon or morning, guys. And Dan, really, you have to pull for the Dodgers. That one hurts me. So my question: don't let Andrew get any more fan base.
I'm working it.
Until the World Series.
Back channeling it back here.
All right, that's good.
I need allies.
So here's my question, guys. So last night in New York City, they had the mayor debates and everything. New York, do people really understand if Mandami wins, which it probably will be? Do they understand what this could trigger for other cities, other states? Because New York City is the iconic city of our country. Like, do people understand this is not good if he wins? Or are they just like being sucked in by fancy words, the nice smile, the photo op stuff, where he can't bench 135 pounds?
Well, yeah. I mean, listen. I'm going to offer my take on it, and then Mike, Dan, you feel free to chime in. I watched the debate. First of all, I will give a little hat tip to the moderators. I thought they did a really fine job. Actually, they were pretty fair, and they managed it pretty well. Mamdani is head and shoulders above these guys, just from a pure optics standpoint, just from a pure smooth answering the questions and messaging standpoint.
I would agree.
He focuses on the things that actually do matter to people. And I know this because Charlie would focus on the same things. Affordability. When Charlie was talking about Gen Z, what was he talking about? Economic moonshot, making homes more affordable, getting young people the opportunity to buy into the American dream, deporting illegals that were driving up housing costs, that were taking entry-level jobs so that Americans could get those and get that first job on the rung of the ladder to economic independence and success. These are things in the Lords of Easy Money. You hear Steve Bannon talking about that. It's totally spot on. When we debase our currency, that hurts the working class the most. The assets owned by the rich inflate in value, and that distance between the haves and the have-nots gets wider and wider and wider. And so that's why it's so important that we focus on economics. We have a limited amount of time to prove that the MAGA national populism conservatism is the ticket for an American revitalization of our economy and the economic prospects of the next generation. We talk about it on this show. I don't know why they're not talking about it in New York. I don't know why Sliwa and Cuomo are not talking about it more. Mamdani is. Now, his prescription is going to destroy the city. His solutions are going to destroy the city. But at least he's talking about it. So I'm going to hold it right there. We're going to keep going through the break for those on stream radio. We'll be right back.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
My name is TJ Ash from Carbonville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or edit.
Democracy lives in light. The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show, to our Real America's Voice family, streaming, podcast, all the things. I'm told that Zelensky is just about to arrive at the White House, so if we could pull up that feed, please do. Again, join members.charliekirk.com to take part in our members AMAs on Fridays. That's members.charliekirk.com. And I just want to tell you guys, we've had a bunch of you join in the aftermath of what happened. It means a lot to us, and your support means a lot to us. It helps keep the lights on quite literally in this season. So thank you so much. And let's get to actually, we got a Y Refi. The wonderful, you know the Y Refi guys.
They're the best. Their slogan is "Do well by doing good," and they help Americans. They help students. They help Gen Z. Mm-hmm. They're helping people, and when you invest with them, you do well.
And by the way,
by doing
so
good.
Yeah, there is a whole other side of their business. We don't tend to talk about it, but so you can, if you carry debt and you carry a loan. This is what we usually talk about on this show, but you can actually invest with them too. Yeah. And so they have kind of both sides of the business. So if you're watching some other media platforms, you might see them advertise, invest, and they have a really good investment vehicle, which is phenomenal. But if you have private student loan debt, and you mentioned they help Gen Z, but they also help the parents of Gen Z. So if you're like a parent of Gen Z and you want to get your kids, to get you off the loan, they can help you with that and put it all on your kid, especially if it's distressed loan. That's not fair to the parents. Okay, kids, if that's you, by the way, don't do that to your parents. Don't do that to your parents. Get a job, get 2 jobs, get 3 jobs, whatever you have to do. You can't leave your parents on the hook. Anyway, so they're going to help you at Y Refi. If you have private student loan debt that is labeled distressed or defaulted, this is what they do. They help you with that. Go to yrefi.com, YREFY.com, or call 888-YREFI34, 888-YREFI34. We're going to go rapid fire through the next questions. We're not going to shortchange them, never fear, but we're going to go rapid fire. So we're going to welcome back National Radio in about 5 seconds, and we'll be right back when that happens. All right, we've got Nick Arguello. I think so. Nick, did we say that right?
Oh, yeah, it was pretty close.
Arguello. I could do it.
Yeah.
Arguello. What's your question,
First of all,
Nick?
shame on George.
Thank you.
Yes.
Shame on him.
Shame.
All right. Y'all got to get Alex Stein on this. You got to get Alex Stein on the Charlie Kirk Show. Anyway, my question to you guys was, it's a simple question, but what do you guys think is the best way to learn? And if it is books, like a lot of people say, what do you think is the best way to help retain that info? Because I cannot retain the info that I'm reading in these books.
Yeah, I actually had a great conversation with Sergio Gore this last week at the White House, and we were talking about Charlie's ability to retain things. And everybody always thought that he had this photographic memory, but he didn't. He didn't have a photographic memory. He would just, his secret weapon is he wrote everything down. He would have these journals with him and he would write it down. He said, when you write it down and then you reread what you wrote down, it helps you retain it in a way that's just crazy. And so I would start by reading a book a month on a topic that you feel inspired by. If it's religion, maybe start with C.S. Lewis or, Not Enough Faith to Be an Atheist, Frank Turek. Or you can go down other random rabbit holes with Viktor Frankl. Man's Search for Meaning was one of Charlie's favorites. But Charlie's retention rate for things, his ability to do that came from writing it down. It was a secret weapon.
And Blake has great insight. I wish he was here for this question, but Blake probably darn near has a photographic memory. He has a really good memory, and Blake will actually write in the books that he's reading. So if you don't mind doing that to your book, some people feel very precious with books, but I totally agree. But the other thing I would say, that I almost do book reports, and oftentimes those book reports will come out as like tweets, and that helps me retain information. So like if I'm really into a news story, for example, and there's all those details about names and what's this and that, I will write it down, and sometimes I'll tweet about it, and that process it just helps clarify what you're thinking about something, because you have to structure an argument. And when you have to structure an argument based on something you've just read, then it really does help make it sink in. All right, next question, Jessica. Jessica, are you there? Unmute yourself. Jessica.
All right, maybe we read her question.
You broke the streak. Jessica.
Yeah, come on. Well,
you can read the question.
We're going through the emails right now. We have someone said it's my birthday today. Louis Brayland. Happy birthday, Louis Brayland.
Wait, hold on.
Wait.
I'm here.
No. We're moving on.
We just saw Jessica's here. See, that's why Mikey was smart to buy some time. Jessica, what's your question?
My question is, Charlie Kirk did such a brilliant job with our young men. So how do we reach out to our young women? It's the difference. You know what I mean? The young women really need to be reached out to.
Yeah, I totally agree. So the question is, how do we get them? How do we get young women?
Yeah, how do we get them?
So let me tell you a couple things. One of the things I'm going to say is probably controversial, like if I said it in front of a bunch of libs, but we were noticing in the polling, this is before what happened to Charlie, that with our youngest women that are of voting age, so 18 to 21, Yale Youth Survey poll did this poll on 18 to 21-year-old women, and we saw for the first time an R+4 with young women. Now, that was pre-Iran, some of the stuff with Israel, some of the stuff with Epstein. It's possible that's slid back the other direction, because those things were very unpopular with young people. And that was something Charlie and I would talk a lot about. Danny, I'm sure you were talking about it a lot with him too. And so it's possible that slipped back, but it was the first time I've ever seen an R plus anything with young women. The young men, I think, were like R+19. So we were already seeing the youngest women, and then Gen Alpha behind Gen Z are more conservative still. So there's good things coming. So keep the faith on that. There was an NBC article that came out, and it was asking the question, can Erica Kirk be to women what Charlie Kirk was to young men? And I think the answer is, in my opinion, and Mike, I'd love your perspective on this. If you listen to her speeches, they were, especially, I think back to the memorial speech where she spoke directly to husbands and wives and young women. And she said to young women, you are not your husband's rival. You're not going to be, your virtue is a strength. Yeah. And so I do think she is calling out I guess you would say, the idols of our age, because young women think they have to be promiscuous. They have to flaunt their physical bodies all over the place where their hemline meets their neckline. And it's, that I think is it's out of fashion more and more with young people. And 30 seconds of what
So Charlie had this ability to reach young men and give them direction, but young women are the ones that are further to the left than young men, just in the data that we see. And that's because they're the ones that pay attention to what the professor says in class, where the young men maybe are on Snapchat or social media. But we'll continue this. I think we have to welcome back radio. Is that right?
No, we're going to take a commercial break. We'll be right back. Not bad.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
RAV has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Flashosaurus in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with a family I love.
This is Giselle Chapin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that RAV News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
To this Real America's Voice news break, I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump is trying to take the next step towards ending another war right now. He's meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the White House. Zelensky arrived just a couple of moments ago and was greeted by the president. You see the arrival happening right here as the limousine pulls into the White House. President Trump there to meet Zelensky. In fact, as we speak, the two are meeting for what they're being described as a working lunch. Today's talks come just one day after President Trump had a lengthy phone conversation with Russian President Vladimir Putin. At issue is a long-awaited ceasefire and peace agreement between Russia and between Ukraine. While there have reportedly been agreements to various terms leading up to a ceasefire, neither Russia nor Ukraine has been able to take the most critical step and actually stop the fighting. President Trump has recently shown the willingness to sell Ukraine long-range Tomahawk missiles that could reach deep into Russia. However, it's something that we're expecting Zelensky to try and ask for again during today's meeting. After talking with Vladimir Putin on Thursday, though, the president saying, quote, "We need Tomahawks for the United States of America, too. We have a lot of them, but we need them. I mean, we can't deplete our country." Make sure to stay tuned to Real America's Voice throughout the day for coverage of the Trump-Zelensky Oval Office meeting. Former Trump National Security Advisor turned Trump critic John Bolton answers to a judge on charges of storing top-secret records at his home. The former ambassador was whisked into a Maryland federal court building earlier this morning for his first court appearance after being indicted on Thursday. You may remember the FBI carried out a search warrant at Bolton's home in Maryland back in August. The 18-count indictment alleges that an Iranian hacker group hacked Bolton's email account, exposed classified documents and other sensitive material. Bolton calls the charges against him part of an intensive effort by President Trump to intimidate his opponents. Quote, "Now I have become the latest target in weaponizing the Justice Department to charge those he deems to be his enemies in charges that were declined before or to distort the facts." That's a quick check of your headlines.
An all-new Greatest American Generation. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett, joined by Danny Phillip and Mikey McCoy. No, we're not going to do any more Mom Donnie impersonations.
I have to stop.
Unless
Media Matters is looming.
You know what's funny? He
Takes.
is the king of fake accent. He's a code switcher.
He's the one that started it. Okay, so he fakes accents all the time. So I'm faking the fake. I'm faking the fakester.
You're just doing what he showed us the way on. Caleb and Michelle, members.charliekirk.com if you want to join our AMAs. Caleb and Michelle, what's going on?
Hey, we thought Mikey's impersonations were hilarious, so keep it up.
Thank you.
Around the office, everybody's begging Mikey to do the impersonation. He's got a great hydroxychloroquine one, but I don't know if we'll
do Stephen Hawking next week.
Gosh,
Yeah. I'll debut
Stephen Hawking. Really, really very good. Okay, what's your guys' question?
Hey, well, we haven't heard an America Fest update in a while, and our concern is how are we going to fit all the people that are registered into the Phoenix Convention Center?
We have the same concern. We actually turned some of the ticketing off because VIP filled up.
But the actual convention center can expand in our exhibitor hall. The way it's formatted, there's actually ways to add more seating and to expand it. So there is ways that we can do it in staging too. The amount of seats that we put there, if we do side seating versus more stadium seating or higher stadium seating. So there are ways to fill it. So that's not a worry of ours, but our worry is how can we get even more people there? And it's really exciting because these people, usually they're Arizonans that are coming. These are a lot of out-of-state people coming before Christmas.
There's I would say Arizona gets like an outsized presence, but there's always like a lot of people from out of state. And I mean, we have all 50 states represented at AmFest every year. We have all 50 states, but it's going to be more and it's going to be bigger. And I will tell you, everybody basically that we've asked to come speak at AmFest has been like, yes, please, absolutely, whatever we can do. So we're going to have an amazing lineup of speakers at AmFest. And so rest assured, that is going to happen. I thought you were going to ask about the halftime show because right now my inbox is
halftime.
Is the what
they love it.
Did I say it wrong? No, halftime show.
No, I'm saying that every email is just about halftime.
Caleb, are you excited about the halftime show?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a phenomenal thing. I think I'm hoping the viewership exceeds the people that are watching, the other event that's going to be going on at that same time.
Whatever that other thing is. We don't
Whatever
know.
It is,
we don't know anything about it.
We're interrupting your regularly scheduled programming to take you to the White House where President Trump is meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky.
On the left.
And I think that it began with Alaska, where I think certain guidelines were discussed, and we want to see if we can get this done. This was long ago into the Biden administration. I came here and we inherited this, and we'd like to see if we could finish it, end it. We want it ended. So many people have died in this war, and we're gonna get it ended. So. I just want to thank you all very much. If you have a couple of questions, go ahead, please. In fact, before I do that, let me just ask the President to say a few words. Thank you, President.
Pleasure. Glad to meet you again, Mr. President. Thank you very much for the invitation. Again, my congratulations with your successful ceasefire in the Middle East.
Thank you.
Yeah, and you did it, and I think this is the momentum to finish Russia's war against Ukraine. I think that, yes, we understand that Putin is not ready. I think not ready, but I think that I'm confident that with your help, we can stop this war. And we really need it. We see that they don't have successful steps on the battlefield, and it's good. I think that their army is weak now. but a lot of losses. They have a lot of losses and in economy and people, and I think this is a very important moment. And I wanted to thank you, Mr. President, after our phone calls. Yesterday I had a good opportunity to meet with the big American energy companies, and they're ready to help us. Yes, after all these attacks on our infrastructure, Russian attacks, and etc. And I had also meetings, thanks to your team. We had meetings with a good military companies. We spoke about air defense, and I want to share it after with details where we are. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much,
Mr. President.
Very good. And I think it looks beautiful in his jacket.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. Hope people notice it's actually very stylish. I like it.
President Trump.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Under the Biden administration, the White House was fearing of the possible escalation. They were not allowing the Ukrainians to strike into Russia, fearing of this escalation.
Yeah.
Would your administration allow Ukrainians to strike deep into Russia?
We're going to be talking about that. That's something we'll be talking about. You're right. It's an escalation, but we'll be talking about that.
Mr. President Zelensky joined you in Hungary to meet President Putin.
Because it's a leader that we like. We like Viktor Orban. He likes him. I like him. It's a country that's a safe country. Done a very good job. He's been a very good leader in the sense of running his country. He doesn't have a lot of the problems that other countries have. And so we've decided that we'll be going to be with Viktor Orban, and I think he'll be a very good host.
President Trump. President Trump. Right here. President Trump.
Hungary, yeah. We're doing Hungary, yeah.
With Putin. Trilateral meeting, or is it just you and Putin?
To be determined, but I would say most likely it's going to be a double meeting. It'll be a double meeting, but we will have the President Zelensky in touch. There's a lot of bad blood with the two presidents, and I'm not speaking out of turn when I say it. It's a very difficult situation. You know, we just settled the war, and after thousands of years, I guess, people say anywhere from 500 to 3,000 years, and I was in rooms, as you saw, because you were with me, a lot of you were with me last week, with leaders that didn't like each other, but they were able to get along. These two leaders do not like each other, and we want to make it comfortable for everybody. So one way or the other will be involved in threes, but it may be separated.
President Trump. President Trump
doesn't agree to peace in Hungary.
Was he what? Where are you from?
From Ukraine. He actually had a
good.
conversation with me.
Good, yeah.
What if Mr. President Putin doesn't agree to peace in Hungary? What do you do then? Do you have?
Well, let's see what happens. I mean, you know, what if? I think he will. I think that President Putin wants to end the war, or I wouldn't be talking this way. I think he wants to end the war. I spoke to him yesterday for 2.5 hours. We went through a lot of details. He wants to get it ended. I think that President Zelensky wants to get it ended. Now we have to get it done.
President Trump. Kara Castronova from Lindell TV. And although I love asking you questions, today my question is for President Zelensky
Sure.
of Ukraine.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Our President Zelensky, President Trump, just brokered a peace deal in the Middle East that all Americans, both sides of the aisle, are very proud of. But to meet that deal, both sides had to make concessions. Our president has stuck out his neck in many ways to make a peace deal for your war as well. What specific concessions are you willing to make to end this war with Russia? Will you give up joining NATO? Americans have foreign war fatigue, and our president, as he said, we need our Tomahawks too.
To me?
Yes, you, President Zelensky.
Thank you very much.
That's some question, right?
So many questions in one. Thank you very much for your question. First of all, I think we need to sit and speak. The second point, we need ceasefire. Even now, you see in the Middle East, it's very difficult to hold ceasefire. Everywhere, in every war, it's very difficult. We want peace. Putin doesn't want. That's why we need pressure on him. We will speak with President today what we need. We understand what we need to push Putin to negotiation table. And as I said previously, so we are ready to speak in any kind of format, bilateral, trilateral, doesn't matter. Matter just peace. This is important. And we don't speak about NATO or NATO. For Ukrainians, it's very important. Of course, it's our decisions of allies to decide where we are.
But are you willing to get
Yes, but the most important thing for people in Ukraine, which are under each day's attacks, to have really strong security guarantees. NATO is the best, but weapon is very important. Allies on our side is very important. And between us, for us, bilateral security guarantees between me and President Trump is very important. I don't know, we didn't speak with details about it, but this is the most important document because the United States is very strong.
Sir, President Trump, you are the middleman right now, hoping to end this conflict. Who is doing a better job negotiating, President Zelensky or President Putin?
I think they're both doing a great job in that sense. We have to get it done. We've got to take some of the hatred of each other. You know, they don't like each other. I say that in front of President Zelensky, but I say it in front of President Putin, too. They have tremendous bad blood. It really is what is holding up, I think, a settlement. I think we're going to get it done, and we have to make it long-lasting. As I said in the Middle East, everlasting, right? Everlasting. And the Middle East is a much more complicated situation. You know, we had 59 countries involved, and every one of them agreed. And it's sort of amazing. Most people didn't think that was doable. This is going to be something I really believe that's going to get done. I had a very good talk yesterday with President Putin. I think he wants to get it done.
And President Zelensky, right behind you. When we were in Israel with President Trump earlier in the week, we heard a lot about the difference in diplomacy between President Trump and President Joe Biden before him. What do you see as the biggest difference in diplomacy between President Trump and President Biden?
President Trump has a big chance now to finish this war. President Biden now is not the president, so he doesn't have a chance to finish this war. And President Trump is really showed for the world that he can manage ceasefire in the Middle East. And that's why I hope that he will do this, and we will also have such big success. For Ukraine, it's a big chance. And I hope that President Trump can manage it.
I would say the biggest difference is one is extremely competent and the other one is grossly incompetent.
Mr. President.
Sir, a few weeks ago in New York when you two met, you said that you think Ukraine could ultimately take back all the territory that it's lost so far. Do you still think that's the case, or do you think there'll have to be some sort of
You never know. Look, war is very interesting. You never know, do you? You just never know. With war and peace, but you never know.
Are you ready?
Please.
Russia calls Tomahawk supply to Ukraine as an escalation, yet it continues using similar cruise missiles like Caliber and even...
Who are you with? Who are you with? Ukraine?
Yeah. But Russia continue even using the cruise missiles and also nuclear-capable ballistic missiles in Ukraine since 2022. So do you consider providing Ukraine with the Tomahawk or similar missiles as an opportunity to equalize the possibilities of Ukraine and Russia and push Moscow to the negotiation table?
Sure. We're going to be talking about that. That's why we're here. Okay? Fair question. Exactly as he told you to say it. But we're going to be talking about it. Okay? Yeah, please.
Your message to India and Hungary, who is still refusing.
You said India and Hungary? That's an interesting.
And Hungary.
India and Hungary. It's an interesting combination.
Refuse to stop buying Russian oil.
Well, India is not going to be buying Russian oil anymore. And Hungary is sort of stuck because they have one pipeline that's been there for years and years and years, and they're inland. They don't have sea. They don't have sea. And I spoke with the very great leader of Hungary, and they are, it's very hard for them to get oil. I understand it. We have Hungary's in a very interesting position because they can't have ports. They're surrounded by land. So we'll see what happens there. But India will not be buying oil from Russia. And they've already de-escalated, and they've more or less stopped. They're pulling back. They bought about 38% of the oil, and they won't be doing it anymore.
Mr. President Trump has been helping you in achieving peace in Ukraine.
Who has?
First Lady Melania Trump has been helping in returning abducted Ukrainian children from Russian captivity. President Zelensky, do you appreciate those efforts? How do you assess them? And did you ask her to step in and to help you?
No, she wanted to do it. She felt very strongly about the children, and she's done a really good job, I think, in bringing it to the fore. We have a lot of children involved. Now, it's some people say it's 20,000 and some people say it's 300. There's a big difference between that, so nobody really knows. But she felt very strongly about the children. She thinks about the children all the time.
President Trump, if you okay tomahawks to Ukraine, what's going to happen if the United States is in a conflict and we need the tomahawks?
That's a problem. We need tomahawks, and we need a lot of other things that we've been sending over the last 4 years to Ukraine. We've been, we gave them a lot. Now we have a different situation. We send it to the European Union. They pay for it and all that, and they have plenty of money. But it's beyond the money. We need tomahawks, and we need a lot of other weapons that we're sending to Ukraine. One of the reasons we want to get this war over is exactly that. It's not easy for us to give. You're talking about massive numbers of very powerful weapons. So that's one of the things we'll be talking about. Hopefully they won't need it. Hopefully we'll be able to get the war over with without thinking about tomahawks. I think we're fairly close to that. Yeah, go ahead.
President,
yeah, please.
Just you to understand. So for today, of course, we want to finish this war, but the war is another technological war. You don't use just tomahawks. If you want to target a military goal, you need thousands of drones. It goes together with such missiles. Ukraine has such thousands of our production drones, but we don't have tomahawks. That's why we need tomahawks. But the United States is a very strong production, and the United States has tomahawks and other missiles, very strong missiles, but they can have our thousands of drones. That's why where we can work together, where we can strengthen American production.
And so just so that I understand, so you're suggesting kind of a trade. If President Trump okays Tomahawk missiles to help you launch.
Yes, it's about Russia, military goals. It's only about military goals.
Right, but then you would authorize some kind of an exchange where
yes, of course.
The US
yes, we have proposition. Yeah, we have big proposition with our drones.
President Trump, I don't mean to be brokering an arms deal here, but is that something that you would be interested in, Ukrainian drones?
We are, yeah, we would. We have a lot of drones right now. We build our own drones, but we also buy drones from others, and they make a very good drone. I mean, drone warfare has really come to the fore over the last couple of years because of this war. I will say, there's nothing like the jets. We knocked out a lot of drones in Israel. We were knocking them out for Israel, and we were doing it with extremely fast and powerful jets, following the drones and knocking the hell out of them. So, we know a lot about the drones, and we know a lot about the great jets, the great ones. The ones, and the B-52s, which were totally they were stealth. They were undetectable. So we have a lot of different weapons. And, I have an obligation also, though, to make sure that we're completely stocked up as a country, because you never know what's going to happen. In war and peace, right? You never know what's going to happen. So we're going to be talking about tomahawks, and would much rather have them not need tomahawks. Would much rather have the war be over, to be honest, because, we're in it to get the war over. We're selling a lot of different types of weapon, as you know, to the European Union. We're not in it for that. We're in it to get it over. We're losing thousands of people a week, thousands of people, Russian, Ukrainian, and mostly soldiers. Mostly soldiers. but we're in it to see that end. And if we can end quickly, and I think we can. I mean, I had a very good talk yesterday. We're going to be talking about it, but I had a very productive talk yesterday with President Putin. We'll see what happens. But the war in the Middle East was far more complicated. We got that one done. And I think we have a good chance. I think President Zelensky wants it done, and I think President Putin wants it done. Now all they have to do is get along a little bit.
Can you give us an update on the trade negotiations with China, or perhaps Secretary Bessent?
Yeah, I will, and I'm going to let Scott do that. But I think we're doing very well. I think we're getting along with China. China would like to have something. As of this moment, we'll be meeting in a couple of weeks. We'll be meeting in South Korea.
You think
myself.
Will go forward?
I think so. It looks like it's going forward. I think so. They want to meet. We like to meet. I have a very good relationship with President Xi, and we're going to see what happens. But, for years we were taken advantage of by China very badly. We were losing hundreds of billions of dollars a year to China. We really built their military, if you think about it. The kind of money that presidents allowed to be lost to China was just insane. And then when I came into office, as you know, I put very severe tariffs. So we took in hundreds of billions of dollars in my first term from China. Biden let that go because it was so much. He let it continue, but he gave all sorts of exceptions. And by the time you looked at it, Scott, I would say it wasn't the same thing. He would give an exception for anything. If you got up and went out to dinner, he'd give you an exception. So it wasn't the same thing. But I put on very serious tariffs. So we took in hundreds of billions of dollars. And then I left office. The election was rigged. I left office, and that was the story. Now I come back. And we are in a very strong position because of tariffs. We're in a very powerful position because of the fact that we have tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs, we would be in a very weak position. We would be in a weakened state. But with tariffs, we've made hundreds of billions of dollars, not only from China, but from others. And China wants to talk, and we like talking to China. So we have a very good relationship, and we're going to be meeting in South Korea in a couple of weeks. And I just got back from a long trip. I'm going on another long trip. And Scott, you want to say a few words on that, please?
Yes, sir. So the entire relationship stems from the great respect that the two leaders have for each other. China did a substantial, unprovoked escalation last week. We were unable to get in touch with them since then. It's been IMF World Bank Week. They have had working level people here who there have been meetings. The vice premier, who is my counterpart, and I will be speaking this evening at around 8:30, 9 o'clock. And then he and I and a delegation will meet in Malaysia probably a week from tomorrow to prepare for the two presidents to meet. So I think that things have de-escalated. We hope that China will show the respect that we have shown them. And I am confident that President Trump, because of his relationship with President Xi, will be able to get things back on a good course.
Is the hope for that meeting with you and President Xi some kind of trade deal then, or
could be? Look, I think we're in a very strong position. We're getting, as you know, as of November 1st, I could move it up if I wanted, a 100% tariff over and above what we get now. So that would make it about 157%. And China doesn't want that, and they want to talk. And we're talking, and I think we'll make a deal that will be good for both. I think we will do something. But you have to understand, we never got anything from China. It was a one-way street. For many years, for decades, it was a one-way street. And they became rich because of the United States. And frankly, presidents that, let's be nice, they didn't know. They just didn't know. They didn't understand what was happening to them. But I understood it. I understood it long before I ran for politics. I used to watch in amazement at how stupid our country was, how stupid they were. And we're not stupid anymore. And that includes with the European Union. That includes with Japan and South Korea. All we want to do is be treated fairly. But the fairly is hundreds of billions and even trillions of dollars coming into the United States. And it's our national security is secure because of tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs, we would have no national security. So it's very important.
Will you seek China's help in ending the war in Ukraine? Do you need them to put pressure on Russia?
I'll be discussing that, but I'd love to see it ended before that. I mean, I think we have a chance of ending the war quickly if flexibility is shown on behalf. And again, we're not losing people. The United States is not. We're not losing people. We're not spending money. We're getting paid for the, ammunition and missiles and everything else that we're sending to the European Union, but to NATO. But it's very similar. If you look at the countries, I mean, it's very similar. And we just made a very fair trade deal with the European Union. And what we wanted, and we made a very good deal with NATO, too. They pay for all of this. That's not what we're in this for. We're in it to save thousands of lives every week. Thousands and thousands of lives. That's why we're in it. And I think we have a very good chance of bringing this war to a conclusion.
President, and your cabinet has done honestly an excellent job. I think that a lot of people could agree to that.
Thank you.
I'm speaking as someone who lost my father in a war, so I know the human cost. What would your advice be to American leaders, to world leaders, to neocons, to TV hosts who often speak about conflict in abstract or strategic terms rather than the human cost and the human terms?
Look, my only statement is we have to get together. It's a very small group of people. It's the president, and the president. Okay, 3 presidents. And I'm the mediator president. And I'm mediating not an easy situation. It should be easy, but it's a lot easier when people understand each other, when they get together, and when they like each other. We don't necessarily have that situation as far as like is concerned. Maybe it can turn around. Maybe it can. But in the meantime, we'll have them keep a little bit of distance, and we're going to see if we can get it done. This is number 9, okay? This will be number 9 for me. I've solved 8, including the Middle East. I've solved 8. This, I thought, would have been among the easiest. We solved. President Putin mentioned yesterday Armenia, all of the different wars. He said it was amazing but the big one that he was surprised that we were able to settle was the Middle East. He thought it was incredible. He was very generous in that sense. This should be something we're able to settle, and I think we will be able to settle.
Brian? On that note, you will go down as the peacemaker, no doubt, and you will resolve this war.
Well, we resolved 8 others. It's funny how people say that. If you get this one, every time I do one, they forget about that one. I solved 8 wars. Go to Rwanda and the Congo, talk about India and Pakistan, look at Thailand, look at all of the wars that we solved. And every time I solve one, they say, if you solve the next one, you're going to get the Nobel Prize. I didn't get a Nobel Prize. Somebody got it who's a very nice woman, very nice. I don't know who she is, but she was very generous. So I don't care about all that stuff. I just care about saving lives. But this will be number 9. But every time I solve one, they said, sir, if you solve one more, you're going to be known as a peacekeeper. So to the best of my knowledge, we've never had a president that solved one war. Not one war. Bush started a war. A lot of them start wars, but they don't solve the wars. They don't settle them. And especially when when they have nothing to do with us. I guess just about all of these wars had nothing to do with us. But I saved tens of millions of lives. The Prime Minister of Pakistan said, I saved millions of lives in interceding on Pakistan. And you look at Pakistan and India as an example. That would have been a bad one, 2 nuclear nations, right? So I say this. This is pretty much the last one, although I do understand that Pakistan attacked, or there is an attack going on with Afghanistan. That's an easy one for me to solve if I have to solve it. In the meantime, I have to run the USA, but I love solving wars. You know why? I like stopping people from being killed, and I've saved millions and millions of lives, and I think we're going to have success with this war.
Wait, please. President Zelensky, this is your 3rd time over here. And by the way, you look excellent.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
For you, by the way. This is your third time here. How different sitting across from the president is this time versus the two previous times here at the White House? And how confident are you hearing the success rate of solving these prior wars that he can get this war solved?
First of all, about suit. The same suit because the same president. It's very simple. The next president will have another suit. Yes, about our relations with President Trump, I think we have important dialogues, and I think we begin to understand each other. Yes, and I know that President is briefed very well about the situation in the battlefield, and he knows a lot what's going on in the battlefield in Ukraine, and I think it really helps. When you know a lot of things, a lot of details about one or another war, it helps a lot. But we are still in war, and I hope we can manage.
You are being clear that there are some countries that are not meeting their commitment. You pointed out Spain. They said that it's impossible.
No, Spain has not come through. No, Spain has not been loyal to NATO. Spain has been, they're the only one. Everyone went up to, as you know, I mean, you were at 2% and they all went up to 5%, but Spain disagreed with that. I think Spain should be reprimanded for that. I think it's very bad that they did that, but that's up to them. That's up to NATO and Spain.
They cannot be expelled from NATO.
Can they or not?
They cannot, according to the treaty, but they also claim that they are protected by the European Union umbrella for trade.
Well, the other people, many of the other countries are in the European Union too. They're not complaining, right?
President, tell you that Putin is serious.
That's interesting.
Mr. President.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do you think you can carry the momentum from the Middle East deal over to this deal? And if so, how does that move the needle?
Yeah, I do. I think we carry a lot of momentum, a lot of credibility. Getting Middle East done was very important. Nobody thought it could be done. That was one nobody thought could be done, and we got it done. And a lot of that was the big hit that we put on Iran with respect to the nuclear. They took that was an unbelievable military maneuver, the B-2s, and many other planes involved, by the way, but the B-2s. Yeah, I think nobody expected that to happen, and we had 59 countries involved, and these were countries very diverse. You had Arab, Muslim, Jewish. You had every country, Christian. You had every country, and many countries involved, and we got that done. And we got it done pretty swiftly after we set the table properly. We had to set the table properly. This should be one that we get done. And I think the table is set properly here now, too. And it'll be a great honor. It'll be a great honor to get it done. And the Ukrainian people are great, and the Russian people are great. And obviously they have much in common, as we understand. They have a lot in common. So it'll be a great honor to get it done.
On Venezuela, there are survivors from your latest boat strike. What happens to those survivors?
Well, I'll ask Marco to discuss that possibly.
Yeah, it's well known there's an ongoing narco-terrorist operation the United States has been conducting. As far as details of any recent strikes, we're not prepared here to announce all those details, but you'll get that information here very shortly.
And how are there survivors when these are meant to be lethal attacks?
Yeah, again, I mean, we're undertaking these operations against narco-terrorists. That's what these are. These are terrorists. Let's be clear. And but as far as the details of any recent operations, when we are prepared to announce those, we will, as the president has consistently done. So you may get something on that later today.
Let me ask you. That was in a submarine, right? We attacked a submarine, and that was a drug-carrying submarine built specifically for the transportation of massive amounts of drugs, just so you understand. This was not an innocent group of people. I don't know too many people that have submarines. And that was an attack on a drug-carrying, loaded-up submarine. Yeah.
on Putin, is it your belief, as Mr. Zelensky said yesterday, that the threat of tomahawks and costs, as Secretary Hicks had put it, is that bringing him to the table, the fact that it's kind of a carrot and stick?
I don't know what's bringing him to I think he wants to make a deal. That's all. I can't tell you what's bringing him. Sure, that's the threat of that is good, but the threat of that is always there. Tomahawks are very dangerous weapons. They're incredible weapons. If you like warfare, it's one of the most accurate. You know, we hit 30 Tomahawks in Iran after the B-2s did their damage. We sort of gave it a little capper with 30 Tomahawks from a submarine, quite far away actually. But they're an amazing weapon. They're a very powerful weapon, but they're a very dangerous weapon, and it could mean big, escalation. It could mean a lot of bad things can happen. Tomahawks are a big deal. But one thing I have to say, we want Tomahawks also. We don't want to be giving away things that we need to protect our country. We have a very strong country right now. We have a strong military. We have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest weapons in the world. I want to get this war over. Okay?
Putin-Trump tunnel to connect Russia and Alaska. Are you interested?
I just heard about it. A tunnel from Russia to Alaska. I just heard about that one. That's an interesting one. We'll have to think about that. I hadn't heard that. We just did a nice road in Alaska that's going to get us to a lot of minerals, and we have a piece of it, a good piece of the ownership because of the fact we made it possible. But this came up yesterday, a tunnel from Russia to Alaska. That's an interesting. What do you think of that, Mr. President? Do you have any ideas? How do you like that idea?
I'm not happy with this.
I don't think you're going to like it. I don't think he liked it. I don't think he liked it.
President Trump, do you think that Vladimir Putin, do you think that Putin, your gut instinct?
Well, we had a senator that wanted, remember, from Hawaii, she wanted a tunnel from the mainland to Hawaii, and she said, well, we can't do that, so we're going to build a railroad to Hawaii. Do you remember? She's a current sitting senator, a Democrat. She wants a railroad to go to Hawaii, right? You know who that is, right? She's another. She's another.
President Trump, your gut instinct.
Yeah, please.
On your meeting with Putin, aren't you concerned that maybe the Russian president is trying to buy himself more time?
Yeah, I am, but you know, I've been played all my life by the best of them, and I came out really well. So it's possible, yeah, a little time. It's all right. But I think that I'm pretty good at this stuff. I think that he wants to make a deal. I made 8 of them. I'm going to make a 9th. I think he wants to make a deal.
Do you consider Russia to be a paper tiger? Do you think, judging by the state of its economy,
well, I think that he should have won the war in a week. Yeah, I do think. And if we didn't give the anti-tank missiles, as you know, the javelins they call them, they got stuck in the mud. They would have been in Kiev very quickly. They were heading to Kiev. So, you know, in war you have a lot of luck too. You know, weather has won war, and the cold and the heat and all things take place in war. But that was a very interesting moment when the tanks started rolling and some brilliant general said, let's go through the mud instead of going down the highway, right? So they got a little bit lucky. But you know where they really got lucky? I gave javelins. That wasn't given by Barack Hussein Obama. He gave them sheets. You know, there's a statement. Obama gave them sheets, and I gave them the javelins. And the javelins are a devastating weapon. And that wasn't given by Obama. That was given by, because at the time it was Obama. That was given by me. So it was like one of those things. And you had hundreds of them. They're a devastating weapon. We have a lot of devastating weapons. I'd rather not use them. But that was a big moment. You know, when the tanks got stuck, they got stuck. And call it luck or call it talent. I'm not sure what you'd call it, but it was a big moment in time.
Do you think Democrats will give you credit? Do you think Democrats will give you credit when you finally end this war, like they did with the war in the Middle East? And
I think right now the Democrats are really damaged, mentally damaged. They want to take $1.5 trillion with a T, $1 trillion, and give it to people that invaded our country. They came into our country illegally, from prisons, from from mental institutions, gang members. They want to give them health care and take it away from our citizens. We're not going to do that. $1.5 trillion they want to destroy. They want to destroy our health care system. We're not going to let that happen.
Have you authorized CIA operations in Venezuela as part of?
Well, I wouldn't say that, but some interesting things are happening around the world. I'll say that.
Mr. President, it has been reported that Maduro offered everything in his country, all the natural resources. He even recorded a message to you in English recently, offering mediation. What should we do to stop that?
He has offered everything. He's offered everything. You're right. You know why? Because he doesn't want to fuck around with the United States. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
everybody.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, guys. Let's go. Start moving. Thank you, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you, guys. Thanks, guys. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Thanks, President Trump.
Thank you,
press. Keep going.
Good job.
Thank you, guys.
President, what's more life?
Thank you, press.
I don't know. Join us if you'd like.
All right, so that was President Trump ending his meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in a pretty emphatic way. You heard the explicative that he used there at the end, but I think it was emphatic and put an emphasis on what that meeting was. We'll, of course, continue to cover it here on Real America's Voice for you throughout the day. In the meantime, let's get you over to Human Events Daily, which is already in progress with Jack Posobiec.
This has been a live special report. We now join our programming already in progress.
Activity that they had no authority to exercise. And as Senator Hagerty mentioned, we know what they did in 2016 to the Trump transition team. And now we find out that after the Mar-a-Lago raid, after the indictment of President Trump, they surveil us, people who support President Trump, members who are all Republicans. But it shows you how out of control and rotten to the core and politicized the FBI had become, and how they had absolutely no problem at all whatsoever with political weaponization. We appreciate the information we've gotten today. We look forward to further investigation on this.
Senator, that was your words just a few days ago. Walk us through, what have you learned since then about this targeting of you personally by Jack Smith?
Yes, and Jack, it wasn't the first time. In 2016, when I vice-chaired President Trump's transition, we found out then that the transition team was being spied on, but the Biden DOJ would never give us any specifics about that. Now, what we did find out was that they spied on us after January 4th to January 7th of 2021. The way they did that, in May of 23, they sent a letter to our wireless carriers and demanded, they had a subpoena and demanded our phone records. Everybody we talked to, where we were physically located, when we either made or received a call, and every call and every number that came into us or went out from our phone during that period of time. Now, we also are looking at September. It appears that there's the May date and there's also a September date. In addition to this, I have sent a letter to the D.C. bar regarding Jack Smith and his conduct, and calling for a review by the D.C. bar, filed a complaint with them. In addition, 5 of my colleagues joined me on a letter to Attorney General Pam Bondi, requesting that DOJ begin an investigation into the conduct of Jack Smith. And of course, he should be disbarred. The groundwork we are laying are things that would call for his disbarment. And what we know is this is not only an invasion of privacy and an infringement of our free speech, but it is also an infringement of the Speech and Debate Clause. For a wireless company to give your records over and this is not something, we're not criminals, we're not people that were a flight risk, any of that. What they did was to turn those records over, and it shows you how weaponized this CR-15 unit that Jack Smith used as he investigated President Trump, how they were so politicized. And thank goodness Kash Patel has fired everybody that was affiliated with that unit.
Well, I think that's absolutely fantastic that Kash Patel is finally fighting back and finally, and Senator, when it really comes down to it, it's, these people who say, oh, there's President Trump is playing politics with the Justice Department, and I think it's actually the opposite. I think what A.G. Bondi, what the U.S. prosecutors, and by the way, these are grand juries that have come out, whether it be Bolton, whether it be Comey, whether it be Letitia James, these other cases, these are grand juries that have come out and filed the charges. But what we're talking about here is having one standard of justice for everyone. Isn't it just that simple?
It is indeed, and I am so pleased that that is one of the tenets that A.G. Bondi is working from every day, one standard of justice. And as she has come before us at Judiciary Committee, she continues to make that point. And Jack, here is the thing, rooting out these individuals that chose to weaponize the federal government against citizens. And bear in mind, if they are doing this to 8 sitting U.S. senators, think of what they're doing to other conservatives. Indeed, we know that of the 92 organizations that they were looking at, Turning Point was one of those organizations. The Republican State Attorneys General Association was another of the organizations they were looking at. And as we look at what happened to the 8 senators, the commonality there, and bear in mind, we still do not have the predicate of why. What we do know is the 8 of us each are Republican. We each have supported President Donald Trump, and we each had valid concerns about the 2020 elections. So that is the common thread for each of us that were placed under FBI surveillance.
And of course, this is the thread that we saw for every single one of his prosecutions, every single one of his targets, and it smacks of the political. And it obviously does, and I think we all knew this from the very start. Senator, we're coming up on a hard break here. I'd love to hold you over to talk more about this, because people, I think, out there in the country are finally pleased and relieved to see their country be restored to balance when it comes to an equal set of rules, an equal standard, and an equal playing field when it comes to the justice system. Right back here, Human Events Daily, Jack Posobiec, Real America's Voice.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb? They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive. He's dead. Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old,
and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith. It has everything to do with it!
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/rav to join the Angel Guild.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your...
You talk about influencers. These are influencers. And they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, who's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec back live here, Human Events Daily. Folks, huge announcement to make today because we have a brand new advertiser, and I think it's going to be one that you guys might know. All right, now here's what let's say. Somewhere along the way, we traded real flavor in for processed junk. We did. We know that we did. We know that we did that for our food. Now let me tell you right now, it's time to take back our kitchens. Steak and Shake is here to help. Right now, we are introducing Steak and Shakes. They are introducing 100% pure beef tallow. No chemicals, no fillers, just premium beef fat rendered the old-fashioned way. Yes, that's right, folks. Steak and Shake is now advertising here on Human Events Daily, and we couldn't be more excited about it. And remember, no chemicals, no fillers. This is that premium beef fat. It's rendered the old-fashioned way, the way that our grandparents cooked. Look, right now, they've got two options to choose from, both at steakandshake.com. That's Steak and Shake with the letter N. You guys know it already. Come on. There's the grass-fed beef tallow, only $9 a jar. And there's American Wagyu beef tallow. That's just $12 a jar. You guys need to go check it out. It's got a rich, buttery taste you're going to love. You could bundle them both for $19.99 and revolutionize your cooking. Fry the crispiest fries, sear the perfect steak, roast vegetables bursting with real flavor. This is how food should taste. So bring tradition and taste back to your table with Steak and Shake beef tallow. You want to order? Here's how you go. Steakandshake.com. That's Steak and Shake with the letter N. Make sure you go there and check it out. And I will just say, I couldn't be more honored and proud to have Steak and Shake here as an advertiser with us and partner with them on Human Events Daily. Senator Marsha Blackburn, we're back on with you. We were talking about the returning America, not just to a fair system of justice, but returning American fairness in general. One of the things that President Trump, I know, is doing is focusing on law and order, focusing on crime. And one of the states that he's directly focusing on is the state of Tennessee, specifically the city of Memphis. You have announced a run for governor in the state of Tennessee. Congratulations, by the way. Talk to us about some of the crime problems that Tennessee is seeing in these major cities.
Yes, indeed. And when Kash Patel came before our Judiciary Committee, and I visited with him prior to that, I told him, I said, you know, we need some help with Memphis. Here are the crime stats. He committed privately and publicly to help me, and he has been true to his word. And A.G. Bondi and President Trump have indeed come in and made Memphis a priority. And Jack, what we want to do is make Memphis safe again. It was the most dangerous city per capita in this country in 2024. Memphis has had over 100 gangs, but now because of a surge the FBI did from mid-July to mid-September, and now with 13 federal agencies, plus the Tennessee governor has the FBI, the TBI, the Tennessee Highway Patrol, and the National Guard backing up the Memphis City Police. They have taken over 1,000 of these gang members off the streets. They are incarcerated. Some of them are going to federal court. And we have a good U.S. attorney, Mike Donovan, who is pushing forward with these cases. We have found 44 missing children that were in some way being held or tied up with these gangs. And what we're doing is making Memphis safe again. And quite frankly, we think Memphis can be the model for how you move forward in fighting crime. And President Trump is exactly right on how to do this, to go in, to surge these resources. He has cleaned up Washington, D.C., and he is doing it in Memphis, and the mayor of Memphis is working with us. So is the governor, so is the police department. And I think when you have that kind of broad-based cooperation, it is the way to get this crime under control. And I'm certain that the residents of Chicago and New York and Minneapolis and some of these other cities that have gang problems are probably looking at Memphis and saying, hey, we would like to have a safe community like that.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more. I'm from the Philadelphia area, and this is, whenever I look at one of the cities like this, I remember my own formative years growing up and being able to go to Philadelphia when it was still safe, when it was a great city. There's so many of these great cities that have fallen and sunken into this pit of crime. And so I love the fact that you focused on this in your own state, Memphis. I mean, it's one of America's most quintessentially American towns, big little towns down there. And yet you don't associate it with this horrific rise of violent crime. And unfortunately, we're starting to see that rise up in Nashville as well, and some of the other areas. As governor, you're still about a year to go, but would you still be continuing to work with President Trump to fight all of these issues?
Oh, absolutely. And when you look at the fact that blue cities and these Democrat mayors and these city councils have been soft on crime and had cashless bail policies, and that makes the communities less safe. But I can assure you, our first responders, our law enforcement, they know I'm going to have their back. President Trump knows that I'm going to be working with him. You know, Jack, one of the things I find absolutely so encouraging, and I know you are a believer in federalism and a reader of the Federalist Papers, and President Trump every single day is sending power, authority, responsibility back to the states and the people. And what an exciting time to lead Tennessee through a reset as education comes back to the states, and healthcare and energy and benefits and regulation and labor. You look at all of these issues that never should have gone to Washington, D.C. in the first place.
Federalism reset. Senator Marsha Blackburn, she's running for Tennessee governor. Senator, thank you so much for...
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb? They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive. He's dead. Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it!
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/rav to join the Angel Guild.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your...
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, folks, we're back here. Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice, here on Real America's Voice. And folks, let me tell you something. Cold weather is going to be here before you know it. In fact, it's really kind of already here. Although it was nice. I was sitting outside today. The sun was out. It was okay. But let me tell you something. It's going to be really cold soon. If the power goes out when it's really cold, you and I got no way to keep ourselves and our families warm. And that's not crazy. You could actually freeze. But you know something? I heard about the Vesta off-grid space heater from our friends at My Patriot Supply. It's a space heater that doesn't use electricity. It runs on something called canned heat. Now that's an indoor safe fuel. With a Vesta stashed in my closet, in the Poso household closet, I know we can keep warm no matter what. And it doubles as a stove to boil water or cook food, which is actually pretty cool. Now the best part is you can get a Vesta and a bunch of other free gifts when you order the Winter Prep Special from My Patriot Supply. Just go to mypatriotsupply.com/Jack to see if everything included is right for you and your family. Now, this offer will not last long, and neither will the nice fall weather. So go to mypatriotsupply.com/Jack today. That's mypatriotsupply.com/Jack. All right, folks, I'm very excited to welcome on, first time here on Human Events Daily, although I've been on his show a number of times. It's Stephen Gardner, the host of The Stephen Gardner Show. What's up, man?
Hey, Jack, good to be with you. Thanks for having me on.
Well, you have done some fantastic investigative work on the story of what happened to my good friend, your friend, Charlie Kirk. You actually went to Utah Valley University campus, and you did a lot of gumshoe, on-the-ground reporting there in Utah of what happened to Charlie. You took a lot of the, a lot of the different theories and alternate theories out there, and you really put them to the test. And I think you did a fantastic video that I want everyone to go watch. And before we get into it, I've got a clip of it that I want to play for everyone right now.
I'm here at the spot where Tyler Robinson jumps off the roof. I'm here with Gray Hughes Investigates, and he's got this camera that is on a big telescope rod.
Yeah, it's extension.
And when you put it up there, what did you see?
Well, when you put it up right where he came down, there's actually 4 fingerprints that drag off, and then another spot where maybe there's a towel or something like what, you know, I don't know what else was there. Maybe his foot was still up there, and then another mark as well. So there's 3 marks in a really thick dust.
And it's still there?
Still there.
Okay.
I don't know a reason why they would actually get rid of it.
Yeah.
And you're not going to wipe it away, right?
Yeah.
It's strange, though.
That is strange, yeah. And then I've got Gary right here from Paramount Tactical. He's just showing his audience the video where they say it's an AI person. I said, it's not AI, the path drops off over there.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah.
So Stephen, you're out there, you're looking into all this. These marks on the roof, what are they consistent with? Tell us exactly how you think that fits into the context of what we know and what we've been told about Charlie's murder.
Absolutely. So I've been very skeptical with everything that's happened with the FBI. So I'm just trying to use my own brain, my own journalism skills to go and look for cameras, look for evidence, clues, to try to back up the narrative that we're being told, but also to make sure that I can hold them accountable with truth. What it looks like is everyone's seen the famous FBI footage where Tyler Robinson is running across the Losi building towards the north, and then he gets down on his legs and he's kind of holding onto the roof, and then he jumps off, and then he heads off into the wooded area. Well, while I was there looking at how to get on the roof, the time it would take, what cameras would have captured stuff, I was speaking with another investigative journalist. And what you see is when he gets down and he's getting ready to jump off the building, you can see scrapes in the dust that are about 36 to 40 inches long, which is about the length of the barrel of a .30-06 rifle. You also see a handprint where he's trying to let himself down gradually, and then he ends up jumping off and running into that wooded area. So although I want to trust the FBI and I believe in Kash Patel, the American people were skeptical with, government lies and cover up. I mean, look at January 6th. It took almost 5 years to find out that there was over 270 FBI agents in plain clothes in the crowd. So I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this. I want to make sure that if Tyler Robinson is in fact the person that jumped off that roof, that this handprint that they say they have, the screwdriver, the gun, the bullet, all of that matches up, because Charlie Kirk deserves justice and the American people deserve the truth.
Well, and so I want to make sure that we're tying this together. So that handprint that is on that roof, does that line up that you guys uncovered with that? That he's using that stick camera? Does that line up with the video from where we see the individual that they've identified as Tyler Robinson?
Yes, and we know that for 2 reasons. The first time I went out, 2 weeks after Charlie had passed, the FBI actually had a yellow measuring tape that was taped to the cement wall of the Losi building. And I believe that they were measuring the hand to the last bit of that. You can also tell there's a split in the window pane just below this frame when you see him jump off. And you can see that it lines up exactly with where he comes off the building. The other thing you'll notice, Jack, is see that dust? There's no other markings on there. The only place that there were markings up and down all of that guttering system is right where Tyler Robinson jumped off. So when I saw this, I was like, wow, okay, that is a huge piece of evidence. And we were told in the paperwork that was submitted for the legal briefing that they have a palm print, that they have fingerprints on a screwdriver. They're going to have the gun. So then what I started doing, I started working with forensic experts to understand ballistics, to understand how they would use X-rays to follow the path of the bullet through Charlie's body, where the bullet was found, how they found the fragments. I'm not an expert in all of this, but I'm really good at asking questions, and I wanted to bring that truth to my audience.
Well, and I think this is important, too, because, look, I want to make sure they got the right guy. And if they got the right guy, I want to make sure that this trial goes forward and everything's done by the book and everything's done properly. And I've been hosting this show as well as others with, in fact, people like my friend Blake Neff, who was standing just a few feet away from where Charlie was sitting. So in the line of fire of this individual, right where you were, obviously underneath that roof. And, this all has to be done by the book. And that's something that we absolutely all want. Now, there was another piece of information that you mentioned in your video. That was the sound rings that you were digging into. What was the sound rings?
I found another YouTuber who does sound and noise analysis. I can't remember his last name. I believe his first name is Matt. But basically what he did is he took different people's cell phones and the noise, and he was able to create a map. And then the map, when you start running it through AI and different software, it'll start using mathematical formulas to pinpoint where the noise came from. And there were 3 big rings that went out, and wouldn't you know it, all 3, the only time that they cross over is right on the Losi building, where we know somebody was laying in a prone position with a rifle and took a shot. Now, from everything that I have seen, it looks like it's the story that the FBI is telling us. So the sound is matching up, the direction of the bullet. Sadly, Charlie Kirk takes a tremendous amount of energy from the front. That bullet, destroys his neck, gets lodged in his T1 thoracic vertebrae. But you start lining that up. Now, a couple of big things that were pointed out to me, and I started to pick up on this, and it was nice to have a forensic expert confirm this, but he said to me, next to the gun and the bullet, the most important piece of evidence against Tyler Robinson will be his cell phone data. Cell phones are able to track you to within a couple of inches of where you are. And we learned
this from January 6th. It was the geofencing.
Yes.
We're coming up on a quick break. Stephen, give me 1 second because I want to dig into this as well. The cell phone forensic data, sound analysis, bullet analysis, and the fingerprints, actually finding the fingerprints and handprints, the marks on the Losi building. Right back. Jack Posobiec, Real America's Voice, Human Events Daily.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb? They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith. It has everything to do with it!
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament, the series, is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/Rav to join the Angel Guild.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your...
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back here, Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice. We're talking to Stephen Gardner, the host of the Stephen Gardner Show. He went back to Utah Valley University, the scene of the crime, and we're walking through the evidence, in some cases corroborating the evidence that we've heard regarding the theory and even alternate theories about Charlie Kirk's murder. Stephen Gardner went back to the scene multiple times to track it all down. And so talked about the gun, talked about the bullet, talked about the palm print and handprints that were found on that roof of the Losi building, which are consistent actually in the same spot with the video that were shown, this grainy video that were shown of an individual jumping off. Stephen, where we left off before the break, you were telling us, though, about the cell phone tracking, that forensic cell phone tracking, geofencing data. We know this same exact method of tracking individuals was used in January 6th. They were tracking, did someone go onto the steps? Did they go in? Were they on the lawn? Where were they exactly? And we know that investigators using cell phone data can do this. What did you find regarding that data in this case?
So we're going to know with great clarity whether Tyler Robinson was in the Orem area, whether the text messages that many of us have questions about, whether those were sent from Orem to Lance Twigg. Was Lance Twigg in southern Utah, or was he also in Orem? All of that is going to come out. But the main thing is people are saying, okay, how would he have known, based on this weird terrain, not being a student at this school, how would he have known this? Because I don't believe you could have planned this murder from Google Maps. So they're going to know, based on his cell phone pathway, whether he went on the day before, a couple of weeks before. They'll be able to track all of that. Now, I was told from a forensic expert, Joseph Scott, that they're going to be able to track him from 800 Street down through the tunnel, up around the Losi building, up the stairs, onto the roof, from the roof out to the roof line, take the shot, jump off the Losi building, run into the woods. And then I started seeing all of these conspiracy videos that they were able to find him on a little cafe's security system. You can barely see his car, but you can see it. And you had all these conspiracy people saying, how does a guy kill Charlie Kirk and 20 minutes later he's in his car in a parking lot? That's not consistent with what a murderer would do. Well, you don't know how a murderer thinks, right? He might be sitting in that car amped up on adrenaline, but how did the cafe owner know that he was caught on his security camera? Because unless somebody breaks in, you don't just go review, 24 hours worth of video footage. It's because the FBI tracked him to that location. The next morning, 7:15 a.m., Cedar City Maverick gas station. How do they know it's him? He swipes a credit card and they follow his phone. They know when he goes home. They know if he goes to visit Lance, when he goes over to his parents. They've got all of it, the phone calls, the texting, everything. So this forensic expert, Joseph Scott Morgan, he shared with me that next to the gun, the cell phone data is going to be the thing that ties Tyler Robinson directly to the person on that building. And right now, there's a lot of doubt. Oh, I don't know if I can trust the FBI. Well, that geo-tracking, that geofencing, it's going to tell us where his phone was at all times on that day.
Now, there's another piece of this that you mentioned when you were there, and it had to do with the sort of the depth and the scope of the area, the amphitheater, where the building is. You were saying that, you mentioned Google Maps a second ago, and that's what made me think of this. You said that where Charlie was sitting was actually much deeper than you realized, and the relative height from where Charlie was to the top of the Losi building was a bit higher. Walk us through what you discovered.
So the video footage that you guys showed with me and Gary from Paramount Tactical, below us is the Hall of Flags. That's where the first cell phone picked up Tyler Robinson running off the roof. Then below that is where Charlie Kirk was sitting in a pop-up tent, right? So that right. is an amphitheater that goes up, and then the Losi building where he shoots from is 3 stories higher than that. So he's actually about 4 stories different, maybe 4.5 stories different. And so that bullet is coming down at an angle. He's also off to the side about 10 degrees. So that bullet is coming in from high to low and from the side, where it ends up crashing into his neck. So yes, right here you can see, Gary, right below us is the Hall of Flags, where somebody's cell phone catches Tyler Robinson running off the roof. But until you go to the actual campus, you don't really understand, because this particular campus, from an aerial point of view on Google Maps, they have these like red square sidewalks, and they all seem like they're on the same level, but some of them might be 2 stories up. Some of them might be 2 stories down. And so that really threw me. The first time I went out, I was like, okay, wait a minute. I've been covering this story. I didn't really understand the elevation climb. I didn't understand the topography of the campus. And so, sadly, right where he takes the shot is the very best place to take a shot. You're up and away. You've got a clear line of sight to Charlie Kirk. You've got coverage by the cafeteria building in front of it. And he takes the shot and then runs for his life. But that really threw me. The other thing, when you start looking at the sound analysis, he's shooting down into a bowl. That's why you're picking up echoes. So some people that aren't as sophisticated in their forensic, they say, oh, there was probably 2 shots. Well, no, it's coming down into this amphitheater bowl. It's picking up an echo. It's also passing through the microphone system there. So when you really clean up all of the audio, it's 1 shot, then the supersonic boom, and then boom, it hits. And they were able to show all of that.
So those rings are coming from the initial sound wave, the sound propagation, but then you also have the secondary and tertiary waves that are hitting off of those other buildings into the bowl of the amphitheater, and you can even see it on this video that you put together from that angle. It's a very small, very confined space. In fact, I remember going to, when I did my Butler investigation and visited, and I've been to Butler multiple times now, and looked at the site where President Trump had his assassination attempt, you realize it's so much smaller than it just looks on camera. It's so much smaller. I mean, you could run the distance in just a couple of seconds. It's a quick sprint, would get you from one side to another. And there's sometimes just videos in Google Map and satellites, and I know there are a lot of investigators and researchers go off of that. But when you physically go there for yourself, you see how how those angles can play tricks on you, and it's much smaller. By the way, I just wanted to throw out before we run out of time here that what you mentioned about the cell phone tracking data, that reminds me a lot of the Brian Kohberger case, where and he killed those sorority girls, but that was a key piece of the evidence because they find his fingerprint on the knife sheath, and then what do they have? They have his cell phone data going back and forth past that house, casing it before he went in, getting the pattern of life. Stephen, we are just about out of time. Thank you so much for doing this. I hope you continue. Tell everyone where to go to get your video and access to everything you're putting out.
If you look up Stephen Gardner on YouTube, you will see this face, and I appreciate the opportunity to come on.
Stephen Gardner on YouTube. Yes, you will see that face. And if you can stand it, if you can stand watching it, you will be able to get some really incredible information. God bless you, man, for doing this. And I appreciate it a lot, as I know there's been so many questions about this and everything else. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios' platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that A Week Away was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch A Week Away today.
This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurr.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is, by definition, a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
RAV's own Ben Berquam.
Right up over this hill, we got an armed cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
All right, welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurr. It is Friday, the 17th of October. It's the year of our Lord 2025. Let's get to today's top stories. As always, thank you for being here with us on Real America's Voice. Great team working hard for you, and we appreciate you being here and spending time. The United States Marine Corps is gearing up for its 250 years of celebration in that military branch. The celebration will include military weapons, demonstrations, as well as a keynote address from former Marine and current Vice President J.D. Vance. You can catch it all right here on Real America's Voice. I'll bring on Amanda Head, give us live updates from the ground. Also, Moms for Liberty holding their 2025 Joyful Warriors National Summit today and tomorrow. You can catch live coverage here on Real as well, leading up to the Marine 250 celebration. It's a big couple of days here on the network. And I'll bring on some experts and correspondents from the ground for their live perspectives. You don't want to miss that. And then later, I'll discuss the lack of new housing construction and how slow approval processes actively halt new projects from ever being built. The slowdown in approval could be the cause of not having enough homes, invoking one to think about how American legislatures can hasten approval and ramp up production while making sure things are up to code. All that coming your way. But first, I want to start with John Bolton. John Bolton, the former National Security Advisor, indicted Thursday on 18 counts under the Espionage Act after he was accused of sending classified information to his wife and daughter and keeping more than 1,000 pages of classified information and documents that he was not entitled to. He had in his possession. He apparently wanted to use those documents for his own personal ambitions and, well, maybe more. We're not sure. This is very serious, and those on the left can scream all they want, but my bet is clear. John Bolton's going to prison for breaking the law that protects our nation's national security. Here's what was said, by the way, in the Oval Office when Donald Trump heard the news.
President Bolton was just indicted by a grand jury in Maryland. Do you have a reaction to that?
I didn't know that. You tell me for the first time, but I think he's, a bad person. I think he's a bad guy. Yeah, he's a bad guy. It's too bad, but it's the way it goes.
Well, that's the way it goes. John Bolton pleaded not guilty earlier today, but we will see what the evidence says and what the courts decide. Big trial ahead. Joining me now to discuss this, senior legal fellow at the Heritage Foundation, Zach Smith. Zach, thank you for being here today. As we discussed just before the program, this is serious. They can claim that he was targeted. They can claim it's a weaponized DOJ. They can claim whatever they want, but 18 counts and a 26-page indictment, what it is for sure, it's serious, isn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely is serious, not only for John Bolton, but also for our national security as well. Keep in mind, some of the allegations in the indictment allege that John Bolton's personal email accounts that he used to transmit this classified information were actually hacked, potentially by the Iranian government, who then tried to blackmail John Bolton as a result of that hack. So this has very serious implications. These are very sensitive documents that John Bolton had access to because of his role as the National Security Advisor. And so to see him retaining a lot of that information at his home, to see him sending that information across the internet using unsecured, unclassified email systems like AOL and Google, as the indictment alleges, these are very serious allegations. Now, John Bolton, like any other criminal defendant, is innocent until or unless proven guilty. But these are very serious allegations. And I suspect John Bolton is going to have a very difficult time explaining his conduct if he chooses to take the stand.
Yeah. Zach, here's the thing that I think struck me and a lot of other Americans watching John Bolton ever since he left the White House after he was dismissed by the president. His arrogance, his sheer hubris of, well, he knew better and Donald Trump was this and Donald Trump was that. Well, Donald Trump wasn't emailing classified information to his daughter or to his wife or others. We know that. And the raid on Mar-a-Lago proved to be a whole lot of hubbub about not much at all. I mean, raiding Melania's underwear drawer, I don't think proved much about national security. And the difference between Donald Trump and John Bolton is Donald Trump actually had the right to have the documents he had in his possession, and he had the right to declassify the documents he had in his possession. John Bolton can claim none of that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Donald Trump, as president, had the authority to declassify documents. It was up to his discretion. John Bolton was not the president, and so he did not have that same authority. And in fact, the indictment lays out in some length when John Bolton's right to access that information expired, when he lost the legal ability to have that information at his home. But it certainly is clear that John Bolton had a lot of that information still in his possession and was still using it and disseminating it after he left his role as the National Security Advisor. Now, one of the problems in particular I think John Bolton may have created for himself is his frequent commentary on others who have potentially used unclassified or civilian information systems to exchange information. He talked extensively about Hillary Clinton when she was alleged to have done that. He's talked about others using Signal and other communication apps to exchange information. Has been very critical of those practices. And so from just a pragmatic standpoint, I think John Bolton may have a very difficult time in being able to take the stand, defend his actions, because if he were to do so, I think any prosecutor worth his or her salt would immediately use those past statements that John Bolton has made against him in any trial, should he choose to go to trial.
Now, here's the thing. More than 1,000 pages. What would he use those for? To write a book? for his own, benefit? Would he share it with others? Could he sell that? I mean, is this information that could compromise the national security of the United States? That's what I want to know, Zach. You've read the 26 pages. Any indication there?
Well, I say that is certainly the fear. Anytime classified information is disseminated or retained outside of proper channels, the exact timing of when this information was distributed, all of that is not crystal clear from the indictment. It certainly appears like he was transmitting some of this information while he was still the national security advisor in almost real time. Essentially, what the indictment alleges is that John Bolton would take extensive notes on legal pads during his time as national security advisor. He would then go and type up those notes and transmit those notes, which he called his diary, to individuals that are not named in the indictment. They're referred to as individual 1 and individual 2. Now, media reports that those individuals that are not named in the indictment are actually his family members, his wife and his daughter, who he said were functioning as his editors. So it seems obvious that John Bolton, from the get-go, as his time as national security advisor, was planning to write a memoir or a book about his time in the Trump administration. And it certainly seems like these diaries, these notes that he retained, that he then transmitted using personal email accounts, that these were all part of his plans to eventually write a book.
All right, so here's the question, Zach. You work there, when it comes to intelligence like this. Is there a problem with the voluminous amount of classified information flying around in various classifications, top secret, classified, for your eyes only, whatever it may be? Look, Joe Biden had documents he wasn't supposed to have. Mike Pence had documents he wasn't supposed to have. John Bolton seems like a much more serious case, but do we have a problem in Washington with too much classified information just flying around?
Yes, absolutely. I think anyone will tell you that for too long, there's been a sense that those at the very top of our government are not taking their responsibilities to safeguard and secure classified information seriously. Now, I suspect because of Joe Biden, Mike Pence, others that you mentioned, John Bolton and his lawyers may try to make some type of selective prosecution claim. But again, I think one of the problems that John Bolton may have created for himself is that he has been very critical of those other decisions not to prosecute others who have not maintained their own responsibility to safely and securely handle classified information. But again, I think the indictment itself alleges why this lack of seriousness, why this use of improper channels is so devastating. One of the allegations in the indictment is that Iranian officials or someone in Iran hacked John Bolton's email accounts, got access to this information, and then was trying to use it to blackmail him in the process. Those are very serious allegations. It shows the threat that this type of lax protocols poses. And so I think it is why we are right to have a very serious conversation about why so many officials at the top of our government are not taking their responsibilities seriously.
Well, and here's the other thing, obviously. These are printed documents. These are pages, right, that they have stacks of, apparently. Then you've got the text messages, the emails, the electronic communication. Then you've got AI out there hunting and looking all the time. Look, AI spyware is out there. Foreign governments using it all the time to find weaknesses, to find a chink in the armor, to find a sneaky way to get in the back door. All of these are happening simultaneously. What can we do to defend ourselves? What can we do in America, Zach, to make our national secrets and our national security, frankly, more secure?
Well, look, I think we have to start with holding those who do not fulfill their responsibilities accountable. There are systems and procedures and processes in place to make sure that classified information is retained in as safe and secure an environment as possible. But again, in the many examples you just mentioned, that has not been the case. There, for too long, has been a lack of consequences when officials have not followed proper protocols. And so I think in John Bolton's case, these allegations are very serious, and we're seeing an attempt to make sure that the rules and procedures that are very vigorously applied against low-level government officials who have security clearances, access to this information, that those same rules and consequences are applied when people in the very high levels of our government do not follow those same rules and regulations as well.
All right, so the one question I have not asked as we bring this full circle, what is the penalty? 18 counts, serious counts under the Espionage Act. This is not This is not something simple. This is something very detrimental to his future, to his freedom. If he was convicted, even on a couple of these charges, what would it mean?
Yeah, each count carries up to 10 years in federal prison. Part of the indictment is they're asking for forfeiture of certain proceeds he may have received from his book and other profits as a result of retaining and disseminating this classified information. So John Bolton has a lot of legal exposure here. Now, what's interesting, in a prior civil suit related to his book, the judge in that case was very critical of John Bolton. He noted that he may have created both civil and criminal exposure for himself by the way he chose to move forward with publishing his memoirs. And so I think we're seeing a lot of those warnings really coming home to roost with this indictment.
Yeah. You know, and it's just the hubris. And I look at people like John Brennan and James Clapper and others who have just been so cavalier about their behavior in so many places, and John Bolton, and you look at James Comey, and the list goes on. The cavalier, arrogant attitude. Well, you know, sometimes it'll come back around and get you. Zach, really appreciate you being here. Thank you for your expertise today.
Of course. Thanks for having me on the show.
Absolutely. We'll keep an eye on 10 years per. I mean, that's a life sentence if you get jammed up. All right, coming up after the break, the Marine Corps will celebrate 250 years tomorrow at Pendleton in San Diego. Yeah, Camp Pendleton, California. Complete with weapon demonstrations. We always like that. I'll bring on the co-host of Just the News, No Noise, my good friend Amanda Head, joining me next on America's Voice Live.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1,
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios' platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real
Well, here just a couple of weeks ago, I had the good fortune to go to the East Coast and see the United States Navy celebrate 250 years. It was a remarkable display. Got to stand on an aircraft carrier, see incredible demonstrations of American power. It's awe-inspiring. Here just recently, not too far from my house, I brought in 21 brand new F-15 EX-2s, I think they're called, fighter jets. And there's just something about watching, you know, fighter jets from the United States Air Force or the Marines or the Navy come soaring over your head. It just gives me this welling of pride. And this Saturday, the United States Marine Corps They'll take their turn in the sun celebrating 250 years. The event will hold military weapons demonstrations, always a good time, as well as an address by a former U.S. Marine. He's now your Vice President, J.D. Vance. We'll give you all the live action right here in Real America's Voice tomorrow, with coverage starting at noon Eastern and lasting until 8 o'clock tomorrow night. By the way, I'll be there with you for a good portion of that, so you'll see me then. Join me now, though, a woman from who lives in California currently to discuss this, the co-host of Just the News, No Noise, Amanda Head, who has a chance to stand in an absolutely perfect day. She's got the shades on. She's got a smile on her face because it's a cool event. Amanda, nice to see you.
Great to see you, Steve, and I'm with you on the flyover. I really hope I got to send a message to the control room to not do a split screen during the flyover with me on half of the screen, because if history has shown anything, it's that I will cry every time. So I am so excited to be here, and they could not have ordered better weather if they had not ordered it straight from God. It's like mid-70s, a very light breeze, not a cloud in the sky. We, of course, are right on the Pacific Ocean. Camp Pendleton is nestled above San Diego, near Oceanside, California, and it's just a beautiful facility. And let me tell you, the raw power that is displayed here already. I mean, we're still 24 hours out from the actual event, but I will use this opportunity to remind everybody, November 10th is actually the official birthday, but, having this celebration during the summer, fall, here in LA and here in Southern California, summer extends basically until October. So it's just magnificent. Cannot wait to share with you all of the things that are going to be happening tomorrow, but it is bustling around here. As you can see, the production behind me, they are doing a great job of setting up this stage. I would say it's on par with some of President Trump's biggest campaign rallies last year. They've got, obviously, this huge stage set up here. They've got grandstands behind. They've got grandstands behind the camera that you can't see, and video screens everywhere. It's just going to be absolutely, it's perfectly fitting for the United States Marine Corps. I will say that because they deserve it.
When we did the U.S. Army parade, I was there as well on the ground, and there were critics who said, well, why would we do this? America doesn't do this. Yes, we do on occasion. We don't do the May Day parades like they do in Russia and so forth, but this is different. This is a celebration of who we are as a country 250 years on. This is the Army, the Navy, the Marines. It's a different thing, and man, it just feels good. When I was there for the Navy event, I felt like a 12-year-old. I'm just looking at all these incredible machines and all this incredible power as you put it, Amanda. It is awe-inspiring, isn't it?
It absolutely is. And, for the naysayers, what this is about, and the Army 250 was the same way. It is about innovation, this beautiful dichotomy between innovation and tradition. And you see each of our armed services branches that are innovating in ways that other countries envy. And at the same time, they are still rooted, they are still anchored in tradition. Here, Semper Fidelis, always faithful. Those types of traditions that bond the men and women who are a part of the United States Marine Corps. It is about showing our lethality, showing our preparedness, our defenses. That's what it's about. It's not about flexing muscles and trying to do something that appears communistic, evocative of Soviet-era Russia. That's not what this is about. It is about showcasing what we have to offer, what we use to protect the homeland. And at the end of the day, as Secretary of War Pete Hegseth said, we don't love war. We love our country. We want to keep our country safe, and that's what this is about.
You mentioned Pete Hegseth. I was going to bring him up. I'm glad you did, Amanda, because, look, when I saw him walk out in front of all those sailors, they went wild. When he is around the men and women serving in the military, whether it's the Army, the Navy, the Marines, they like him a lot. They embrace him. So the critics, Pete Hegseth's not qualified, this, that, they respect him because he's been a soldier on the ground. Do you get the same impression?
Absolutely. I mean, you look at the reception that he gets anytime, Steve, whether it is stateside or whether it's abroad. Anytime he is around troops from any branch of the military, he gets rousing applause. And it is because he has been there. He's been in the barracks. He's done the basic training. He has done all of that has put him in a position to not only know what it takes to lead people at the Pentagon, the 3- and 4-star generals, to lead what frankly I would argue is more of a bureaucracy than anything else. But he has the ability to not only lead there at the Pentagon, but to also be someone who these troops look up to and admire and revere. And that's important. It's important to have both of those strengths in someone who is ultimately going to leading this country in its preparedness against our adversaries.
There you go. Amanda Head live from Camp Pendleton in California. Beautiful place. Amanda, thank you. As always, we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Thanks, Steve.
All right, so tune in to Real America's Voice. It's Saturday, tomorrow, noon until 8 o'clock at night. Special coverage of all the events happening with the Marines, from sea to shore, from live weapons demonstrations, that address by Vice President J.D. Vance, former Marine himself. You don't want to miss any of it. You want to be right here. I'll be here, Amanda will be here, and the entire RAV team. And Steve Bannon in the morning, by the way, as well. So you don't want to miss any coverage coming up tomorrow. Set your DVR. If you can't be there in person, you want to watch it at some point. All right. After the break, another big event. Moms for Liberty hosting their 2025 Joyful Warriors National Summit happening right now in Orlando, Florida. Coverage will be held today and tomorrow, leading into coverage of that Marine 250 celebration. I'll bring on an expert who's currently on location to discuss some of the ongoing issues within education straight ahead on America's Voice Live.
For 250 years, they've stormed beaches, broken lines, and made history in blood and valor. From the black sands of Iwo Jima to the streets of Fallujah.
Get ready to move!
No enemy too strong, no mission too hard, no fight too far. This Saturday, Real America's Voice takes you to the heart of the Marine Corps legend. RAV will have a front row view of the action, joined by battle-tested veterans and military experts who live the brotherhood of the Corps. Explosive action, raw power, unshakable pride. This is Marine 250, from sea to shore. Coverage begins this Saturday at noon Eastern, only on Real America's Voice, because freedom wasn't given, it was earned. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some RAV fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop RAV, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through RAV. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Well, Virginia Democrats are receiving a lot of backlash over a sexual predator case that made national news after the state chose not to prosecute a known sex offender. Transgender individual Richard Kenneth Cox is 58 years old. Good-looking fella, there he is. Cox allegedly lied about his identity to enter a Virginia public school pool and the shower area after hours, where he exposed himself to young high school girls. Democrats chose to defend the transgender community instead of the children, prioritizing identity politics over the safety of minor girls. Cox also sent threatening emails to the school system just before the election, stating he would not vote for and would encourage others in the transgender community not to vote for candidates who did not support their transgenderism. Here to discuss, Paul Runco, Senior Director of Strategic Initiatives for Defending Education, who is currently in Orlando, Florida at the Moms for Liberty Joyful Warriors National Summit. Paul, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me, Steve.
You know, I would I would feel better, obviously, if this were an isolated incident, but it's not. This is not an isolated incident. We see more and more of this, and you wonder how many we don't hear about. This is a problem. Adult men posing as women being granted access to locker rooms, restrooms, shower areas. It's insane, and frankly, I think it's immoral. What do you say?
Well, as you mentioned, I'm here at the Moms for Liberty Summit 2025, and this is a big discussion here, right? This transgender issue, particularly in schools, K-12 schools. And our own polling, Defending Education, my organization, our own polling shows this is an 80-20 issue. Parents across the political spectrum, whether you're Republican, Democrat, Independent, believe that girls should have their own spaces and that men should not be allowed in girls' restrooms, girls' locker rooms, and their private spaces in schools. So we really need to start getting back to what we believed years ago when we had these policies in place, and not these policies that you just mentioned gave this man access to the aquatic center locker rooms where, these alleged heinous acts took place.
Well, we are seeing, I saw a graph here just yesterday that showed this idea, and the people that identify as transgender really started to spike 2020, 2021. It peaked in 2023, and now it's coming down fast because people are like, wait a second, stop it. And let's be clear about this. It was promoted. It was propaganda. People got lost on YouTube and TikTok and other places told this is, if you don't feel quite right, you might not be in the right body and all this other nonsense. It was propaganda and advertising that drove this insanity. Thankfully, there's a lot of pushback from you and organizations like Moms for Liberty. How much more work do we have to do, though, to get this thing completely under control?
Well, there's a lot of work to be done, but parents got a really amazing decision from the Supreme Court this year in Mahmoud versus Taylor, where the Supreme Court reaffirmed parents' rights to opt their children out of some of these LGBTQ plus books and curriculums in school. And so parents really have this amazing tool now to go to their schools and say, I know that this transgender ideology starts right here in kindergarten, but my child isn't going to be a part of it. And so my organization and organizations like Moms for Liberty is encouraging parents, you can opt out and you should opt out.
So let me ask you this, Paul. How old are you?
In my mid-30s.
All right. So you went to high school. You've been out for a few years. How many transgender kids did you go to high school with?
None. And to your point, this was not an issue even, the 15 years ago when I was in school.
Right. That's my point. There were none when I went to school, none when my wife went to school, none when you went to school. So it is a fairly recent phenomenon, again, in my estimation, driven by propaganda and people preying on impressionable young people. We have got to stop the sexualization of children, period. There seems to be this strange obsession with it. I think you would agree with that. We need to scale that back, and we need to fight it every step of the way, don't we?
Absolutely. And unfortunately, the 4 years of the Biden administration really perpetuated this. As your viewers probably remember, the Biden administration tried to change Title IX to replace sex with gender identity. And organizations like mine, organizations like Moms for Liberty sued to stop the Biden administration from doing this. And luckily, the Trump Title IX rule is now in effect, and so we've seen his administration take states like California and Maine to court over this and trying to keep men out of girls' bathrooms, off of women's sports teams, and prevent students from being disciplined when they feel they can't affirm someone's supposed gender identity.
Right. Some states, however, are still fighting, defying the executive order. I don't know where that leads, but probably they're going to lose. It's going to be a big event there, Moms for Liberty. I'm glad you're there, Paul. It's an important conversation for the folks there as well, and we'll have coverage here on Real America's Voice. Thank you for taking time to talk with us today.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, you can catch all the live coverage, like I said, right here on Real America's Voice today and tomorrow. It will lead into that Marines 250 celebration. That's tomorrow, so it's all good news. Boy, have you seen gold. And don't you wish you had more of it? I don't care how much you have, you wish you had more. Buy gold and get free silver right now. That's right, for every $5,000 purchased from Birch Gold Group this month in advance of Veterans Day, They're going to send you a free patriotic silver round that commemorates the Gadsden and American flags. Look, gold is up more than 55% year over year. And Birch Gold can help you own it by converting an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Plus, they'll send you free silver honoring our veterans on qualifying purchases. And if you're current or former military, Birch Gold has a special offer just for you. They're waiving custodial fees for the first year on investments of any amount. With an A-plus rating at the Better Business Bureau, tens of thousands of happy customers, many of which are viewers of this program, I encourage you to diversify savings into gold. Almost $4,300 an ounce now, $4,300. Text America to the number 989898 for a free information kit and claim your eligibility for free silver with a qualifying purchase before the end of the month. Time's running. Again, America to 989898 Birch Gold. Do it today. Coming up after the break, I'll discuss the lack of new housing construction and how slow approval processes are creating problems in the building industry. More on that coming up on ABL.
For 250 years, they've stormed beaches, broken lines, and made history in blood and valor. From the black sands of Iwo Jima to the streets of Fallujah.
Get ready to move!
No enemy too strong, no mission too hard, no fight too far. This Saturday, Real America's Voice takes you to the heart of the Marine Corps legend. Rav will have a front row view of the action, joined by battle-tested veterans and military experts who live the brotherhood of the Corps. Explosive action, raw power, unshakable pride. This is Marine 250, from sea to shore. Coverage begins this Saturday at noon Eastern, only on Real America's Voice, because freedom wasn't given, it was earned. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love Rav. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Well, the rise in population over the years has seen its fair share of challenges, but without doubt, one of the biggest ones has to do with housing. We have a home crunch in this country. As we all know, any architectural project has to go through various approval processes, and things get stickier and stricter the farther you go, especially when federal funds are involved, or any government funds for that matter. And this slowdown in approval could be the cause of not having enough homes right now, invoking one to think about how American and the legislature can hasten approval and ramp up production while making sure things are up to code. We got to do all the things right, but we got to do it faster. Join me to discuss this, the Senior Director of Government Affairs for the National Taxpayers Union, Tommy Aiello. Tommy, nice to see you on a Friday. Listen, we need more houses in America, and we've got to get rid of the red tape. We need more ribbon cuttings for new houses and less red tape to cut through to get there. What would you say to that?
That has a great ring to it. Look, there's nothing more fundamental to people than having a place to live, whether you're a renter or you're a homeowner or you want to buy a home. It's just way too expensive. Look, we have mortgage rates coming down. It's a great thing for people that want to refinance or purchase a new home, but we need to do more. The President of the United States, he's a builder. He understands the importance of having more housing, and we need the Congress and the administration to put more pressure on these local governments to speed up the process.
So what do we do to make that happen? Look, cutting red tape has been a cornerstone of this administration. For every new rule, you had to get rid of a bunch of other rules to get there. Why the slowdown? And look, I want to make sure the plumbing's right, the electrical's right, the roof is right. We want to make sure that building codes are followed, but there's got to be a way to expedite the process because it is slow. I'm in the process of redoing a house now that was involved with a fire. And just getting through the codes is half the challenge. We've got to do better.
Yeah, it's a real problem. There's only so much the federal government can do in this space. But the way we look at it is local governments, they put up all these barriers, right? Los Angeles, for example, they require parking minimums just for single family homes. They require that 20% of all underground parking lots have to have EV chargers. In New York City, if you build over 100 stories, you're hit with all these extra compliance costs. So people are building up to 99 floors instead of that extra floor or more. So it's a real problem. There's a really good bill introduced by Congressman Mike Flood of Nebraska. He's a great conservative champion for housing. It's a bipartisan bill. It says if local governments want federal funds for housing, they need to show how they're reducing barriers to building. It's a great bill. We're proud to support it, and hopefully it gets passed by the United States Congress.
Well, there you have it, Tommy. Look, we've got to do better. When you look at places like, I mentioned the fire that I have, but Pacific Palisades, Malibu, they haven't built anything. I don't even think they've cleaned much up so far because of what? Regulations in California, which are probably worse than just about anywhere else. But here they are with, 80,000 structures lost in those fires earlier this year. We have got to be able to do so much better.
Yeah, it's a real problem. It's really a tale of two parts of the country. You have these blue states that put all these barriers up to building or rebuilding after fires. Texas, for example, right? Everyone's flocking to Texas. They're actually increasing their housing stock exponentially. Austin, Texas, which a lot of young people from California are moving to, home prices there, rental prices specifically, down 18%. We need to look to these red states, Texas, Florida, and Tennessee. What are they doing? They're letting builders build. It's helping consumers, lowering home prices. They should be the model for the country.
Yeah, so how do we get there? I mean, we can't seem to agree on much of anything. Not in state houses, not on the federal level. Is there something that Donald Trump can do? Is there something that people can do at the state level to expedite and without cutting corners? And that's an important part. Again, we want the plumbing right. We want the roof right. We want the electrical systems right. What can be done?
I think the president can and should, with his administration, put pressure on these local governments to change some of these ridiculously silly laws. In San Francisco, you can't build over a certain height because it might block cloud coverage in some neighborhoods. It's little things like that. That's what we're talking about. We're not changing the laws, so we're cutting corners to what you said and putting people's safety in jeopardy. It's these silly laws like parking minimums, land sizes, height restrictions. That's what we should be doing to put pressure on these governments to change. And that's what Congressman Flood's legislation would do. But what the president can do is he can free up some federal lands, especially in the West, like Idaho or California, where all these pressures to increase that area where you can build housing. That's where they can really do the most amount of effectiveness. And I hope that's where they'll look.
Yeah, and demand is there. I just saw the number of new home sales increased 20% last month. The demand is there. If the houses were available and if we could get interest rates down another half a point or a full point, it could really stimulate the purchase of homes, new and used, in this country. We really need to make some strides there as well. I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, people are still buying homes. Mortgage rates coming down. It's going to make homes even more affordable for people to buy. And look, the president's working class tax cuts, those taxes are going to help developers build more housing, lower the prices. It doesn't get much more simple than that. Supply and demand.
You got that right. Tommy, have a happy Friday. Thank you for being here.
Thanks, Steve.
All right, before we go to break, I want to remind you once again about Real America's Voice special coverage of the Moms for Liberty Joyful Warriors Summit happening Friday and Saturday. Let's take a look, a preview as we head to the break.
This October 16th through 19th, America's grassroots will gather for the Moms for Liberty National Summit 2025, and Real America's Voice will be there as your official media partner. From Orlando, Florida, we'll bring you wall-to-wall coverage of the movement fighting for parental rights, liberty, and America's future. Get ready for a powerhouse lineup. Byron Donalds, Benny Johnson, Ashley Moody, James O'Keefe, Rick Green, and more. Plus, a special tribute honoring Charlie Kirk. Want to be there? Choose your experience. 4-day ticket, $299. Includes meals, sessions, trainings, and the Saturday Gala. Student Saturday Pass, just $50. Saturday Gala only, $149. Don't miss this historic gathering, the most impactful event for parental rights in America today. Tune in October 16th through 19th, only on Real America's Voice. For 250 years, they've stormed beaches, broken lines, and made history in blood and valor. From the black sands of Iwo Jima to the streets of Fallujah. Get ready to move! No enemy too strong, no mission too hard, no fight too far. This Saturday, Real America's Voice takes you to the heart of the Marine Corps legend. Rav will have a front row view of the action, joined by battle-tested veterans and military experts who live the brotherhood of the Corps. Explosive action, raw power, unshakable pride. This is Marine 250, from sea to shore. Coverage begins this Saturday at noon Eastern, only on Real America's Voice, because freedom wasn't given, it was earned. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love Rav. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
All right, there's one beautiful aircraft. Air Force One sitting at Joint Base Andrews, waiting for the President of the United States. He's going to be on his way to Mar-a-Lago. Hasn't been there for a while. It doesn't go in the summer, as you know, not very often anyway. But he's going today, apparently, going to spend the weekend. I'm going to guess the man might play some golf. I'm going to take the over on that, on the over-under, all right? Democratic governor for New Jersey, Phil Murphy, has been called out by his state for failing to address the rising surge in electricity prices, specifically for middle-class families who are getting squeezed and squeezed hard. President Trump has always been a proponent of America's energy independence. We talked about it here this week extensively. And to further add to that, many suggest breaking away from utility monopolies to stop such brazen price increases might be a brilliant idea. I would agree with that. Joining me to discuss is the chairman of Americans for Energy Dominance, Sam Romaine. Sam, thank you for being here. And I want to start with this monopoly idea. I live in Michigan, as people know, and there are two major electric companies in the state, DTE and Consumers. And basically that covers more than 90% of the people. And every year it seems they go to the legislature, hey, we need to raise our prices. Hey, we need to raise. And every time there's a rate increase, they're like, hey, look, these monopolies are getting rich. They're not going broke. I can tell you that, Sam. What do you think?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for having me on again. I really appreciate your show. But going to the rate increase, I want to share some news with you fresh out of California. PG&E just gave themselves high praise today. For the first time in a decade, they decided not to raise the rates double digits. What a fascinating concept to be proud about. But you're right. You don't have choice in this country about your utility company in most cases, except for Texas. And that's because we have what's called a regulated monopoly market for these utility companies. And the reason they love to spend money is because they get a guaranteed return on equity. The more money they spend, the more money they get to charge you. And even more fascinating, they can even roll in their lobbying cost into their rate case.
And that's exactly right. And they can use that money for political purposes as well, which they do. Let me ask you about this. Here where I live, and I don't know if this is true in all states, but you're the expert. If you put solar panels on your roof thinking, you know what, I'm going to do the green energy thing. I'm going to have this house that's self-sufficient. Where I live, you don't even own that electricity. It goes into the system. It's still controlled by the two monopolies. You might get a discount, but any extra electricity that goes into the system, that's theirs. It's a strange arrangement, to say the least.
Yeah, so solar is an interesting thing in many states. You have this agreement called net metering, where the energy that you're sending off to the grid, you get compensated for, usually to offset your own usage. But some states are going even further, mostly in blue states, and saying, actually, when you send me power, I'm just going to keep it, and I'll sell it to your neighbor at full retail and give you nothing. Yeah. Now, you do have states like Texas and Florida who actually do have a favorable net metering. You know, it's really funny. You bring up the green energy thing. I don't think it's about green energy. I think it's about energy independence, but red states do it better. That's the best part.
Yeah, red states do it better. Look, what we need in this country, we need more nuclear, that's for sure. We need to stop
100%.
taking functional coal-fired power plants that still have 25 or 30 or 40 years in their lifespan. Stop taking those offline, and don't do what they did in Europe, which is just bulldoze the things. Now the Netherlands providing power to whole big chunks of Europe because other countries got rid of their power plants, while China is building ones that they're just putting over there for future reference, not even using them, building brand new coal-fired power plants to say, hey, we might need that in the future, just build it, and we'll wait till we need it. It's a totally different approach, isn't it?
Yeah, well, and the thing about it is that what we need to realize in this country is that electrons, energy, are not red, blue, green, purple, whatever. At the end of the day, what we need to do is enable the free market to choose the winner rather than propping up and having government pick winners and losers. And if that's coal, so be it. If that's nuclear, great. If that's solar, wonderful. At the end of the day, the free market has a really good track record of picking the winners and losers. And usually nuclear is going to win out for baseload power, absolutely. But it doesn't necessarily make solar bad. What it does make, in my opinion, is solar farms become really bad. Clear-cutting farmland and forest land for solar panels usually isn't the winner in the free market economics. But when you start talking about self-generation on your home, it does have a space to compete, right?
Well, it should. And again, the blue states basically stealing the energy you create for the solar panels you paid for. It's the strangest setup I've ever seen. So we need more energy. Donald Trump is working that way. Chris Wright, I think, was doing a great job as the Secretary of Energy in this country, finding new ways to create energy, being friendly to coal states like West Virginia and Wyoming. These are all steps forward, but it's just a good start. I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, and it's a good start, but a lot of this, let's go back to New Jersey just real quick to finish off. What's happened in New Jersey is a political issue, okay? You have good bills that are in front of the state that they're not doing anything with. You have Governor Phil Murphy, who the legislature's passed a bill to cut red tape on permitting. He's sitting on it. Automated permitting, moving from 3 months to almost 24 hours. He won't even sign it. You also, back in 2018, had legislature pass one of the most innovative battery programs to do virtual power plants. Still hasn't been enacted. Now you look at Texas, they did the same thing. They did it in 9 months and profitably. And so this comes down to a political capital, political will, and most blue states don't have the gumption to get it done. They want to play the favoritism game.
New Jersey, we're counting on you. Do something smart. Elect a Republican governor and be a step in the right direction. Sam, thanks for being here.
Appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, every so often, something happens that reminds us just how fragile our freedoms are. We can't afford to take our rights for granted. We must draw a line in the sand, and our friends at Patriot Mobile have been doing exactly that for a dozen years. The truth is, there's only one provider that boldly stands in the gap for Americans who believe in freedom and that it's worth fighting for. That, of course, my friends, is Patriot Mobile. Not only are they leading the red economy, they're also outpacing the competition in technology. Patriot Mobile is one of the only carriers offering premium access to all three major U.S. networks, giving you nationwide coverage and service you can count on. They also offer unlimited data plans, mobile hotspots, international roaming, internet backup, and more. In fact, you can put two lines in the same phone. You can have a personal line and a business line, same phone. Nobody else can do that. Switching is easier than ever. Activate in minutes from your own home. Keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade to something brand new and exciting. Take a stand today. Go to patriotmobile.com/RAV or call 972-PATRIOT and use promo code RAV for a free month of service right now. That's patriotmobile.com/RAV or call 972-PATRIOT. Make the switch today. All right, don't go anywhere, because after the break, America's Voice Live will continue. We'll have more for you.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/RAV, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
RAV has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself.
All right, earlier in the program, I brought you Paul Runco from Orlando, Florida, an event by Moms for Liberty called the Joyful Warriors National Summit. Real America's Voice correspondent Bo Davidson also at the event. He's joining me now to discuss what's coming up. Bo, nice to see you. Glad you're having a good Friday. So tell me about the event. It's going to be covered here extensively on Real America's Voice. What can we expect?
Yeah, Steve, RAV's imprint is all over this event. And, you know, Moms for Liberty, Steve, was started in 2021 by two moms who were school board members. And we think about back to 2020, 2021, what was going on, what were people paying attention to or not paying attention to. And since that time, they've started this organization, very, very grassroots, to empower and educate parents. And I say that parents because it's not just the moms, it's the dads, too. There are men's panels here as well on fatherhood. So it's important to know that parental rights are still important. important. They will continue to be important. Thankfully, here in Florida, where I am at this Orlando conference, Florida has set a standard. Governor DeSantis has made it very clear where he stands on parental rights. And it's a template, I think, Steve, for the rest of the country to follow, because DeSantis is not afraid to stand up to this.
Well, and I agree with that. Look, we need to take a stand for calling out the absurd. We do. We have to call out the absurd, don't we? It's kind of our, I mean, I take it seriously, part of our job here on Real Americans. I say, wait a second. People don't buy that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, let me give you an example, too. My mom sent me this story. Happened just in the past couple days. Hernando, Mississippi, a grand jury indicted Lindsay Whiteside, a former basketball coach and youth minister, of sexual battery of a child, Steve. The DA wanted 30 years, but she only got 10 years of court supervision. And the kicker is this. A school board member and vice principal, Michelle Henley, openly supported Whiteside in court. Now, you can imagine the DA and the family of the victim were mortified about this. This is why, Steve, elections matter. They have consequences, and it's a group like Moms for Liberty that can keep pressure on school boards and vice principals and people all over this country who are simply doing the wrong thing.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question, Bo. Last question here. If body parts don't determine whether you're a man or a woman, why do transgender people alter their bodies to fit the sex they believe they are? I mean, I'm a little confused by that. Help me out.
I don't know if I can help you there, Steve. That's the million-dollar question. I've never understood it. I've never understood how women's rights and feminism are supposed to matter if male and female don't matter anymore, if the lines are blurred. I'm sure you probably saw that study that said that, you know, the identification of college students among transgenders has been cut in half. Is that true? I certainly hope so. I hope we've hit the peak woke period. I hope that we're in a post-woke era. But I can tell you here at this conference, at this summit, parents are putting pressure on school boards, on their principals, on their teachers, on the teachers' union, Steve. You know you've reported on this a lot. And we've got to keep pressure on them because the rights of parents are critical. As a new father, I got to tell you, I'm learning a lot here.
Well, as well you should. Being a dad takes a lot of work, but we need more dads in America, too. So it's an important job, Bo, the most important one you may ever have. Thank you for being here. Have a great weekend. I'm sure we'll talk again.
You bet. Thanks, Steve.
There you have it. All right, so next up, my good friend Eric Bowling standing by to take the baton as I'm running around the back stretch and heading into the checkered tape. There it is. Eric Bowling, everybody. Good-looking fella, isn't he? There he is. Bowling,
good to see you, Grover. Really, really good to see you. I saw Zelensky in the Oval Office. I saw our own Brian Glenn. You notice he was wearing a different color suit because last time Zelensky says you always wear the same suit. So Brian very astutely wore the tan suit. That was brilliant. Brilliant move on that one. I didn't see if they had an interaction back and forth about what he was wearing, but as you know, Steve, I just hate the idea that we're financing or helping finance a war that personally I don't think we should be even involved with. But that is my personal. Look, I'm kind of an isolationist.
I am on the same page with you. Look, I think that Putin's a terrible guy, but I think that that's Europe's problem first and foremost. Should we maybe help them out? Yes, but you know, we've been sent the bill over and over again, not just for this war, but for the last 70 or 80 years. I think we can do better things with our resources and not fight Europe's wars every time they have a problem. But hey, that's just my opinion, Eric.
I am straight up libertarian, I'll call myself a conservatarian. So I like the conservative part of smaller government, lower your taxes, let us handle what we do with our own money, and then the other part. I'm a little different in this. I don't care who you sleep with or what you want to wear. I really don't. Just keep it away from the kids. Keep it away from me. Do your thing.
Keep it away from the kids.
Yeah,
exactly right.
That's where I land.
You got it.
Not exactly the true north in conservative politics, but I'm doing my best here. Doing my best. Hey,
true enough.
Gruber, have a great weekend. I'm going to take Notre Dame over the team that beat your Michigan Wolverines last weekend. They're playing USC. Group of spoiled children or something. Something to that fact.
University of Spoiled Children.
University of Spoiled Children. All right, so I'll take Notre Dame, laying 9.5. All right, folks, Friday, 4 p.m. Market is closed. Big day today. Early in the morning, late last night, and early in the morning, market was crashing. It was down 300 or 400 points in the Dow. That was based on some bank earnings. A couple of auto parts makers bankruptcies pulled the whole markets down, and look what happened. massive rebound during the day, Dow up 238 points. NASDAQ had a nice rebound. It was down 400 points early in the morning as well, up there. I don't know what's going on. Well, oil bounced a touch today, up 11 cents only, but 57.5. Not a bad area. We love under 60. Gold backed off $63 a share. I'm sorry, still $4,200. You know, again, just off of all-time highs. And this one I just am not understanding. There's something going on in the crypto market. I think there's some big players who are getting hurt in cryptocurrency across the board. I keep seeing these big washes down, and it feels like there's some heavy players who are getting carried out, probably losing a lot of money, waiting for that to end. And I do believe in Bitcoin going the long haul. Bringing Senator Ron Johnson of the great state of Wisconsin. He's here with us today. Welcome, Senator. We'll talk a little bit about the Schumer shutdown, or week 3. And you say all the Democrats have to do is vote for the clean CR and government can open in an hour or even 2. Why do you think they are refusing to do this? Yeah, I'm hearing that they want to wait until after October 18th, which is the next No Kings protest. Could the Democrats really be holding out for a protest? Is that likely to happen?
I mean, my guess is they can always count on the legacy media supporting them. And so they remain pretty arrogant, pretty confident that they seem to be winning the messaging war here. It's completely unreasonable. I mean, all we're talking about is a clean continuing resolution at Biden's spending levels. They voted for those. Their counteroffer, again, that continuing resolution would take us up to the beginning of Thanksgiving. Their counteroffer was a 4-week CR, and they'd be asking $1.5 trillion of additional spending. Just a mere $1.5 trillion. So it's completely unreasonable. But as I said, they are pretty arrogant in their feeling here. Now, unfortunately, these shutdowns never play out fairly. Even though they voted for these funding levels, they voted for clean CRs all the time. That's what they would always talk about if one of our members kind of forces into a short-term shutdown. But now they're completely hypocritical and saying the exact opposite things that they said in the past, and the press doesn't hold them to account. So,
Senator, work through this with me. And I'm speaking for a lot of my audience members over the history of my career. I'm libertarian. I'm for smaller government. No offense. I just think we can do better with our own money than government can do for us. Here's my issue. In 2019, when COVID hit, Trump was president, and he increased spending to help basically save the world, to do what he could do. Obviously, you have to spend more money with an emergency pandemic such as COVID. So he said, here's another, I think, $2 trillion he spent just to make sure people were able to survive, right? Things were shutting down. Got it. But it was supposed to be temporary. Biden comes in and not only makes that spending permanent, increases it another, $1.5 trillion. And now you say that became the norm, the base. How does this increased emergency spending that you guys get become the new base? And we're always spending more, and certainly spending more than we're taking in.
Well, you do have the phenomenon of the uniparty here. We got big spenders in our party as well. But you're right. We went from $4.4 trillion of spending in 2019 up to 6.5 and never looked back. This year we'll spend over $7 trillion. And by the way, just average deficits. Let me give you a quick little history. So George Bush in his 8 years, average deficit is $250 billion. And that was a lot of money back then. We were all outraged by it. Then Obama came in with the Great Recession. For his first 4 years, averaged almost $1.3 trillion in deficits. That sparked the Tea Party movement. I'm part of that. We put restraint on him. He averaged $550 billion in deficits for his last 4 years. Trump took office, had Democrats he had to deal with in the Senate. That average went up to 810. Then the year of COVID is a $3.1 trillion deficit. And you're right, we should return to reasonable pre-pandemic levels of spending, right? So somewhere, again, with inflation, probably would have been higher than 4.4 trillion. But I'd put together pre-pandemic levels of spending somewhere between 5.5 and 6.5, depending on what year you pick. Instead, Biden continued to spend those levels. We averaged deficits of $1.9 trillion. So we went from 550 under Obama, 810 under Trump, COVID 3.1, and then we average 1.9. There's no justification for it. But part of the problem is the 535 board directors here in Congress. That's what we really are. many didn't even know how much we spent in total.
Right.
Because we only appropriate 25% of the budget. 75% is on automatic pilot. And by the way, it's a lot more than just Social Security, Medicare, and even Medicaid. There's $1 trillion of other mandatory spending, pretty well every appropriation category that's undiscretionary, but they've just chosen to, the big spenders here have chosen to call that mandatory, so it's never looked at. It's out of control.
Yeah, and so we sit here and go, you guys are fighting over additional trillion in spending, likely earmarked towards healthcare, and a lot of illegals would be tapping into that. Republicans say no, and it's almost like, okay, you're going to get something there, and everyone in D.C. is going, oh, we did it. We negotiate. The process is working, except as you point out, spending went up. And we I don't know, for whatever reason, memorialized the $1.5 trillion or $2 trillion that Trump put in there to temporarily save the economy as a baseline. It's crazy. And it's like, we're the clowns here going, oh, great job. Now we're spending $7 trillion, taking in $5.5 trillion.
So I've often said, it appears to be dysfunctional here, and it is. But this is a well-honed process by the part of the Union Party. Again, I offered an Eliminate Shutdown Act. Again, we voted on that. Every Democrat voted against it. It's a very simple bill. All it does is it establishes automatic, continuing, rolling appropriations. That's it. We just every 2 weeks, you just get another continuing appropriation until you get an appropriation bill for that department. Again, there's no advantage there. It just doesn't shut the government down. Spends at last year's level. Not only did all Democrats vote against it, but our appropriation chair lobbied against it with her committee. So we had, I think, 12 Republicans vote against that as well. Go figure. Again, they love using the shutdowns. Again, I'm not real nuts about the CR that ends right before Thanksgiving, because that's part of the pressure point. So this is how the Unit Party does it. They put these deadlines right before, let's say, Christmas, and then they drop a 2,000-page omnibus spending bill that nobody's read. Nobody will read it other than the few people who wrote it, slip all kinds of things in there, and just kind of dare you, vote this thing down, and, we'll ruin your Christmas. And enough people always cave on our side, and that thing gets passed, and we're $37 trillion in debt. So this is a well-honed process, totally dysfunctional, totally out of control, mortgage our kids' future, but that's what we've got.
And very quickly, sir, about a minute or so, we're 3 weeks in. What's the one thing? How do you grease the wheel to get government reopened? I honestly, personally, I say stay shut down, but that's me. So what's it going to take?
Eric, I'm kind of with you. I would say right now in Wisconsin, people aren't really noticing this because it's being managed by a Republican president who's trying to make it painless. When Republicans are kind of more responsible for a shutdown, and we're not this time, Democrat president will always make a shutdown unbelievably painful to the American public. That's not what's happening right now. So the problem is, I think the military at some point in time will run out of pay, air traffic controllers. That's one of the reasons I've proposed the Shutdown Fairness Act. If you're going to say shut down, okay, fine. I don't have a real problem with that. But at least let's pay the people we are forcing to work. It's only fair. Right. And we'll see what becomes of that.
Yeah. I tell you what, to pull the congressmen and senators pay, if you may. And I know you're donating your paycheck, which is admirable, but it's when the people who make the decisions start wondering when the next paycheck is coming that they tend to get their act together. Senator, really good to have you on. I appreciate your time, sir.
Have a great day.
Senator Ron Johnson, great state of Wisconsin, especially those Packers. Extension deadline may have passed, but for millions of Americans, the real trouble is just beginning. If you missed the October 15th deadline or owe back taxes, the IRS ramping up the enforcement against you likely right now. Every day only makes you want things to go better, but they get worse. And here's the harsh reality. The IRS can charge a penalty of 5% per month, up to 25% of your total tax bill just for not filing. That's in addition to what you already owe. The good news, there's still time for Tax Network USA to help. Self-employed or a business owner, doesn't matter. Even if your books are cooked, they're a mess. They've got you covered. Tax Network USA specializes in resolving financial chaos and getting you back on track fast with tools like property seizures, bank levies, and wage garnishments. That's right, they can take your property. They can take your property and sell it. Think about that. The IRS is applying pressure at levels we haven't seen in years. Not too late to regain control. Your consultation is always 100% free. In one short call and a few simple questions, the experts at Tax Network USA can determine how much you can save. Call this number, 1-800-905-8000, or visit tnusa.com/RAV, tnusa.com/RAV. Let Tax Network USA help before the IRS makes the next move on you. Alrighty, folks, you guys are killing it with me. I adore this. I absolutely adore you. Take a look at this very quickly. I made a couple of charts. That's not it, but that's okay. Close enough. We're growing 73 times faster than there it is. 73 times faster than the YouTube pages. You see that little yellow line at the bottom? That's a brand new YouTube page. We are 73 times faster. That's it right there. Beautiful job. Now throw this QR code if you don't mind, Ben. Just put that code up here and show people. Drop the banner. There you go. Here's what you do. You hit that screen right. You hit your camera. Put your camera, face it towards that QR code. It'll come up, a little yellow button. You press the yellow button. You are subscribed. I will never charge you. I just need your subscription. I need your help. Help us grow. We're becoming a major player, The Edge. It's amazing. It's something completely different. I appreciate you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting. And thank you for subscribing. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
For 250 years, they've stormed beaches, broken lines, and made history in blood and valor. From the black sands of Iwo Jima to the streets of Fallujah. Get ready to move! No enemy too strong, no mission too hard, no fight too far. This Saturday, Real America's Voice takes you to the heart of the Marine Corps legend. Hosted by Steve Bannon with Ben Bergquam and Amanda Head on the ground. Joined by battle-tested veterans and military experts who live the brotherhood of the Corps. Explosive action, raw power, unshakable pride. This is Marine 250, from sea to shore. Coverage begins this Saturday at noon Eastern, only on Real America's Voice, because freedom wasn't given, it was earned. Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/RAV, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
RAV has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself.
Rav correspondent Bo Davidson joins us from Orlando, Florida. I was just there a couple of days ago. Wonderful. Where Moms for Liberty National Summit is taking place. Bo, tell us about this really, really important event.
Yeah, Eric, Moms for Liberty started back in 2021. It was started by two women who were school board members. They saw what was going on in our schools. Obviously, we know what happened in the pandemic, and a lot of parents were concerned. So they started Moms for Liberty, and Donald Trump was actually speaking at this conference last year. But there's a great lineup of people, including Benny Johnson, Byron Donalds, his lovely wife, Erica, Dr. Joseph Ladapo, Attorney General James Utmeyer, all speakers at this conference trying to empower parents, and I say parents because it's the moms and the dads and their respective roles in terms of reclaiming rights to empower their children to become better students, better citizens. We're talking medical liberty. We're talking religious liberty. We're talking freedom of speech. All these issues are important, and they're being discussed right now at the Moms for Liberty Summit.
Bo, so I guess the essence is giving back parents power and right to dictate what their children are being, among other things, what they're being taught in our schools. But how do they get to that? How do they get into this? Do they go to the school board meetings? Where's their inroad to bringing that power back to themselves?
Well, that's where Moms for Liberty is actually great, because they have legal actions that they can submit. They have a whole legal team. In addition, yes, you can go to your school board meetings, of course, and put pressure there. There's legislative ways that you can do it. Interestingly enough, I interviewed a guy, Ryan Walters, Eric, that you may know, he was an Oklahoma school superintendent. He's now created an alliance that's an alternative to teachers' unions. And I think that's something I had not heard before, but they're giving teachers an alternative to these to these teachers' unions that are so overtaken by Democrat politicians. So the fact that we have alternatives now, I think, is an amazing thing, and that's something I just learned that happened just recently.
This is a relatively new group, right? Because I remember only a handful of years ago, and it really helped that Trump recognized them. How's that relationship?
I think it's a great relationship. As I mentioned, he did speak last year. He considers, I think, this particular group very, very effective in terms of getting parental rights back. Now, of course, Eric, we live in the free state of Florida, where Governor DeSantis has really, put the pedal to the metal in terms of parental rights. We're here in the land of Disney. I know you spend a lot of time in Orlando. We've seen what Governor DeSantis has done with Disney as well. The thing to know is that I think that even the state of Florida has been a template for other states to follow. That's at the state level. But I think as we look at the national level and what President Trump is doing, we're seeing a lot of great legislation coming out right now in terms of changing the direction of our country. Look at no further than girls' sports. We have a number of female athletes here. Jennifer Say, the CEO of XXXY Apparel, is here. These are all important steps, I think, that Moms for Liberty can empower parents to do something right now and get involved at the grassroots level.
About Virginia, I'm guessing it's going to be one of their big states, one of their big focuses, because we remember Loudoun County, Virginia, where the school boards, with the whole trans issues going on, it was a big uproar, during the Biden administration. And now they're going to elect a new governor, a new lieutenant governor, and there's a lot of back and forth. In fact, the attorney general that wants to be the attorney general of the state of Virginia has already admitted that he texted about killing a former opponent of his. They're big players in the state of Virginia. Will they get some movement in counties like Loudoun County?
I think so. I was speaking with James Lindsay earlier, Dr. James Lindsay, and we were hearkening back to Xi Van Fleet, if you know who that is, who came from communist China, and was talking about all the Marxist roots that have basically infiltrated our education system. A lot of it is happening in Virginia, so I think that is a race absolutely to pay attention to. There's been some very, very inflammatory things obviously said in that debate the other night, and I think Moms for Liberty is right at the heart of that scene. This is where they can be effective. It's school boards, it's your vice principal. My mom sent me a story today of something that's happening in Hernando, Mississippi, where a school administrator voiced support for someone who was convicted of sexual battery of a child. Now, how do you fix that? Well, you sign up with groups like Moms for Liberty, and you put pressure on these people. So because elections, Eric, have consequences, they matter. And if we're standing aside like idle sheep, nothing is going to change. But I think the pandemic woke us all up. We saw what was happening, and I became a new father, Eric, not that long ago, to a 20-month-old boy. I've got to start thinking about this. This is something I never thought about before that I have to pay attention to right now. And this conference is eye-opening for a lot of different reasons.
You mentioned a couple of them before, a great lineup of speakers. Again, can you just go through it? And then Byron, that jumps out at me because living in the state of Florida, Byron Donalds and his wife, Erica, all very, very conservative, great people.
Yeah, likely future governor probably too. But we got Benny Johnson, we got Senator Ashley Moody, Byron Donalds, the aforementioned, of course, Dr. Joseph Ladapo, Pastor John Amanchukwu, very familiar to RAV audiences, Dr. James Lindsay, who I interviewed earlier, and of course Florida Attorney General James Utmeyer, who's done a lot in this state. So really good lineup of speakers, and I think they're all speaking to, thankfully, here in the great free state of Florida, of what can be done and what example can be followed if you want to take control over your child's education. My mom was a public school teacher, Eric, for about 38 years. A lot has changed. Social media has changed that. The digital age, competing with social media with screen time. And they're talking about digital age stuff here, too, in terms of screen time and what your kids should be watching. Thankfully, we've got a great partnership with Angel Studios where there's alternatives now. You don't have to watch some of the woke crap that we've been seeing. There's lots of alternatives now, and that's part of the cultural, the war that we're in as well.
You know, there's a group like that, very conservative, pro-Trump. I call them MAGA. Maybe I'm not right to call them MAGA, but let's say they're America first at the very least. Are they involved in election integrity at all? Because it would strike me with a group that size and that much influence, they might get some movement in the right direction.
I think you're probably right. I haven't seen that particular theme come up at this conference, although we're only on day one. Day two could, there could be a lot more happening in day two. I haven't heard a lot about election integrity, but my impression of what this group has done on a grassroots level is nothing short of incredible. I think of it like we think of TPUSA as mobilizing the high school and college kids. This is all about the parents. And I think parents out there who have concerns about what's going on in their kids' education, some of them may consider homeschooling. That's a very viable alternative. School choice. These are big issues that are happening right now, and I think for the better part of this conference, I think we're going to see a lot of different things discussed, but particularly focusing on school choice, religious liberty, vaccines. There's so many topics that are being discussed here over the next 2 days.
Yeah. Charter schools too. Let's get parents and new parents like you.
Yeah.
You have the ability to pick your school and let the government, instead of wasting our money in the public school system, send you some money. You figure it out and you'll do a better job. Bo, always good. Folks, get out there. It's a great conference. Orlando, Florida, going through tomorrow. Great to see you, Bo. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, we lost him. We lost Bo. Okay, we'll be back. 2.5 minutes.
For 250 years, they've stormed beaches, broken lines, and made history in blood and valor. From the black sands of Iwo Jima to the streets of Fallujah. Get ready to move! No enemy too strong, no mission too hard, no fight too far. This Saturday, Real America's Voice takes you to the heart of the Marine Corps legend. Hosted by Steve Bannon with Ben Bergquam and Amanda Head on the ground. Joined by battle-tested veterans and military experts who live the brotherhood of the Corps. Explosive action, raw power, unshakable pride. This is Marine 250, from sea to shore. Coverage begins this Saturday at noon Eastern, only on Real America's Voice, because freedom wasn't given, it was earned. It's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some RAV fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop RAV, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, my name is Tracy Ellis with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, my name's Paul Poyer. I'm Poyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois. We like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guts. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump 24, Retribution.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
All right, folks, there's Marine One landing. Trump is going to depart to get on Air Force One, come down to West Palm Beach, Florida. All right, folks, buy gold and get free silver. That's right. For every $5,000 purchased from Birch Gold Group this month in advance of Veterans Day, they will send you a free patriotic silver round that commemorates the Gadsden and American flags. Look, gold is up over 40% since the beginning of this year alone. Think about that. Birch Gold can help you own it and convert it into an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. That's right, they own the real gold. You will own the real physical gold. Plus, they'll send you free silver, honoring our veterans and qualifying purchases. If you're current or former military, Birch Gold has a special offer just for you. They're waiving custodial fees for the first year on investments of any amount. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, many of which are my listeners. And by the way, I'm one of their customers. I do this myself. I wouldn't be telling you to do it if I didn't do it myself. We love Birch Gold Group. I encourage you to diversify your savings into gold. Text the word America to the number 989898 for a free info kit and to claim your eligibility for free silver with qualifying purchases before the end of this month. Again, that word, text America to 989898. Do it today. Take a look at this round real quick before you go. Take a look at this round. Take a look at that round on camera. Grab it, Ben. Here we go. Look, here it is. I'm holding it up. There it is. Free. It's an ounce of silver. An ounce of silver right there. All you have to do is call that. Text America 989898 to Birch Gold. It has been another busy week for President Trump. He flew to Israel for the release of the hostages from Gaza, then flew to Egypt for an international peace summit to the end of the Israel-Hamas war, and then he bestowed the Presidential Medal of Freedom posthumously to Charlie Kirk, gave it to Erica Kirk, his wife, yesterday. Here to discuss all of this and more, senior fellow at the Hoover Institution and host of the Victor Davis Hanson Show. Victor Davis Hanson, as we always say, if you're in the room with Victor Davis Hanson, you're in the room with the smartest man in the room, no matter who else is in the room with you. Victor, really good having you. Let's start on will Hamas, Iran, Hezbollah, will this cabal hold this ceasefire and actually have a true, complete end to this war?
Not on their own volition. There's three parties. There's the Arab moderates, so-called, and Turkey, Egypt, the Gulf states, and then there's Israel, and then there's the United States, and then there's Hamas out by itself. And Hamas has to be dismantled. And we can control Iran with sanctions, and they have no air defenses for now. And Hezbollah is being rebuilt, but still neutered. Houthis are neutered. But one of those entities has to deal with Hamas, and the other the other two have to allow it to do it. So either it's going to be the Arab regimes, the so-called moderates will have to deal with Hamas. I don't think they will. Or the United States will have to put troops or air power in there. I don't think we will. So it'll probably have to be Israel, and that'll be contingent on the Gulf states, Jordan, Egypt, Turkey giving them an okay, and us, of course, helping them with aid or whatever. But somebody is going to have to destroy the tunnels, keep Hamas leadership out of the picture, and dismantle what's left of it.
How do they do that? How do Hamas has leadership roles within the Palestinian, I guess, government or whatever we're going to call it?
Well, you have to do the opposite of what we've been doing. So when Israel hit Qatar, everybody got angry at Israel, but Israel basically forced Qatar to come to us and ask for a protectorate. And I think that the Trump administration said, yes, we'll protect you, but you're not going to host Hamas anymore. And then we said to Turkey, you're not going to host Hamas anymore. And we're going to debank them. We're going to bar them. Anybody connected with them with entry, pressure our European allies to do the same, and make them personae non grata all over the world, and then deal with what's left of let Israel go down the list. If they rearm, just say they have a list of 300 or 400 of them, and they'll just keep going down and eliminating them. But they cannot participate. They're killers. They will never rehabilitate.
Is Iran, are they showing the true self right now?
No, Iran is rebuilding, it's recalibrating, it's trying to reach out and say that now they might be moderate while they secretly build another facility. They're trying to get their air defenses from the Russians and the Chinese rebuilt, but it's going to be very hard for them because nothing's static. The United States is becoming more and more powerful, and so is Israel, and they're never going to catch up, and they think they are. So we have to continue to be vigilant. Basically, if I could be so candid, they are hoping there's a change of leadership, that a new administration on the left will be in power, and then they think they can. It's what one of the hostages said. As soon as Trump was elected, everything changed for the better for the hostages. Had he not been elected, they'd still be there. So that's their only confidence, that they think that Trump will not, he will be gone, and Mario or Marco won't be there, or Vance won't be there, and they can get another Biden or Obama administration to appease them.
My fear is that's the same thing that they are doing. A lot of the business world is doing with Trump right now, promising to bring manufacturing back to the United States, and doing it so slow that they won't have to actually put a shovel into the ground until after he's no longer president. Got a quick thought on that?
Yeah, I do. I think Trump, when he says we have $8 to $12 trillion in foreign investment, it doesn't matter what these other countries say. It matters what actually materializes. And some of them, like Japan, for example, are going to wait us out until he's gone. And I think that's same true of some of our businesses that say they're going to build these huge, trillion-dollar plants. And it's very important that we think beyond the Trump 4 years and who is going to follow him, and can everybody unite behind that person and continue this very necessary agenda.
Very important who takes over from here. Very quickly, because I want to know the topic. It feels like a bad decision to allow Qatar to get a military base in Idaho.
Yeah, it does. It just, I wish we know what the quos. I want to know what the quids are. What did they give up for that? Did they say to us, we're not going to have any more Al Jazeera. We're not going to have any more Hamas people that we protect. We're not going to fund radical Islamic programs at Columbia and, $50 million a year pouring into America. I don't know what we got for it, but we had to get something. And I think that something is connected with the negotiations that I don't think Hamas will feel that they can put.
Let's not forget, guys. Let's not forget the leaders of Hamas when Israel started to fight back and go at them and start searching them out. They were hiding in Qatar, and now Qatar is going to have a military base in Idaho.
I hope somebody. I think everybody realizes that they are the double dealers. They play Iran off against the Saudis. They play us off against the Russians. They have Hamas. And I think the Trump administration we'd rather grab a hold of them and offer them something and control them. But if they're not going to control them and say, this is what you can do and this is what you can't, nobody likes you, everybody's sick of you, you don't have any friends. Israel at any moment can really do damage to you, ruin your tourist industry, ruin your oil industry. They showed it. We can stop the Israelis from doing that, but we want something in return. And I hope that return is much bigger than what we gave up.
Which would be great. I just don't like the part. And by the way, we'll let you camp out in our backyard. That's the part.
I don't like it either.
Yeah.
I just.
Do you think Trump is playing with fire again? I don't know what these negotiations are. To offer Zelensky in Ukraine the intel on Russian infrastructure, specifically Russian oil infrastructure, which we know Putin was going to protect that. It's his lifeblood. He's going to protect that to the death. To offer that intel to Zelensky, it seems. What's the political play here?
Well, the political play is that everybody knows the outline of the peace deal, and that is they're not going to get back Donbass, the Ukrainians. They're not going to get back Crimea. Mm-hmm. They are not going to be in NATO, but they're going to be armed, and they're going to be a deterrent power, so they can't be absorbed by Russia. Mm-hmm. And Russia wants as much land as they can get westward, so that justify this terrible miscalculation. It's cost them 1 million dead and wounded and missing. And Putin's got to go back to the oligarchs or the military and say, I got all of this land west of the Donbass and Crimea, and it was worth all this death. And he doesn't think he's there yet, and we think he's there. So they're going to argue over where the DMZ is, but what I'm worried about is strategically, if he's going to hurt all of these hospitals and schools, strategically it's justified to hit him back, but it's a little bit, what's strategically justified is not the same as what's geostrategically wise. And when you start violating the rules of the Cold War for whatever good reason, that you start in a proxy war to hit the homeland of your nuclear rival with your weapons, and using a proxy in the way that Khrushchev tried to use Cuba to do the same to us. Whatever the reason is, you're in your new frontier. It's dangerous.
Yeah. I'm going to leave it there. My question is, why broadcast it, right? So you want to have you want to have covert operations. I'm sure we do. I'm sure we've given them a lot of intel, but it didn't seem. I couldn't figure out why Trump would broadcast that on the stage.
I agree. And I think he's trying to put pressure on Putin, and he thinks he knows Putin, and Putin is going to give concessions.
It's a risk.
Putin, it doesn't have enough land.
Do you think the bite that the dog that's sleeping over there, or not necessarily sleeping, but maybe this guy's nuts, Putin. I'm not sure you want to mess with him that way. Victor Davis Hanson, appreciate your time, my friend. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Eric.
All right, folks, we'll be back 2.5 minutes.
It's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
My name's Paul Poyer. I'm Poyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois, and we like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guts. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump 24, Retribution.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
I love having my next guest on. He's a ball of American spirit. In fact, he's like a meteor barreling towards Earth at breakneck speed. Let's get right to the one, the only Ted Nugent. And hey, welcome, Ted. Welcome, Mr. Ted. This is huge. We're bringing on because Turning Point USA is putting on an all-American halftime show to counter Bad Bunny's performance at the NFL halftime show. Tell us a little bit about that. There it is right there, Kid Rock. Ted Nugent, Travis Tritt, Jason Aldean, look at the John Rich, Lee Greenwood, amongst others. Really exciting stuff, Ted.
Well, you know, I got to tell you, dream on. They wish that this was the halftime entertainment, because this is real all-American, hell-raising soul music. Everybody on there. But the horrible thing about it, like everything on the internet and the galactic insanity, none of that is true. It's not going to happen. God knows the world would be better if it did. But I understand TNP and USA, they're putting on an alternative one to the Bunny goofball. And again, the NFL, I've never seen an NFL game in my life, and I'm not about to start now. But ultimately, let me put it this way, Eric. Here it is, October 2025, and everything is insane, but I can cleanse my soul every day with the mystical flight of the arrow. You've got to prioritize. Would that be a great halftime show or what?
I think this would be the better halftime show. I can't wait to find out how many viewers you guys draw away from the NFL. Bad Bunny, by the way, I just literally watched Bad Bunny. And don't get me wrong, I really don't care who they put up at halftime. Ted, I used to love some of when it was rock and roll halftimes. Those were fantastic. I really don't care who they put up. They got their marketing ideas, the NFL does. Now they're going after Hispanic audiences. Okay, great. Knock yourself out. My problem is Bad Bunny's not a good American. My problem is Bad Bunny went to a WNBA game. The finals were last week. He went to a WNBA game and stayed seated during the national anthem when everyone in the crowd was standing up. And that pisses me off.
Well, and those are the kinds of anecdotal evidence that one needs to review to make such decisions, and that the NFL can't make that truth, logic, common sense, decent decision is a vote against those guys. But once again, Eric, it's October. I got all my friends, my sons, my daughters, they all love to go to sporting events. I'm not a spectator. I don't spectate. I do stuff. This is the greatest hunting season of my life. I'm doing these unbelievable Detroit Motor City rock and roll soul music gigs around the country called Uncle Ted's Speakeasies, and that way I can be home every night with Shemaine and my dogs. What's more important than that? So God bless the NFL. People that love to watch those sports, I hope they have a good time. And I don't know anything about this Bunny dude, but I don't really care. I have priorities, and that ain't one of them.
You crack me up, Mr. Ted Nugent. So how does this work? How much time, do you know how much time you're going to have on stage? And you think about you got to play Stranglehold. You got to go Stranglehold. I think you have to play probably Stormtrooping, Wango, Tango. What do you think?
Well, everybody on that list wants to play Stranglehold, I promise you.
That's right.
Kid Rock, he plays Cat Scratch Fever every night. Hank Jr. plays Cat Scratch Fever every night. The great Toby Keith played Stranglehold every night, because everybody needs real soul music at least once per performance. So, I'm ready to play all my songs. I love my music. I love my music more than anybody loves my music. Jason Hartless on drums, Johnny Big on bass guitar. It's out of body, soulful, just so intense, so irreverent, so defiant, so groove, so Motown, so James Brown. So it doesn't matter what songs I play, where I play them, they all have a life of their own.
Wang Dang Sweet from Tang. You know,
it's a love song. I'm the master of love songs.
You are, and I know that. And you know, we talked about this. Cat scratch your ears. You know, the kitty next door, the lady next door had a cat, and you'd like to play with the kitty. I understand. So we drum up some video of back in the day, Ted Nugent back in the day. Remember, I grew up watching Ted Nugent. And we're gonna play a little bit of this, Ted. Tell us about this concert, and Ted's gonna come in swinging on a vine, and in a second, here he is. Tell us a little about what that concert was all about. You remember it?
Well, what that concert was all about is going crazy, absolutely letting it rip. When in doubt, I whip it out. Nobody's had more fun with their career, no matter what that career might be, especially in music. Why not a loincloth? I'm the only guitar player that shoots his own stage clothes. I literally can shoot my stage clothes, and then down the road, we can barbecue them. The point is that my band is so killer. My musicians at my side are such killers, and the audience knows that there might be a flaming arrow or a loincloth or coming out. I rode a buffalo on stage, a live South Dakota bull bison between my legs. A lot of people didn't understand that, but it's all about letting it rip.
Yeah.
When you're going to play rock and roll, we consider every concert an audition to be James Brown's band. My musicians are so gifted, so dedicated. They have indefatigable Herculean work ethic, and they love rhythm and blues, soul music, James Brown, Wilson Pickett, Little Richard, my hero. So every night is the most important concert of our lives, and I've done 7,007 of them, and I can't wait for 7,008.
So soul music, that's where your genesis is, that's where your true north is, that's where you get your inspiration from the soul, back in the day, soul artists. Elvis famously said he grew up listening to gospel music. Gospel taught him how to sing. Gospel taught him how to write lyrics. And for you, it's more soulful music. And your music is just intertwined with the DNA of your music is from that soul patch. So tell us about it.
Well, Eric, I was born in Detroit in 1948. Les Paul had just electrified the guitar from a background instrument to the driving force of the best songs in the world. Little Richard showed us to do what with his left hand, I think it was his left hand, playing the bass parts on the piano, and Chuck Berry and Bo Diddley and Dwayne Eddy and Lonnie Mack. These guys were milking frequencies and tones out of the guitars and amplifiers that were brand new, and being in the shadow of Motown with those mystical, miraculous grooves, the Funk Brothers, and listening to James Brown and his band and all these great soulful artists, even though it's a semi-Caucasian version of an uppity soulful gospel blues song. But remember, the black artists finally threw off the shackles of the worst curse of mankind of slavery and racism. They really did throw it off when I was born. It slowly took place. And so that music was so emotional. It was so authoritative, so powerful, so infectious. So every rock and roll song you like was inspired by the Motown Funk Brothers, Little Richard, Chuck Berry, Bo Diddley, James Brown, Wilson Pickett, Sam and Dave, all these masters of coming out of the cotton fields and just letting it rip. Such defiant, irreverent, soulful, authoritative music. And in 2025, that's still the inspiration for the best bands out there. Night Ranger and Styx and Mark Farner, these guys are still out there playing all these years later. Ted Nugent still playing rock and roll concerts because of that emotional, soulful, authoritative black influence. Know it.
You know, so you're the front man, right? Ted Nugent, you're front man of Ted Nugent. Some of the other, the Rolling Stones, Mick Jagger, I'm thinking Aerosmith, Steven Tyler, also have this real ballady, soulful, I guess, DNA running through their musical blood as well. Do you talk to any of those folks anymore? Did you ever?
I do. I have a great connection with Sammy Hagar, with Mark Farner, the Grand Funk Railroad, one of the most talented, soulful artists in the history of the world. My damn Yankees buddies, Tommy Shaw and Styx, Jack Blades over in Japan with Night Ranger right now. I keep in touch with Sammy Hagar all the time. I talk to Ricky Medlock from Leonard Skinner. These are people who can still form syllables and have a reasonable conversation. And I'm echoing their core musical inspirational beliefs right right now. Every word out of my mouth is the same inspiration for everybody from Billy Joel to Steven Tyler to Sammy Hagar to Mark Farner, all these unbelievable soulful artists. They all came from that defiant, unprecedented black musical authority. We all want to be as tight as James Brown, have the cadence and lyricism and storytelling of Chuck Berry and Little Richard. I mean, stop and think of the lyrics back then. That's where I get Wang Dang Sweet Poontang. In fact, there was a blues song by, I think it was Howlin' Wolf, called Wang Dang Doodle. What do you think that might have been about? So there's a lot of inspiration out there that is that coexists in all the musical genres. But when you really play with heart and soul, it's got black influence.
You know, I grew up watching you, Ted. I grew up listening to The Who, and I think my first concert ever was The Who in Chicago Stadium. Absolutely amazing. I saw The Who, a couple of clips on Instagram of The Who in Seattle in September, a couple of weeks ago. And wow, they brought it. Like, unfortunately, Entwistle is dead and Moon is dead, two of the major members of the band, but Pete Townsend is still there. Daltrey couldn't hit the high note anymore, but it was such a great performance. It's everlasting. Can you hit the high note, Ted? Do you still have the high note in you or no?
You know, if I play Wango Tango, which is the greatest white guy's attempt at Little Richard, I'm the only white guy that ever got close to Little Richard. If even Paul McCartney I'm down. But anyhow, yeah, I can still hit those high notes because I'm a man that is influenced by the greatest philosopher of all times, Dirty Harry, when he said a good man knows his limitations. So if I start out with the high screaming songs like Sammy Hagar does every song, then I can hit those high notes. But again, I'm 77 this year. This is outrageous. And this is my hunting beard, so I look older than I really feel. But the music is so inspiring. I'm telling you, Eric, when we hit the stage every night, it's out of body. It's like a martial arts, like a Bruce Lee musicianship thing. It literally takes over your entire being if you really believe in the music. And what you're talking about, The Who in 2025, Roger and Pete, they still believe in the music. They're so proud of those musical statements. So when we get up on stage, it's literally the mountaintop of the human experience. It's like being the greatest welder in the world, which is more important than music. The greatest welder in the world, his welds will last forever. What a great testament to work ethic and dream.
It was inspiring seeing a lot of young people, new young drummer, new young keyboards, and a violinist who came out, and this young lady, and she just crushed the violin in that song. Ted, Spirit of the Wild on the Pursuit channel. You have your own show here. Tell us very quickly where we can find Ted.
Well, I believe in conservation. Like right now, take a look at my effervescent masculinity. I'm high on nature again today, not just during the hunting season, but Shemaine and I produced Spirit of the Wild TV on the Pursuit channel for 36 years, over 650 episodes, celebrating God's healing powers of nature when you're a hands-on conservation participant. And it will keep you bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and cleanse your soul. And that's why it's the #1 hunting show in the history of conservation television. We're very proud of that. I think it's Shemaine's Queen of the Forest that does it. That's really where all this power comes from.
There you go. There you go. Always great having you on, Ted. Real proud to have you as a friend and also as a colleague. Ted Nugent, everybody. Thank you, brother.
Godspeed, Eric. God bless America.
And you too. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence
in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
Very quick, put up that chart real quick. Ben, this is amazing. You guys are killing it with The Edge. This show is out of control. It's becoming a platform 73 times faster than the average YouTube page. Very quickly, jump over to that QR code. You can do this two ways, folks. You can take your phone, open up the camera, hit that QR code, drop the banner if you don't mind. There you go. Hit the little yellow line comes across, press it, you've subscribed. It will never charge you for anything. It's not about that. It's just the support this way. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Or you can go youtube.com/@EricBowlingTheEdge. youtube.com/EricBowlingTheEdge. Thank you. I appreciate your support. All right, let's do this very quickly. We had this voicemail a couple of days ago. Just hear a taste of it very quick. Go ahead, Ben.
Hey, this is Byron from Louisiana again, which you never put me on TV. Oh, you over there bragging on your damn president. Your president ain't done a damn thing for the working people. You over there bragging on him and goes up on this, goes up on that.
Come on. So that created a lot of voicemails. You guys probably sent me maybe 75, 100 voicemails responding to that. So let's pull a couple of them. Ben, what's the first one?
It's just a viewer responding to this person. Here we are.
Eric Bolin, Mr. Bolin, I appreciate your attempt to listen to any and all of them. God bless you, and God bless your listeners. But there's no way you can handle everything that everybody is calling into. But I understand.
Thank you very much. And the point was, the guy had legitimate concerns, but I pointed out. He said, your president, it's our president, my man. It's our president. He's the president of all Americans, like it or not. There were so many. Let's play another one.
Hey, Eric, it's Angie from Farmington, Missouri. Hey, I just heard that crazy message from the guy that said you'd never put him up on TV. Thank you for sharing that so that we can all understand how deranged, as our favorite president would say, or maybe lunatic some people are in this world. But anyway, Eric, you're doing a great job. Don't listen to the noise. I've watched you since the early days of Fox, and I'm really glad that you're at RAV now because that's the best place to be. So anyway, keep on keeping on and keep on doing good, Eric. We really enjoy you in the afternoon, most of us. Thanks again.
Most
Bye.
of us. That was a nice little touch at the end. Most of us. Can't make everyone happy, so to speak. I think we got time for one more, Ben. Let's do it.
Hi, Eric. I just wanted you to know that crazy bastard that called your show today was really me disguising my voice again. The reason I did that was because I wanted to motivate you and bring the best out of you. And if you'll notice, you were really on fire after I did that. So you don't need to thank me. I thank you, and you got great genes, and let's get the job done.
All right. Well, thank you anyway. I'm pretty sure that wasn't you, my friend, because you call him a lot. This guy's funny. We put him up a lot because he keeps them tight and he makes them fun. I appreciate your calls. That's the whole point. Keep doing it. Keep sending me the voicemails. I get through them as many as I can. Just really, really appreciate all you guys do because I want to hear what you're thinking. I want to hear what's on your mind. I want to hear what's important to you. That's how we put the show together. Put together the things that are important to you. You're very interested in the Victor Davis Hanson. I'm watching the chat light up about the Qatari base in Idaho? Is it a training base? Is it a war base? Is it a military base? We don't know, but we ask these questions. Have a great weekend. Have a safe weekend. The War Room is coming up next. We will be all about it. We'll be back with you on Monday. Have a great night. Bye.
Tomahawks to Ukraine. What's going to happen if the United States is in a conflict and we need the Tomahawks? Do we have enough?
That's the problem. We need Tomahawks, and we need a lot of other things that we've been sending over the last 4 years to Ukraine. We've been, we gave them a lot. Now we have a different situation. We send it to the European Union. They pay for it and all that, and they have plenty of money. Tomahawks, and we need a lot of other things that we've been sending over the last 4 years to Ukraine. We've been, we gave them a lot. Now we have a different situation. We send it to the European Union. They pay for it. One thing I have to say, we want Tomahawks also. We don't want to be giving away things that we need to protect our country. We have a very strong country right now. We have a strong military. We have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest weapons in the world. I want to get this war over.
One of the issues that the indictment raises is that not only was this information exposed to his wife and daughter, it was exposed to the Iranians because one of his email accounts was hacked. And what I've learned is that that is one way that the United States discovered that there was this classified information on Bolton's AOL account, is because they had a penetration. The U.S. intelligence community had a penetration of an Iranian system, and they came across these emails, and that sort of fueled this investigation. And there was a debate in the Biden administration about whether they could even move forward with this case, because it would require essentially disclosing to the Iranians that the U.S. had that penetration. That's a big deal. That's not often done. But the Trump Justice Department decided that it was worth it to pursue this case against John Bolton.
Likely knew that this information should not have been spread further, that there was sort of an attempt to say, don't share this, and then there was a sort of tongue-in-cheek shh that in the response. But explain to us why that could or could not factor in here.
So the power of a document like that or evidence like that is really the government's ability to get it into evidence at trial. And that is, as we all know at this table, going to be a function of the witnesses that are able to authenticate that document. In plain English, what it means is that if I'm having a conversation with another individual and that conversation is private, either of us has to be able to take the stand to say, I had this conversation with this person, or I received this communication from this person. You cannot compel John Bolton to testify because he has a Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. And with respect to his family, it's possible that they could be compelled to testify, but it's very unlikely. So the question becomes, with a communication like that, who is the witness that you're going to use to authenticate it? Certainly you could use the FBI perhaps to say that they got it through the investigation, but if you're not hearing from either of the individuals who are participating in the conversation, it loses its emphasis, and the jury has to sort of take it at the four corners of the document, which could be good or bad depending on who you're talking about. But certainly what you will not have happen is John Bolton get on the stand, see this, and as Susan said, say, oh, I only told them to shush because I didn't want it known, but at the same time, I didn't know that these weren't things that they were supposed to talk about. So
that's not going to work.
That's absolutely not going to happen.
This indictment of Bolton accuses him of sharing emails with information, national defense information, with two family members. They don't say who the family members are, but they're presumed to be his wife and his daughter. How significant is it that a former national security advisor was sharing information with his family?
I think on one hand, Ariel, it's very significant because John Bolton, like most people in that position, has shown us that he understands what the rules of the road are. In fact, the indictment itself shows us that John Bolton fully understands that because he's done a series of interviews both before his time as the National Security Advisor and after, where he criticizes other people for their handling and discussion information. On the other hand, almost everyone who serves in this kind of capacity writes a book at some point in time, right? Our bookshelves are legion upstairs in our headquarters with these kinds of books. And you have to ask yourself, how do people do that if they don't hold on to classified or national security information at some point in time in some venue? I think what complicates this here is obviously Bolton was using an intermediary. He was using his wife and daughter basically as a transcription and secretarial service, as his ghostwriters or editors. It's not exactly clear what function they fulfilled, but he was handwriting notes along his journey as the NSA. Then he was converting them into a Word document and sending them to his wife and daughter either over an instant message platform that's non-governmental or a commercial email application. And that's the complicating factor.
And if I could just throw in a quick one on 100% tariff on things like the movies, obviously our movie industry is already the best in the world, and I don't understand the competitive issue there. Thank you.
Well, let's take the movie thing first. If you know Hollywood, and I used to live about 60 miles from there, it became almost impossible to produce a medium to low budget film in Hollywood, and so it was off to Czechoslovakia and Canada. The industry went, and it was drawn by heavy government subsidies from countries around the world who wanted to cash in on the Hollywood cow. So, it's a significant. That's a significant issue.
It has been reported that Maduro offered everything in his country, all the natural resources. He even recorded a message to you in English recently, offering mediation. What should we do in order to stop that?
He has offered everything. He's offered everything. You're right. You know why? Because he doesn't want to around with the United States. Thank you, everybody.
It's Friday, 17 October, the year of our Lord, 2025. Joined by my co-host this afternoon, Lee Wamsberg. Now, you're running right now. We know you as the Patriot Mobile political action person. You're actually running for the state Senate in the state of Texas?
Yes, I'm running for Senate District 9. And in the state of Texas, we have 31 senators. They're huge districts, larger than congressional districts.
There's only 31 senators in all of Texas?
Yeah.
Texas Senate?
About 1 million per person. So it's a huge district.
Wow.
Our races are more expensive than congressional races.
Wow. Unbelievable. Hang around, Lee. We got a lot to get to. Let's go to Peter Navarez on Pebble Beach. Zelensky just left the White House a few minutes ago. The president left. No gaggle, no discussion, heading to Palm Beach. Peter, today your speech really touched the heart. We started the show down here in Texas with your speech. I got to tell you, the audience reaction was amazing because you talked about populism and economic nationalism from the heart, and you really were, it almost felt like you were addressing the good folks in Texas, the farmers, the ranchers, the entrepreneurs, the people that really are the backbone of this country, sir.
The Council on Foreign Relations is kind of the Davos of Washington, D.C. It's the center of gravity for all of the policy guys who are going to be in Democrat administrations. I went right at them today. I was happy to get the invite, but look, they're responsible for everything you and I have fought for, the better part of 3 decades now. NAFTA, they were behind. China's entry into the WTO. The ill-fated Trans-Pacific Partnership, which President Trump skewered on his first day in office in the first term. And this drumbeat, Steve, of propaganda. Tariffs are bad. Tariffs are going to cause inflation. Tariffs are going to cause recession. Don't do tariffs. It'll upset our allies. They're always so quick. Steve, one of the themes of the speech was you can't trade our economic security for national security. Economic security is national security. If you don't have a manufacturing base, you can't defend anybody, including yourself. So it was a very interesting day, and I hope the Council of Foreign Relations got a little religion today, because I was preaching, brother. I was preaching the gospel of MAGA, and I was preaching it the way they didn't like, because I gave them the data, the facts, sir. We brought the facts, and it was fun.
Okay, let me ask you. You went to kind of the high church of the globalists, and it's one of the most elite groups in the world. You got to be invited to be part of the Council on Foreign Relations, really headquartered in New York, but with a massive state-of-the-art office in D.C. right near the White House. You also had Anna Swanson, and I would say Anna's probably one of the smartest people in the country about trade. She does a great job at the New York Times, although she's a globalist, she's not a nationalist. But then you had a live audience, invitation only, of the council. And then you had, I don't know, 5,000, 10,000 people just on their Zoom call, and we had, hundreds of thousands watching live. You actually got up in their grill like I've never seen before. How did they respond to your kind of reading? Are they empathetic at all with what the populist nationalists and the good folks in Texas are trying to fight for, or is it just this elitist, globalist sneering?
Well, first of all, guest hosting on the War Room is good training to go get in the grill of the globalists. I thought that the reception in the room was surprisingly warm. I think they get it. You got the leadership. The problem is the leadership and the fellows who take the checks and write the articles and things like foreign policy. But these are smart people. They have eyes and ears, and they can see over time that Donald Trump's trade policies have certainly been very effective. They can certainly see that it's Donald Trump creating peace, not war. But this is the kind of constructive dialogue we need. I mean, look, Steve, I think we've broken the back of the resistance on tariffs and trade as it is now, because Donald Trump has succeeded beyond anybody's wildest dreams in terms of getting deals with virtually the rest of the world that are very favorable to the United States, all without creating inflation or recession. And everybody's kind of grudgingly admitting, who hasn't yet, that, it's working pretty damn good. And, oh, by the way, as I said in the speech today, we're able to pay down our national debt in ways which could actually get us a balanced budget and keep our bond yields down and mortgage rates down and consumer credit down. So, look, Council on Foreign Relations is the last holdout, but we went to them today and they heard the message, and hopefully they'll come home to us as well.
I know I don't want any, obviously, classified information or inside baseball, but today you have both the kinetic part of the war President Trump is trying to solve with this slaughter in Ukraine, and President Trump comes on once again with the empathetic, there's just too many dead. He's trying to work on, Tomahawks, offensive not, with Putin. Marco's going over next week to start the negotiation with Lavrov. President Trump will follow to Budapest. You've also, Jameson, Ambassador Greer, Scott Bessent are dealing with the Chinese Communist Party on what looks like open warfare about rare earths. Where overall, directionally, where do we stand with this? Because I will tell you, not just markets, but as I'm down here in Texas, people are paying attention to this big time.
Well, as the boss says, let's see what happens. We'll know by November 1st after President Trump meets with President Xi Jinping. My favorite question of the day in the forum today was about kind of the rare earths and what's the weaponization of our China's supply chains against this. Steve, you and I know it's unrestricted warfare. And what I explained to the crowd there that is simply that my job at the White House, Steve, is not only to bring things home in the supply chain, but the ones where there's vulnerabilities. And all I can say is what China's doing is making my job a heck of a lot easier. I don't have to convince anybody anymore inside the White House that we need to do this and we need to do it in Trump time, which is to say as fast as possible. So let's see what happens. It's always good for the War Room to be here. Thanks for carrying that today. Thanks to the Papa Sig, Rob Sig, and Parker for getting it all done. And last thing I'll say, Steve, got to be said, I'm so pissed off that John Bolton, like Comey, got to self-surrender. Chapter 1 of I Went to Prison So You Won't Have to. You can read about my leg irons arrest. I don't want that to be done to them, but it does provide a stark contrast between how those bastards treated you and me and how we're treating them. 18 counts felony, John Bolton.
Walks in. Last thing, Anna Swanson, one of the senior people at the New York Times. Did you happen to mention we sold more books than number 10? We should be number 8 in the New York Times bestseller list, and we're not. Did you mention it to Anna? We got about 30 seconds, brother.
Yeah, I communicated that through email to the publisher, Arthur Sulzberger, through Anna Swanson as well. She's well aware of the problem. Look, don't expect fairness from the New York Times. They're costing us, Steve, they're costing us thousands and thousands of books out there. And it's not about the money, it's about the message. Yeah. And that's what they do. New York Times is cancel culture and skewed analysis, and we just got to keep fighting. The good news is there's the war room now, and there's all sorts of alternative ways.
Well, we'll talk to you on Monday, brother. Thank you, Peter Navarro.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
My name is Dee Dee, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
My name is Dee Dee, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
We're up on Getter right now. We'll be on Getter all weekend. So Real America's Voice and War Room, we are juggling. We're live in Texas right now. Lee's my co-host. Tomorrow morning from 8 a.m. to noon, we're going to be live, and we're going to juggle between Orlando and Moms for Liberty. And here in Texas, we got breaking news, personalities, politics, all of it. And we have a rally tomorrow afternoon.
We do. You can learn more about it at leefortexas.com.
So I'll be there with Lee, and we're going to have a rally and get ready jacked up for this coming election. Simultaneously, in the afternoon, we're going to do live coverage. Real America's Voice is going to do live coverage of Marine Corps 250, very much like the Navy 250 we did, I think, a couple of Sundays ago. our own Amanda Head is going to be there. She's at Camp Pendleton right now, Oceanside, California. Amanda Head. First off, Amanda, that's not normally a very safe place for a young woman to be, but you did go to Auburn, so I guess you're tough enough, right?
I did, and I actually have 2 Auburn camera guys, so we have banded together, and we are good. And look, we're right next to the base. We're right outside of it. We actually just had 2 lovely Marines come out and make sure that we were not actually filming the gate because that's a security risk. But we were just focused here on the sign, but they were lovely, and it does feel quite safe. And, you know, Steve, you consider the demographics of Southern California and what's happening with deportations, and there is maybe a touch less crime in these areas.
Amanda, walk us through tomorrow, your broadcast. You're going to anchor. Tell us about Pendleton. My understanding is we're going to see a full Marine amphibious assault and landing right there at Pendleton. Can you give us a heads up of what we can look forward to?
I will give you the full breakdown. I had to write it down because there's so much. It's going to start off with ACV. So those are amphibious combat vehicles. Those are going to be launching from naval vessels and then coming aboard land. You've got C-130s. They're going to have parachute jumpers that are going to be jumping to Red Beach, which is just a little bit north of Camp Pendleton. You've got Navy Special Warfare divers doing a demonstration. FA-18s, F-35Cs. Those are fighter jets. They're going to be executing beach strides, and that's going to be up until about 1 p.m. And then we've got CH-53s. Those are heavy lift helicopters. And MV-22s, those are a type of Osprey. Those are tilt rotor Ospreys. We've got HIMARS, Marine artillery units conducting controlled live fire demonstrations. You're going to have a combined United States Marine Corps and United States Navy air power finale, C-130 flyover, and then H-1 helicopter flyover and flag presentation to close it all out. So this obviously is for the Marine Corps. November 10th, 1775 is when they began, but obviously a strong unity between the United States Marines and the Navy. So the Navy is participating as well. It's going to be incredible. Steve, we were over at the site earlier today doing a preset for all of our equipment, and it is a production on par with President Trump's biggest campaign rallies last year, and obviously even more expansive considering all of the vehicles around that were already there. We were just watching a demonstration and a rehearsal of the flyover. I mean, it is American might and patriotism on display. Tomorrow is going to be absolutely spectacular.
Everything going on in Taiwan, it couldn't be a more timely effort with the Navy, and of course, what Cleo Pascal calls the men's department of the Navy, the United States Marine Corps. Amanda, we're at Moms for Liberty and Texas from 8 o'clock. Remember, War Room coverage expands with Real America's Voice, 8 a.m. tomorrow. 2 noon, so our normal 10 to noon show, but we're going to have 2 hours in the morning. Lee's going to be with me. Brian Harrison's going to be with me. Many other people from Texas are going to be here. We're going to cut back and forth between this amazing conference of Moms for Liberty in Orlando. Then we're going to toss it to Amanda and the team out in California at Camp Pendleton. They're going to let it rip. Amanda, what's your social media? I'm sure people are going to have tons of questions all day, all night. Where do they go?
At Amanda Head everywhere.
Amanda Head, thank you so much, ma'am. Good luck tomorrow. Bravo Zulu. Okay, Lee, here's what I don't get.
Okay.
We've known Patriot Mobile, been a sponsor for years. I've known you in that. You got a great company. You got a great family. You're kind of revered down here with the grassroots. You're kind of legendary in the grassroots and what you guys have done. Patriot Mobile has done as outreach on so many different things, right? The schools, the Bibles, the Bible, for all of it. Just amazing. Why would somebody who's got a life like that want to get into cutthroat politics? Folks, got to understand, as we've covered on the trial of Ken Pax, all of it, the Texas Senate only has 31 people. So each one of them is targeted, particularly with the business interest, with the radical left, with everything. You got all these other issues that are coming before. It's one of the reasons I came to Texas. I said, something's going on down in Texas. I got to start spending more time there. Why would you leave that nice life to go into the cockpit of what modern politics is, particularly in a state like Texas, which as goes Texas, so goes the country, man?
The bottom line is, if good people don't get in the game, who's running the show, right? Bad people. I have no desire to be an elected official. I have no desire to have a title. This is a duty, right? I'm needed at this time. I'm not going to allow a Democrat to win this seat or a rhino to win this seat, because Texas matters. If Texas goes, so goes the country. And you're right, my life is really great. It's a lot better without this. But if good people don't self-sacrifice and get involved, you have the other type of candidate who is in it for themselves. And that never works out well for the people.
Your district is huge and includes, I think, part of one of the best cities in this country, Fort Worth, Texas. Just extraordinary. I've spent so much time in Fort Worth over the last 30 years. And you've got the great part that's north of Fort Worth. The reason your case is pretty interesting is that when you announced, and given how people know you from grassroots, you had a fairly big lead against the Democrat. And then all of a sudden, the establishment Republican business community drops in a guy with, I don't know, $4 million or whatever he had, and just starts carpet bombing. I mean, they're sending a signal. They don't want MAGA. They don't want a grassroots person. They want somebody that's very malleable to the business community. How do you handle that?
Well, and to understand the dynamics of that statement, that this is a special election and there is no primary. So there was already a Democrat in, and then I got in the election. So the next Republican that got in was willing to split the vote. The next Republican that got in didn't care at the possibility of splitting the vote and perhaps giving the seat to a Democrat. That alone should be enough to know who to vote for. But in addition to that, now that we know, since the finance reports have come out, that over 93% of all of his money has come from out of state. 93% of that big amount of money was out of state? I've never seen that in the history. You know, I've been in politics a long time. I've never seen that with another Texas candidate. It's really phenomenal. We are working really hard at the grassroots. We have a good campaign. We're strong on our messaging. We know what the people want. You know, this district has over 20 cities. It has 13 school districts. And I've been in every one of them talking to the voters. And this kind of an explosive growth area of Texas, correct? It's one of the most explosive growth states in the union. It is. And in our area is one of the most explosive growth Senate districts in the state of Texas. So we're out there working hard. We know what the people want. We have the grassroots machine, volunteers, moms and dads who love this state and love this country and want to keep Senate District 9 red. You're doing the President Trump precinct strategy, Turning Point, Charlie Kirk. You're knocking on doors and voter engagement. What are your team and you hearing from the voters when you knock on the doors? In their mind right now, 9 months into President Trump's administration, and with all the madness that just went through the redistricting fight in Texas, what are voters telling you is top of their mind? So no matter where I go in all of these cities, there's two top issues: property tax and security and policing. So that includes your local police. That includes border security. And something that I have been really sort of screaming from the mountaintops is this is what President Trump has done to our southern border is amazing. He's closing it, before. Does that show up now in Texas? It is showing up. I actually just talked to the sheriff earlier today, and he said we are seeing crime rates go down since President Trump lowered the amount of people coming over. Prior to this, Tarrant County is the reddest county in the nation. Our sheriff testified in Washington, D.C. that in this red county, he was doing a bust of a stash house, and he found women in cages here in Tarrant County. And that's cartel. That's cartel, the drug lords and the drug traffickers. So that is truly helped that. However, Texas has to be prepared for a life after President Trump. We can never again be caught off guard, depending upon who's in the White House. We are the 8th largest economy in the world. We have a $2.7 trillion GDP. There is no reason why we can't handle our southern border. And I know that's supposed to be the federal government's responsibility. But Texas is big enough. We need to watch our own border and always be prepared. I can tell you from the last couple of days, one of the things that the nationwide audience is shocked about, I'm getting texts, they go, the property taxes can't be that high there. Talk to me about the property. We got a minute. The property, I think people say, well, no, this is Texas. These are self-reliance. This is the pioneer frontier spirit. Your property taxes are out of control. So they're very, very high. Now, keep in mind, we don't have a state income tax. So it offsets with property tax. But what happens is sometimes it does. It absolutely gets out of control. And you've got people being taxed out of their homes. especially senior citizens. We have some important tax amendments on this November 4th election as well, and they will increase our homestead exemption. So the homestead exemption heightens the amount to where you don't get taxed. So right now, the first $100,000 of all of our property is not taxed, but this raises it to $140,000.
The way real estate's down here, $100,000 is nothing, right?
Right.
They're exploding. Okay, Lee, hang on for. So, by the way, what's your campaign? Where, if people want to know more about your campaign, where they go right now?
LeeForTexas.com.
Okay, and this is going to be a barn burner. This is going to go all the way. You're going to have to run through the tape. You know that. It's going to be incredible. We're going to take a short commercial break. Take your phone out. Text Bannon, BANNON, 989898. The ultimate guide, which happens to be free, for investing in gold and precious metals. And do not forget silver. Birchgold.com. Back in a moment.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
My name is T.J. Ash from Carbonville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or edit.
Hey guys, my name is Jeff. I'm from Massachusetts. I love RAV because of the free speech and the political wranglings that go on in the chat.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Welcome back. You just got, as you walked in here on this Friday afternoon, a huge endorsement in this race. Who just endorsed you?
It's so exciting. I just got a call from the Fort Worth Firefighters Association. These are the men and women who are running in a burning building when we're running out of it. And they are really a powerful force in Senate District 9. And I am so blessed and honored to get that call. I'm really excited.
So why, given the choices out there, why did they select you?
You know, one of the things we talked about in our interview is when I was a news anchor and reporter, I was one of the first reporters to talk about the off-gassing in plastics when they're burning and the carcinogens in those and how firefighters are affected by that. So I really relate to a lot of their issues, and I've always honored our police and fire my entire life, and they just recognize that, and I'm just really...
So they know you've got their back. You're not just somebody blowing through town and want a endorsement endorsement. You've had their back for a long time.
For decades.
Decades. Amazing. And it pays off in a huge, people should know that's a huge endorsement here in this, in Fort Worth, the Fort Worth area. Tarrant County. Aaron writes, you also, sir, had a great life. Why do you want to be Attorney General of the great state of Texas? And why would you give up your life to get into this part of elective politics, which is just a cockpit? This is going to be such a tough race. Why are you doing it?
It's a great race. Look, and this is the great life, running for office in this capacity. I love running for Texas AG. I love the fight that we're in. You know, I'm a former Marine. In an earlier segment, you guys were talking about the 250th birthday that's coming up. I love being in the fight. But the reason why I'm running specifically for Attorney General of Texas is because I have served at Attorney General Ken Paxton's right hand. I was his offensive coordinator during the Biden years, suing the Biden administration. As an Attorney General candidate, I've been endorsed by Ken Paxton to succeed him. And I have seen from a front row seat how important it is to have a battle-tested warrior in this position to operate effectively in a lawfare environment in which we're in right now. My three opponents, they don't have the slightest clue what they're doing. They may be good legislators, but they are not, as President Trump described me when he brought me to the Justice Department, true MAGA attorneys and warriors for the Constitution. That's what we need in the Texas AG's office. And I think that my background litigating, investigating, suing, defending, and appealing on all the major issues that your national audience cares about, that's what makes me best suited for this job. We got to get the warrior in the fight, and I think that that's me.
So, Aaron, here's what I'm saying. It was Glenn Story and Lee Wamsgans that kind of came to me and said, hey, I don't think you quite understand how big a deal this impeachment of Ken Paxton is, and how it cuts to all the core issues between MAGA and the establishment, between the Trump faction and the Bush faction. And that's when we got engaged. And man, we did stories every day, had people on, did Saturday specials, and we're kind of the platform that started turning things around. In a system that would impeach a guy like Ken Paxton, who's kind of a legendary, individual, as being an attorney general in the MAGA movement. Why would you want that job?
Somebody's got to do the fight. Somebody's got to go to war and fight to advance our values through the justice system. I was with Attorney General Ken Paxton as his right-hand man throughout that entire impeachment process. From the moment that those liars decided to accuse him of doing a bunch of wrongdoing, to drag him through politically, try to humiliate and destroy him, all the way through the investigations and the impeachment, which, by the way, I think it's important to note, Steve, for your audience, all three of my opponents were behind the instigation and impeachment of Attorney General Ken Paxton. A guy that you had on the show just the other day, Congressman Chip Roy, was the first elected official in America to call for Attorney General Ken Paxton to be removed from office in October of 2020. Then, all the way 3 years later, in September 2023, he was still lending his name, image, likeness, and updated quotes and on speaking tours, calling for him to be convicted by the state Senate. My two other opponents were involved in whipping support to impeach Ken Paxton. One of my opponents spent $500,000 of his own money bankrolling primary challengers and House members who were going against Ken Paxton. And so the choices are very clear in this race. If Texans and your national audience stand with Ken Paxton, there is only one person in this race who is suited to be his successor, not only in terms of the loyalty that I've shown, the devotion to our movement, but the fact that I was in the lion's den with Attorney General Paxton. He endorsed me to succeed him, and I am ready to go to war. And Steve, I'll tell you this, I've seen how ugly this lawfare can get. I've seen how nasty it can get. We're not just fighting the demonic left, but we're fighting the squish, rhino, lying, duplicitous, deceptive rhinos on the right as well, both of whom came against Paxton and both of whom I've been fighting for my entire career. And it's that experience that makes me uniquely suited to serve as the next chief legal officer of the state of Texas.
Aaron, on the 20th of January of 2021, as President Trump's plane left the tarmac to the sound of Frank Sinatra's, a great song, My Way. We had Boris Epstein calling in. We teed up the 5 o'clock show, the afternoon show, and the first guest we had was Ken Paxton. And we said, Ken, the AG is going to be the front line here. Tell us what you're going to do. And he says, hey, with the Biden administration, it was in the bounds of the Constitution, right? And this benefits the folks in Texas. We're going to support it and work with it. Where they're outside the bounds of the Constitution, and this is to the detriment of the citizens of Texas, I'm going to lead the fight. And, of course, it's legendary what Ken Paxton did, leading virtually every fight, including for the election, all of it. Now that President Trump is in, what are you going to do as Attorney General regarding the Trump administration?
Totally. Well, I'll tell you, I remember January 20th, 2021 vividly, because what we were doing that afternoon is we were preparing our very first lawsuit, which we dropped when I was Ken Paxton's deputy and his offensive coordinator. We dropped our first lawsuit against the Biden administration on January 21st, 2021 on border security related matters, and we won that case. And since that time, I was responsible for coordinating and executing all of those Texas v. Biden lawsuits. During my tenure as Ken Paxton's deputy, I brought 46 lawsuits against the 46th president, and with Ken Paxton leading the charge, we won 85% of those cases. Now, it's a very different operating environment that we're in right now. We don't have an existential enemy in the White House. In fact, we have a very close ally in the White House. And so what I stand uniquely positioned to do, as somebody who just came from the senior most ranks of the Justice Department in the presidentially appointed Senate-confirmed role as the head of the Office of Legal Policy, is that I am uniquely positioned to partner with the Trump administration to muster those resources, whether it's the White House staff, domestic policy, or DHS, DOJ, to bring those to bear as somebody who's already been vetted by that team, somebody who's already a friend with all of those key players, to coordinate our efforts to turn and train our guns on the enemy of liberty that have taken root here in Texas, whether they are the nonprofits, the Soros-funded DAs, the Sharia law entities that are taking root here, the anti-American college campuses that have flourished right here in Texas. So rather than turning our artillery against the feds, we can coordinate and cooperate with the Trump administration, with me as the Attorney General, a former senior Trump administration official, to really, really root out leftism, corruption, violence, fraud, waste, abuse right here at home on our home soil in the Lone Star State. And that's what makes me uniquely effective as the next Attorney General.
Aaron, social media coordinates, and where do people go find about you, more about you and your campaign?
Well, folks can go to my website at aaronreitz.com, AARONREITZ.com. And I post on all social media platforms if you just search for my name, or my X handle in particular at Aaron_Reitz, AARON_REITZ. Vote for Trump's true MAGA attorney and warrior for the Constitution and the Ken Paxton endorsed successor as the next Attorney General of Texas.
Aaron, thank you so much for joining us on a Friday. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Stephen. Thanks, Lee. Good luck. God bless you.
Thank you for being in the Corps. And tomorrow, of course, Marine Corps 250 from Camp Pendleton, Amanda Head, and the entire RAV team will be out there. How do you, we got up close and personal with the Texas Senate, and I didn't know a whole lot about it beforehand. And I said, wow, when they went through the Ken Paxton trial and they were the jury and how close that whole thing was. How are you prepping yourself as you run and talk to your constituents to actually join that body, which I would respectfully submit is not entirely MAGA?
Well, yeah, it absolutely isn't. But the Senate is so much better than the House, right? How do I prepare myself?
Why is that in Texas? Texas, I said today, we had a conference meeting here. I said, this is the reddest MAGA state for people and for activists and for grassroots. And the political apparatus, the reason Texas is purple is that you have a blue apparatus, but still most of them have Republican next to their name. How could that possibly be? Well,
It really comes down to leadership. The leadership in the Senate is significantly more conservative than the leadership in the House. And so we have an unusual thing, with only 31 senators, 20 of them are Republican, 5 of them They're open seats coming up for election.
How can that be?
Well,
why would that many people want to leave at one time? So Republicans is 25% of the Republicans in the Senate, yes. As powerful as that is?
Yes, and so several things. One of them, got a great job. The other one is running for another position. A couple have retired. So, life happens. People retire. We're not meant to stay in government forever. So think about our founding fathers. They risked everything to run. You talk about why would I do it? Because I have a great life. I don't want to do it. It's a duty to do it. And if more good people don't do it, our country is finished. We have to step up.
What's going to be the top of the agenda? You said your things are property taxes and security, and particularly you hinted at something quite important. There was a controversy that the board was involved in for years. The duty of Texans, of the Texas government to secure the border. Right. You just can't wait for the federal government. This during Biden, it was a disaster. You had Project Lone Star, but we had Ben Burquam, Bensman, many people that are in the government today down there. Project Lone Star was a lick and a promise. I mean, they were coming through and it wasn't being done. Is that something you're going to push? Because you're going to say, hey, President Trump, as great as he is, and of course, I'm head of Trump 28, you're saying at some point in time, that's going to come to a conclusion. Texas has to stand up and secure its own border. You're the 8th biggest economy in the world.
Right. It's the biggest responsibility of government is to protect our citizens.
And you think the state government, too, you think they clearly don't want to do that, right? Or they would have done it.
There's a lot of people that want to, and if we send reinforcements like Ali Wamsgans to Senate, we'll have more strength for that. Operation
is that big? Is the constituents when you're talking to them, that's something they bring up?
It's very important.
Wow,
it's very important. We've seen the decrease in crime, which is why I talked to the sheriff today. He said, yes, it's real. Yes, we're seeing it. Yes, it's tangible. But Republicans are really good when we win in elections to sit back on our couch and eat our bonbons. We have to prepare now to make sure our border is never left wide open again. 11 million immigrants who are illegal immigrants were taken off the streets. Enough fentanyl to kill every man, woman, and child in America, Canada, and Mexico was seized by our law enforcement. We cannot be in that situation again.
You've had some Antifa problems here with going after ICE officers. 2 incidents, I think one up in North Texas and then that horrible shooting down here a couple of weeks ago. What are your potential constituents telling you about that, about the ICE officers and the mass deportations?
Well, our constituents are absolutely fully supporting law enforcement, fully supporting ICE, and we think it's un-American. And if you're going to attack our ICE agents, you do not deserve to be in this country.
Wow. Lee, hang around. Folks, I talked to Navarro. You could tell about his speech today at the Council on Foreign Relations. President Trump right now is weighing and measuring what to do on the request for Tomahawk missiles to go on offense in Ukraine. Remember, the kinetic part of the Third World War in Ukraine, 2.8 million to 3 million casualties already. Of course, we're now in an open economic war with the Chinese Communist Party. Birchgold.com, promo code War Room. We called it 4 years ago. Gold was $1,100 an ounce. Today, $4,300 an ounce. Back in a moment.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Patriots, Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois. We like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guts. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump 24, Retribution.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love Rav for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois. We like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guts. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump 24, Retribution.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Obviously, a big audience watching this. A lot of the MAGA folks, Melissa Katz, and these fire-breathing populist nationalist Trump followers, they're very focused, particularly in the Dallas area, about security for elections. How big a priority is that for you?
It's a big priority. And, you know, we made some progress after the mess of the COVID election. However, that bill took authority away from the Attorney General, put it all in the hands of the local district attorneys and those woke district attorneys.
He told me, and Paxton told me that was a killer for him.
It was a killer. It was a killer. So, I mean, think about it. Where this stuff happens the most are in these blue counties, and that's where we need to prosecute. And he wasn't allowed to go after them without it being referred to him from the district attorney, and they weren't doing that. So we did fix a lot of that this session, but there's a lot more to go.
As people are kind of shocked about a lot of the regulations down here in Texas and how it's really the political class down here is blue, people also assume you're the most gun owner friendly state in the union. I take it that would not be correct as I've followed you around for the last couple of days? That
would not be correct. We made a lot of progress.
How can that happen in Texas?
Well, I don't know. I've not understood it because everyone I talk to is really on the same page with me with the Second Amendment. I have fought to ban unconstitutional red flag laws that violate due process for decades. I'm the only candidate in this race that was down in Austin this session, talking to members, pushing to get this law passed. Going door to door to door. We did get it passed. We finally banned red flag laws in Texas this session. But where we missed the mark is civil liability bills with the Second Amendment. What a lot of people don't realize is you can use your stand your ground law. You can legally defend your family. Of course, there'll be a court proceeding if you kill an intruder who's trying to harm you. And then you walk out of court totally justified in using that force. But then the leftists across the country, and definitely in Texas, they will fund lawsuits to civilly.
No, wait. They come and they hit you after getting off on the criminal side. They come as responsible. They come in and hit you with a civil suit.
Yes, 20 states have made this illegal. Texas still has it, and we missed the mark. And that's one of my Second Amendment priorities if I'm elected, because if you can be sued and lose your livelihood, you do not have a Second Amendment.
Brian Harrison was telling me one of the things people are starting to focus on now is concern about the Texas budget, about deficits. You guys had a couple of surpluses, but it seems like it goes overnight. Nobody really knows where this money's being spent. There's all kind of off balance sheet pockets. The only responsibility of the Senate and the House, I believe, is to pass a budget, correct? Right. What's the story on finances down here, deficits, and the direction where things are going?
So again, our GDP is $2.7 trillion. Our
eighth biggest economy in the world.
It is. It's huge. We're soon by biennium, we're going to be the 7th largest economy in the world. And biennial budget is right just over $300
Because you're
billion.
biannual legislation.
Yeah, we only meet every 2 years.
But you have now special sessions all the time.
Well, we do. We only have a special session outside of the regular sessions in an emergency situation. These past special sessions are because it followed regular session. So we are supposed to only meet every 2 years. But our budget increased dramatically while we gave some property tax relief, some good things happened. We have to cut spending. The only way to really reduce the property tax burden, step number one, I'm a root cause person instead of just putting Band-Aids on things. Step number one, we need to cut spending in the state of Texas and tighten the belt and get rid of.
I say spending. What has, like I said, it's come to a shock to people about how progressive some of these things are. What's the problem with cutting spending? You would think with the common sense of the Texas frontier and still this entrepreneurial spirit when you come down. I mean, people in Texas love this state so much. Where's the spending? Why are you having increases in spending, and where is it?
Well, our two biggest budget items in the state of Texas are education and health and human services. And there's a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse in both of those categories. And I know the last session, a DOGE committee was implemented, and we need to double and triple that. We need DOGE on steroids in the state of Texas. And that's going to be one of my goals.
Education. Brian Harrison has statistics of like only a quarter of the juniors in high school can read a proficiency or have math proficiency. That can't possibly be as much money as Texas puts into education. And quite frankly, how education is kind of revered here, given the university system, given Baylor and all the private schools, TCU, SMU, University of Texas, the public, Texas A&M, Texas Tech. How can you have more money spent on education and failure to perform?
I'll tell you, it's heartbreaking as a mom who, raised two boys. They're in university now. It's really heartbreaking. The state of Texas currently is looking at 5 school districts. There's 13 in Senate District 9. Out of those 5 school districts statewide, 2 of those that are being looked at to being taken over for underperformance.
Taken over by the state.
Taken over by the state are in Senate District 9.
Impossible.
We have
with Fort Worth and all the explosive.
Fort Worth ISD is one of them. Lake Worth ISD is the other one.
Lake Worth.
We have a lot of work to do. Those kids deserve better. They deserve good education. That affects everything. It affects their lives. It affects our workforce. People are having a hard time finding good workers.
And you haven't gotten rid of DEI, or you haven't gotten rid of this radical transgender ideology, including in Texas, the home of Friday Night Lights. We still have an issue of men in women's sports.
Well, we did. I'll tell you, 3 sessions ago, they passed a bill that stopped men in women's sports, only K through 12, though. And so we're like, what? Because transgenders from their states can still come in and take those girls' scholarships that they've worked for their entire scholastic career. Session before last, we got it bumped up to cover colleges as well. Everyone thought, great, job done. Here's the problem. What was not outlawed.
There was a workaround.
There was a workaround. The workaround was men and boys were still allowed in private spaces, women's locker rooms and kids' locker rooms, bathrooms. This session, again, I'm the only candidate in this race. I was in Austin testifying on behalf of the Women's Privacy Act. And that bill is really incredible because it covers the privacy of girls and women in all government buildings. So that covers schools, K through 12, public universities. It also specifically covered all women's jails. I gave case study in my testimony about how heterosexual men were using the loopholes. They were predators to break into women's jails and rape them. One of them in Rikers Prison. He was in jail for raping an infant to death. He put on a skirt, went to the women's jail, raped her, was convicted for it. The third scenario is all women's domestic violence shelters. So we outlawed that in the state of Texas and protected women and girls because women and girls' privacy, dignity, and safety is worth the fight.
Amen. You're with us tomorrow morning. Tell us where do people go to find out where the rally is, where they go to your website?
It's right on the front page of leefortexas.com. You see it right there.
Okay, we're going to be back tomorrow, and we're going to be bouncing across from the great state of Texas and what's going on here with conservatives and grassroots MAGA, and of course the Moms for Liberty Conference in Orlando, Florida, and we're going to be tossing it in the afternoon to Amanda Head and the Real America's Voice team for Marine Corps 250. So tomorrow, Saturday, it's here starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Stick around. We got another hour of the War Room late on a Friday in October. Back in a moment.
Associates, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
For 250 years, they've stormed beaches, broken lines, and made history in blood and valor. From the black sands of Iwo Jima to the streets of Fallujah.
Get ready to move!
No enemy too strong, no mission too hard, no fight too far. This Saturday, Real America's Voice takes you to the heart of the Marine Corps legend. Rav will have a front row view of the action, joined by battle-tested veterans and military experts who live the brotherhood of the Corps. Explosive action, raw power, unshakable pride. This is Marine 250, from sea to shore. Coverage begins this Saturday at noon Eastern, only on Real America's Voice, because freedom wasn't given, it was earned.
Hello, America. Happy Friday. Yes, we made it through a crazy week that started with a historic peace deal, ended with the possibility of peace between Russia and Ukraine, with a big meeting today and a whole lot in between, including 3 major indictments. I'm your host, John Solomon. As you know, this is the Just the News, No Noise television show, but I'm not in Washington, D.C. like I normally am. I'm in Orlando at the Moms for Liberty conference here. An amazing day I spent here meeting some of the new young voices of the conservative movement. I even met a woman who is a liberal who came here because her own views are changing, she said, and she's been canceled for questioning liberal heterodoxy. It's been an amazing day. I'm going to get you caught up real quickly on the headlines, and then we're going to turn you out to Amanda Head, who's in California at an amazing backdrop at Camp Pendleton. We're going to bring her in a second. But first, the news. Today, President Trump met with President Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president. They had a working lunch trying to get towards that elusive peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. President Trump made one thing clear today. He's not ready to give long-range, high-powered Tomahawk missiles to the Ukrainians. Said it's just not the time now. He hopes he can get to peace before that. Now, before this happened, President Trump had a very productive meeting with President Putin in Russia. I had a chance to talk to the president for a little bit this morning. He was very confident that Putin's in a little bit different state of mind and maybe in a way that could potentially lead to a real deal, not just a promise of a deal. That was really important. We'll get you to one of those indictments also, because today the former National Security Advisor John Bolton appeared in court charged with 18 federal felonies, most of them violations of the Espionage Act, for mishandling classified information. He pleaded not guilty. This is going to be a difficult and long case for him and his family, because his family's involved. The allegations are he moved classified information and other sensitive information to family members via email. Some of that information eventually got intercepted by our enemies in Iran. So a very big case, so we're keeping a close eye on that. For all the headlines, go to justthenews.com. We got you covered. Now, I want to bring in my amazing co-host, Amanda Head. She is at Camp Pendleton. Tomorrow is the 250th birthday of the U.S. Marines. I am so proud to know many great Marines that I live across the street from them. I go to the barbershop with them. I love them, and we honor you on your 250th birthday. Amanda, I wish I was there with you. I'm a little jealous of that backdrop.
Yeah, the backdrop is spectacular. The weather is made to order for such a wonderful weekend. Tomorrow is going to be incredible, John. We've got all sorts of military equipment that's going to be here. C-130s, FA-18s, F-35Cs. There's going to be flyovers. There are going to be amphibious demonstrations at HIMARS. It is going to be incredible, an incredible show of strength and might and unity, by the way, between the United States Marine Corps and the Navy. A lot of people know of their very close coordination in a number of wars, Vietnam, World War II, of course, our wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. So they were setting up today, John, and we were there on site doing our media and equipment setup. Or my guys were. I wasn't really helping all that much. It was amazing to see the production. I think it is definitely on par with the Navy's 250th. The Army as well in Washington, D.C. There are going to be a lot of folks here. Obviously, Vice President J.D. Vance, the Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, and a lot of other dignitaries who are going to be here speaking. So it's going to be pretty much an all-day affair going up until about 4 p.m. And we're going to have live coverage of that right here on Real America's Voice. And like I said, I can't wait to be here. Southern California weather this time of year is just amazing. It's warm, it's breezy, and we are right here on the coast at Camp Pendleton. It is quite picturesque.
Well, we got both coasts covered. Two amazing locations, by the way, tomorrow all day.
That's
live coverage, folks, here on Real America's Voice. Moms for Liberty in the morning. Out to Camp Pendleton with Amanda in the afternoon for that spectacular celebration to anyone who wore the uniform in the service of this country, and particularly to all those who are proud Marines. We honor you today, and we thank you for your service. All right, we've got a great show for you today. We had that incredible interview with FBI Director Kash Patel a couple days ago. People still talking about that. Today we got one of the greatest voices I know when it comes to helping us understand what's going on in the FBI and law enforcement. He's the retired FBI Executive Assistant Director, and he's the author of one of my favorite books, Wanted, the FBI wants to. So many agents I know have read that book, and they agree with it. He's our good friend, Chris Paiota. Chris, good to have you on, sir.
John, pleasure to be with you this evening.
Yeah, we love having you on. All right. We had a lot of nuggets in our interview with Kash Patel. I thought one that was most telling and has gotten a lot of buzz today is him saying that they found more examples of criminal behavior, weaponized criminal behavior by law enforcement and intelligence personnel in the United States government. He expects more indictments in the next few months. He said by the year's end, there'll be quite a few. The idea that we're getting to the bottom of it, punishing the things that deserve to be punished, getting rid of the things that don't deserve to be punished and not deal with them anymore. Kind of a big moment of accountability, isn't it?
Absolutely, and I think Director Patel and the people of the FBI are committed to setting things straight, putting the FBI back on the right track with the American people, and reestablishing that trust and confidence that people used to have in the FBI. It's going to take them a little bit of time, though, John, because, they have to go through a lot of documentation. They have to look at the circumstances that existed, and they have to look at what the outcomes of certain, I guess you can say, referrals and prosecutions could be. So they're on the right track, and I'm glad to see that they're bringing some accountability.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Chris, how do folks who are supportive of this administration, this FBI administration, how do they dispel what we are constantly hearing from the left, including John Bolton, that this is a witch hunt, that this is weaponization? How do we dispel that?
All right, so I'll try to get that to you, Chris. It sounds like we couldn't write the audio right. But Amanda asked, how do we begin to dispel that distrust in the American public with the FBI, and also to reinstill trust in the agents on the front lines that they're going to do the job the way the book says it should be done?
Well, first of all, it's going to be done through action and deed. What you're going to see is the FBI operating in a manner that is honest, and objective, and apolitical, and professional. That's what it's going to take, and it's going to have to be all the time, every time. And the culture of the FBI is being shifted right now by the director and the senior leadership of the organization. They have to be uncompromising in their standards and expectations for FBI agents to conduct their business on behalf of the American people, in line with the Constitution, and in the service of the laws of our country. So it's going to take some time, but I think if they keep hitting the marks and they keep pushing hard, they're going to be able to reinstill that confidence and look for that respect that the organization once had, that previous leadership squandered.
Yeah, so important. I think we got Amanda back. Amanda, you want to see if we can chime you in here?
Yeah, I would love to ask you about Antifa, because one of the things that we spoke to Director Patel a few nights ago about was, obviously finding the money trail, and practically any criminal organization or something that you suspect to be a criminal organization, you got to follow the money. And he indicated to us that he was getting closer and closer to reaching that source. If he does get there, and it seems that there is some type of mechanism, some type of infrastructure to these protests, to the people who are funding them, does that open up RICO charges?
It could. It depends on how they want to try and take the organization on. What you're looking at is the investigative effort is going to identify logistical, funding, and facilitation networks. That's what they're looking for. They're looking for people who make these groups operate. And then they have to decide whether they're going to go for some shorter-term tactical interruptions or interdictions, or are they looking for an entire enterprise takedown, which will take them a little bit more time, but it could destroy the organization from the inside, taking away their resources, taking away their training and their facilitation. And I'm sure there's going to be a balance of that, and I'm sure that the investigative strategy and then the intent of what they're going to do to prosecute is being worked out now between the FBI and Department of Justice.
Yeah, it's an amazing thing. And for a while, people were saying, oh, Antifa's not an organization. Well, I got news for folks. Last night, the Justice Department charged a cell of Antifa with clear crimes of terrorism. They have the names. They have the command structure. They have the acts that occurred in that terror attack. It's time for people to stop lying about Antifa. It's amazing. Chris, I want to turn to something that Cash said in the interview. He said that the key to what he wanted to achieve with the FBI was something very simple. Let good cops be cops. Get out of the way, get the politics, and let them solve crimes. He said that's how we caught Charlie Kirk's assassin in just 33 hours. That's how we took 19,000 people off the streets who were violent felons during this important summer operation. What is your sense of the men and women of the FBI right now? Are they feeling like they're able to do their job without worry about the politics anymore?
I think the new leadership has moved them away from some of that political, I would say, distraction that they had over the past few years in the peripheral matters of DEI and other things. And I think what you see is the effectiveness of the FBI when they're allowed to be the FBI, and whether or not Director Patel is prioritizing or putting his boot in some tail ends. The FBI is effective when it's allowed to be effective, and the FBI is the home to some of our best manhunters in the world. So you're seeing the FBI right now take direct action against crime in our communities. And you saw over the course of the summer, the Director Patel gave a rundown of the statistical accomplishments, remarkable work by the men and women of the FBI, as well as their law enforcement partners. So letting the FBI be the FBI brings great results.
Yeah,
that it does.
Chris, you spent so many years at the agency, and I'm really, really disheartened and concerned to see what we saw apparently out of Chicago, where you had city leadership who was pressing down on local law enforcement to not coordinate with federal law enforcement, in this case ICE, in most of the situations. When you look at that relationship, because Director Patel indicated to us that when they speak to rank and file officers in those cities like Chicago PD, that the rank and file, they do want to coordinate with federal law enforcement. It's basically the bureaucrats, it's the suits at City Hall that are pushing against this. Are you concerned that that type of mentality in City Hall is going to propagate to other cities and therefore obstruct federal law enforcement?
I think what you're seeing is a breakdown in the law enforcement enterprise due to ideological beliefs and politics. And those two factors, ideological beliefs and politics, have no place in the law enforcement enterprise. When law enforcement is enforcing the laws of our nation and they need help from each other, that has always been an unspoken rule that was sacrosanct, that whenever another law enforcement officer was in trouble, you went to help. And the fact that the I guess it was the chief of patrol, stood people down while ICE was being attacked was disgusting, and it was so disappointing to see. It shows how our law enforcement community has been infiltrated by what I would consider to be low-quality leaders or non-leaders, and we have to get rid of those folks. And I hope that swift action is taken so that type of behavior doesn't show up in other cities.
Yeah, so important to eradicate it. There's no doubt. I want to ask you a little bit about the news of the last 24 hours. The third major accountability indictment in the last month, James Comey for lying, Letitia James for alleged bank fraud today. John Bolton stood in a courtroom charged with 18 felonies, saying he mishandled the most important secrets that he was entrusted as a national security advisor. I think you've had a chance to look at this indictment. It's pretty serious allegations and pretty extensive behavior. Could you handicap it a little bit for us, Chris?
Well, what you're looking at is a senior level official who, on his own volition and knowingly, transmitted classified information across non-secure systems, and then he maintained information of a classified nature at his residence, not authorized to have that information, and he violated the Espionage Act. It's pretty straightforward. Now, I will tell you that he, as a former national security advisor, as well as he was the ambassador to the UN. So he had received numerous counterintelligence defensive briefings and security briefings, and he still decided to do this, which to me abuses the trust of the American people, and it shows poor judgment. And as this court case moves forward, I think, as you said earlier, it'll be a long courtroom experience for him and his family members, and I'm just sorry to see that our senior officials sometimes they don't set the example for the rest of the government folks, and he's going to have to be, I guess you can say, I hate to say punished, but he's going to have to suffer some consequences for those actions.
Yeah, some of that information allegedly got to our enemies in Iran.
Yeah. Chris, before we let you go, I wanted to ask you, when President Trump came into office and FBI Director Kash Patel and Deputy Director Dan Bongino came in, one of the ideas that I think would be very, very successful in restoring trust to the FBI and bringing it back to its roots of just good cop work, that was taking people out of Washington and moving them out into the communities. Have you seen that happening to the degree that you would like to see it? Is it successful? Is it bearing fruit?
I think what you're seeing is under the direction of Director Patel, you're seeing much more community level engagement and operations by the FBI, especially during this past summer initiative. So you're seeing him move resources to the issues and the problems and the crime elements that are affecting people's day-to-day lives. And he has to balance that with the larger strategic issues, such as the national security mission. You're looking at the counterterrorism, counterintelligence issues, and he's got a difficult job to balance those two competing programs, crime versus national security. But I do see that he is moving those resources into the community. I just think I knew from the beginning when he was talking about it that it would take him some time to move those resources, to integrate them into operations, and to start augmenting effectively the work of the field offices. So they're moving in that direction. It's just going to take him more time than I think people understand from a logistical perspective to make that happen completely.
Chris, I have a funny feeling there'll be a sequel to your book called Got It, the FBI I Once Knew. We may got it back. I hope we get it there. It's always a great honor to have you on, and thank you for writing that book. I can't tell you the number of agents that come up to me and say how much they love what you said, the courage you showed writing that book. Great to have you on the show, my friend. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, one of the super moms here. She's been one of the driving forces behind Moms for America. She's also doing incredible work at the America First Policy Institute. Our good friend Erica Donald's next, right after these messages. Hey, folks, if you snore and your partner hasn't moved to another room yet, congratulations. You've either found true love or your partner has no other place to go. Let's talk about what your partner really wants in bed. Silence. Stop keeping them awake from your snoring and giving them 8 hours of uninterrupted sleep. Zipa is the only FDA-approved and patented anti-snoring solution invented by a leading sleep doctor that stops snoring at the source. Zipa has a 91% success rate backed by a 91-night sleep guarantee. That's pretty great. For a limited time, go to Zipa.com and use the code JTN or text JTN to 511-511 and get the absolute best solution, guaranteed to stop your snoring with a Happy Z pack and save over 24% off. Plus, Zipa will donate $10 to breast cancer research. Visit Zipa, ZYPPAH.com. Use the code JTN or text JTN to 511-511 and save over 24% off with the Happy Z pack and start improving your sleep health today. That's a good thing. Remember, Zipa is Happy Z spelled backwards. Text fees may apply.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
Welcome back, America. We're live here in Orlando, Florida with the Moms for Liberty event here. An amazing day. I was so energized meeting so many young people here. It wouldn't be possible what has happened the last 4 years in the parents' right movement without our next guest. She is one of the founding forces here at Moms for Liberty. She is one of the chairwomen at the America First Policy Institute, which gave us that great Trump agenda. And soon, I have a funny feeling we're going to be adding a new title to her incredible resume, First Lady of Florida. Joining me right now, Erica Donalds. Erica, good to have you here.
It's so good to be here. And you're right. The energy here is absolutely amazing.
It's amazing. And the age difference. I think I've been to every one of the 4 Moms for Liberty national events. And Philadelphia, I remember, backstage at D.C. with President Trump. So many young moms here today and intersecting with grandmas and moms older than them. There's something special going on here.
Well, the America First movement is multi-generational and growing. I just kicked off a college tour at Florida International University and hitting a bunch of colleges around the country. And just like Turning Point chapters, new women, conservative women's chapters have exploded. When conservatives come on campus, they are eager to hear what we have to say. They have great questions. They're curious. And, hey, they want us to start putting America first because that means we're putting them first in their generation.
What a difference from just a couple of years ago.
Amen.
It's really
Thank
amazing.
God for President Trump.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Absolutely.
All right, Amanda, where are you? We got you out there, right?
That you really coordinated on this policy, on what the Trump administration is doing with the Department of Education. Do you see it going in a good direction? Do you want to see it go even harder?
Absolutely. It is going in the right direction. As you know, earlier this year, they were able to reduce force by over half. Now that the shutdown has happened, there's no budget for a lot of these positions that we already knew were wasteful. And the department within the shutdown has also riffed another almost 500 positions. So we're getting closer and closer to the promise that President Trump made to the American people to shut down the Department of Education. But guess what? Classrooms have had no effect. They're still getting all the funding that they need to meet the needs of students. Teachers are still in classrooms doing everything they can to make sure these students succeed. And it's just another reason that we say we don't need the Federal Department of Education any longer. We should get rid of it.
I bet you scores go up when we do get rid of it. I bet you that's what's going to happen. Erica, one of the forces that I talked to so many people about today that they're still worried about are the teachers' unions. They are the driving force of radicalization in a lot of these school districts. And there are many great teachers who have to suffer inside those unions. Are we getting to a point where there could be an alternate union system?
Well, we don't want an alternate.
That's right.
Right? We want to get rid of it completely. We want the free market to reign in our education system. We want teachers to have more choice, not just parents, because school choice and education freedom also means freedom for teachers to be able to teach in ways that they have not been allowed to. They've been hamstrung by the bureaucracy that tells them what to teach, how to teach, what to say, and scripts everything that they do every day. We don't want that for teachers anymore. We want them to be able to teach classically, online, using AI, not using technology, however they see fit, so that we have the maximum number of options for families. I'm a proponent of getting rid of teachers' unions and teacher certification, break down those barriers, and let teachers teach.
Liberation Day for educators.
Absolutely.
That would be
That's what we need.
That's what we need.
We'll celebrate it together.
Absolutely.
Erica, as we see the school choice movement exploding, you know, a lot of folks are looking at homeschooling or homeschooling co-ops, charter schools, religious schools, things like that. What are you finding is surging the most, I suppose?
Well, homeschool is the fastest growing way of schooling in our country by far. It's not even close. We've doubled the number of homeschoolers in the country since COVID. Amazing. Not only that, though, polls show that we have about 7% of our families homeschooling right now. That number would be 14%. It would be double if money were no object. Parents are saying that if they could, they would also homeschool. That's why we're such a proponent of education 14%? Scholarship accounts. It would be 14%.
That's an amazing number. Wow.
And that's across the board. It's independents, it's Democrats, it's Republicans. It doesn't matter your political ideology. You want what's best for your children, and parents know what's best. Education scholarship accounts are expanding across the country. Universal choice is in 17 states now. That allows families the resources that they need to buy curriculum, to buy online courses, and to really customize their children's education. So we need a lot more of it.
What a great idea. Amazing. I was here today with a young man, his dad, and he's growing as an influencer. And he said to me, I said, you know, how do we fix the education system? And he said, I got a simple prescription: make Florida America. This is the laboratory of free education, and I think the next generation of education ideas. What do you think is the next big idea to come out of Florida?
Well, I believe that every education dollar needs to be parent-directed. That completely changes the culture in education, right? Yeah. For so long, we've been telling parents, leave it to the experts. We don't need your help. Here's where you're going to go to school. Here's what you're going to learn. But even if they were to choose their neighborhood school, putting parents in the driver's seat, saying, this is how much money is going to be spent on your child this year. Where do you want that money to go? And giving parents that power of a consumer, they're going to be more confident to hold those schools accountable for their results, for the safety in their schools, and all of these things. So I think that's the big thing next, is not just having school choice available, but making choice the default, not zoned neighborhood schools.
Do you think there's initiatives in the legislature with Governor DeSantis to move that along?
Not quite yet. We've come a long way. There's some things I think that we're going to do that are really good this year, but I think maybe after that.
Maybe Governor Donalds. That's what I'm wondering.
First Lady Donalds. Erica, I want to ask you about what's happening right now in this country. This is the 250th anniversary of the United States Marine Corps that we are celebrating tomorrow. Next year is America's 250, and I know that AFPI has a civics initiative to, I guess, reinvigorate the youth love for America and patriotism right now. Tell us about it.
Well, I've been asked, and I'm honored to co-chair the America 250 Civics Education Coalition, partnering with the Department of Education and, of course, our beloved Linda McMahon, Secretary McMahon, and 40 other national organizations, including Turning Point, Hillsdale College, Heritage, so many great organizations that are going to help us promote civic literacy in this country. Unfortunately, our adults are not proud to be Americans anymore because they don't know America. You need to know America. When you do, you will love America. You will understand why this is the greatest country that man has ever known. So we are going to be promoting that in all 50 states. Also, encouraging states to pass policies that promote civic education up with reading and math, and making sure that our students are not just able to read and do math on grade level, but they know how to defend this great republic.
I was thinking as I was flying here, and I saw some of the Antifa guys starting to set up their silliness for tomorrow, the No Kings in D.C. What an incredible contrast. In D.C., there'll be people doing silly, mean things, and here there's a generation of parents securing their future for their children and saying it's possible that we can get this done. It feels like Moms for Liberty has been around for 25 years. It's only been 4 years, right?
That's right. Actually, the founders, Tina and Tiffany and I, were all on school boards together here in Florida. And we saw under the curtain before COVID happened and parents got to see what was really going on in schools. The three of us saw it, and we recognized that we need parents to step up and take that mantle, understanding that they are the ones who should be making decisions about their children's health, welfare, and education. They've done an incredible job building this organization, which has really moved mountains in the education arena and continues to do so. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of all of the moms here that are really taking up the torch to ensure that our children are protected and that they have the maximum capability to achieve the American dream.
Somewhere tonight there's a child doing homework, or tomorrow over the weekend, and they're able to learn the way they are, and their parents are in control of that situation because of the work that you and Tina and Tiffany did. This is a groundbreaking organization. I've covered a lot of things in my life as a reporter. Nothing changed history more than this group in the last few years. It's an amazing thing.
Well, it's a great time to be alive.
It is.
We're seeing so many wonderful things happen in this country. So proud to be an American, proud to be a Floridian, and very proud of Moms for Liberty and to be able to serve alongside them.
Well, a lot more fun tomorrow. I can't wait to see the conference tomorrow. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. More right after these messages. Hey, America, the FBI has been warning about a type of real estate fraud on the rise called home title theft, and your equity is the target. Here's how it works. Criminals forge your signature on a single document, use a fake notary stamp, then file it with the county, and just like that, boom, they're on record as owning your home. Using your ownership, they then take out loans against your equity or even sell your property, and you're not going to know about it until you get a foreclosure or collection notice in the mail, and that's not going to be a good moment. That's why I partnered with Home Title Lock, so you can protect your equity and find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code JTN at HometitleLock.com. You'll get a free title history report and a free child. Their $1 million triple lock protection. That's a great deal. $1 million to protect your home. That's 24/7 monitoring of your title records, urgent alerts to any changes. And if fraud occurs, their U.S.-based restoration team will spend up to $1 million to fix it. Find out why I trust Home Title Lock. Protect yourself like I did. Don't be a victim. Protect your equity today. Go to HometitleLock.com and use that promo code JTN. That's HometitleLock.com, promo code JTN.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to Rab. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
Welcome back, America. I'm not the only one coming to Florida today. If you look in the bottom of your screen there, you see President Trump's plane arriving in West Palm Beach. He's going to spend the weekend at his Mar-a-Lago home. We'll keep you up to date. If he makes any comments there, we'll break away in a second. But we've got a great guest right now joining us, the Senior Director of Government Affairs for Defending Education, the former Chief of the U.S. Office of Citizenship, Alfonso Aguilar. Alfonso, great to have you on the show.
John, always happy to be with you.
We love everything you're doing. And when I think of you and I think of the passion that you have for our citizenry, for the culture, for the education, we have a very civics illiterate population right now.
Absolutely.
How'd that happen?
Well, conservatives were not paying attention, sadly, and the left occupied the space. And sadly, the left has co-opted our schools. Teachers have become activists. Yeah. That's what they learn in schools of education, in colleges. Yeah. Obviously, they have the support of the teacher unions that want to promote a leftist agenda. So when they go to public schools, this is what they want to teach: a culturally Marxist vision of America. Tell kids that our country's bad, is evil, is systemically racist, that the institutions of Western civilization are evil. They follow this oppressed versus oppressor narrative, right? That our institutions marginalize and oppress every single minority group. And this is what our kids are being taught. They co-opted our schools, and they're not only teaching this to kids, they're indoctrinating them, but they're also teaching them to be activists. Yeah. That's why we see so many kids, so many Gen Zers going out there and embracing socialism. Yeah. I don't know if you saw that recent, I think it's a Gallup poll from a few months ago. Less than 41% of Gen Zers are very or extremely proud of being American.
Isn't that crazy?
That's a problem. Yeah. So the left knows that they can expedite cultural change by capturing, by engaging our youth, and that's exactly what we're doing. So we have to move quickly. So it's great that President Trump is talking about this. He's signed several executive orders to stop the teaching of DEI and other racial identity narratives in schools. But at the end, in terms of curriculum, the leadership has to come at the state level, because states are responsible for education. They have to set the curriculum, and they have to do a better job of ensuring that we go back to teaching civics, that we go back to teaching Western civilization.
And teaching it accurately. That's the other problem. It gets hijacked so often. We've got Amanda Head in California. She's at the Marine base. She's going to weigh in with some questions. Okay. Amanda?
Yeah, Alfonso, thank you so much for being here. I want to draw on your experience with the citizenship office, because, not teaching citizenship and civics in schools is obviously an issue. But for people who come here, this is something that President Trump has talked about with respect to the citizenship test and making it harder so that people have to learn more. And it's not just, memorizing it and then spitting it out, regurgitating it on a test. But there is going to be a bureaucratic blob in his way as he is trying to increase the difficulty of that test. Do you see that being successful, and is that another avenue for increasing civics literacy in this country?
Well, the citizenship test that he's talking about is for prospective citizens, right?
Right.
And as chief of citizenship, I actually developed the naturalization exam, the citizenship exam that prospective citizens have been taking until now. It's not a question of making it harder, but better, ensuring that by studying for the test and taking the test, they develop an attachment to America, that they understand the foundational principles of our country. I think the naturalization process actually works in America. And what the administration is doing is actually improving it, making it more substantive. They're actually keeping 75% of the questions that we were asking.
Wow.
I don't think they're making it harder. I just think they're making it better. We want to ensure that people, it can't be an SAT for citizenship.
That's right.
You know, we're receiving immigrants from, different countries with different educational backgrounds. As long as they study, and they should be able to pass it. But the important thing is to use the test to encourage assimilation and love of country. That's what we're doing for prospective citizens, for immigrants. We should at least be doing that for our own citizens. However, schools are now teaching ethnic studies, and we just came out, our organization Defending Education, with a report about ethnic studies. And they're using this program to promote this oppressed narrative.
CRT and another name,
CRT,
right?
BLM, creating curriculum, school lessons to say that our country's racist, develop resources to teach or for teachers so they can teach about queer studies, implement queer pedagogy, equitable grading, things like that are really strange. But this is exactly what they're doing. And and they're spending a lot of money. In our report on ethnic studies, we reviewed 55 school districts.
Wow.
And in those 55 school districts, they spend over $17 million on ethnic studies that, again, teach you how to hate America because they say that America is inherently racist. Out of that 17 million, 10 million came from federal funding.
Wow.
So that's only 55 school districts.
That's amazing. If you're a parent listening or you're a parent walking around here, should you be asking about the ethnic studies program in your school district right now?
Oh, absolutely. So I would encourage them to go to our website, defendinged.org, so they can see this report. We also have an indoctrination tracker. They can find out through that tracker in their district what their policies are on DEI, on ethnic studies, and a number of things.
Wow. That's an amazing thing. What an amazing resource that you've created. It's really remarkable.
Well, I think parents need to be involved and learn what's going on. We need to strengthen parental rights, and this is something that the Trump administration is doing an amazing job in terms of restoring an understanding of what the term sex means in terms of Title IX. It's biological sex, men and women, and the Department of Education is actually taking action to investigate school districts and schools that are allowing men into girl spaces and girl sports, and they're investigating them and actually starting to cut funding to those schools. So the administration is doing a great job to ensure that
there's consequences for not following the law finally.
Oh, absolutely.
How about that?
And they're doing something to protect our girls.
Yeah, that's so important. Well, you do so much to serve your country, and now with the group you're doing, just give everybody one more time the URL, because you've got a lot of great resources there.
Yeah, it's defendinged.org. And I think they're going to find a lot of resources that can be very helpful.
I can't wait. Everyone should go there. Alfonso, great honor to have you on the show today, my friend. Thanks for joining us here.
Thank you so much, John.
Such a great venue, too. All right, folks, you saw President Trump has landed at Mar-a-Lago. He'll be heading over to his home. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, time for our weekly Just the News health update. We'll have that in just a few minutes. Hey folks, did you know that by the time the average person hits 60 years old, they've lost and regained several hundred pounds? Doctors call it weight cycling, and half of Americans do it. If you do it enough, you are at risk of diabetes, liver damage, heart attack, even a stroke. Bottom line, most people need help to stop weight cycling, and I have a great way for you to do it. Non-prescription lean was created by doctors. Lean is an oral supplement, and the science is impressive. Its studied ingredients also target weight loss in 3 powerful ways. Lean helps maintain healthy blood sugar, it helps control appetite and cravings, and it helps burn fat by converting it to energy, and burning fat helps keep the weight off. If you want to lose meaningful weight at a healthy pace and keep it off, add lean to your diet and exercise lifestyle. Get 20% off when you enter the code JUSTNEWS at takelean.com. That's code JUSTNEWS at takelean.com.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to Rab. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
Welcome back, America, to one of my favorite segments, the Just the News Health Tape. Yeah, we're all making America healthy again. It's time to make ourselves healthy again. This segment is brought to you by our good friends at Native Path. Joining us now, the co-founder and chief culture officer at Native Path, Dr. Chad Walding. Doctor, good to have you back on.
Hey, John, Amanda, thank you for having me. It's so good to be here.
Absolutely. And I want to get to a topic that I know is dear to my heart. I sit all week long in an office, long days under the lights and cameras. On the weekends, I get out to my cabin. I'm in the sunshine. And by Sunday night, I feel a ton better than I felt through Monday through Friday. That isn't an accident, is it?
It's not an accident at all. I mean, it turns out the sun is really, really good for us. It's important to have a good relationship with the sun. And it's interesting, when I think about what we grew up being told about the sun is that we're told stay out of the sun. You don't go outside, and whatever you do, if you do go get sun, like make sure you put on a whole lot of sunscreen. Like that, the more SPF, the better, right? And it turns out that can have a problem. It turns out the sun is extremely important for our bones, our immune system, our mood, our ability to fight off disease, our metabolism. There's actually nothing in our body that doesn't improve when we absorb natural vitamin D from the sun. And I want to stress that too. There's a distinction between supplementing with vitamin D and the bioavailability and the potency that you get from natural sunlight. So in Native Path, we always look at this stuff, like what has changed in our environment over the past 100 years, right? And where do we get off the path? Why is our chronic disease rate so high? And what do we need to do to get back on the path? And to me, the sun is one of the foundational principles of the path. These are things that worked 100 years ago. They'll work 100 years from now for humans because it's essential to human health. So it's really important that we understand, as you were saying, most modern humans these days, they're working in front of a laptop inside all during the day with artificial lights, and we go home, and then the sun goes down, and then we turn on these big bright screens and watch Netflix, and it just throws off our entire circadian rhythm. We're not absorbing vitamin D, and it sets us up for all kinds of issues like mental disorders, immune system disorders. So we really have to bring this back, right? And I'm going to share a study with you that got my attention, right? So this came out not too long ago. It turns out that people in the hospitals that are sleeping or staying with their hospital beds next to the window where natural sunlight is coming in, on average, they're getting discharged from the hospital much faster than people who are in rooms without natural sunlight and who are not exposed to it, right? So it shows you right there. Even people who are in rough states with their health, that's the sun exposure, even if it's coming through the window, can do radical things for our healing, to overcome health challenges for our immune system. It is profound, right? But I want to stress the relationship, right? We don't want to think, well, I'm going to go in the sun for 3 hours a day without sunblock, and that can be a problem, right? That can burn your skin. That can lead to issues. But it's also not good to never go outside and wear SPF 90 if you do, and avoid the natural sunlight. So I really want to encourage people to, as we like to say, get on the path with us, start incorporating a good relationship with the sun. And what I would encourage people to do is build up to 15 minutes a day, right? Especially before we head into the winter, because you're going to have less sun exposure as we head into the winter. But try to build up to 15 minutes of sun exposure a day. An easy thing to do, as we've talked about before, Amanda, is wake up and have good sun exposure in the morning. That regulates your circadian rhythm. Go outside during the day if you can, to have little frequent micro doses of sun exposure. You can, ladies can wear a sports bra. Men, if you really want to go for it, take off your shirt. But that is a critical thing to your health that doesn't get talked about enough, right? The idea is you do not want to get burned. And I also want to say that the darker your skin pigmentation is, the more natural sun exposure you will need. Your genes are expecting you to get more sun exposure. So we have a lot of people with dark skin pigmentation that are living in northern climates that their health is really suffering because they're not getting enough sun exposure, right? So we want to correct this, have a good relationship with the sun, and get back on the path. And then just think about all the things that can also help you with what the sun helps you with, right? What are we doing when we're getting good skin exposure? Sun exposure, we're improving our bones, we're improving our immune system. Take care of all the practices around that. That's foundational to your health.
Yeah. Gosh, as healthy as the sun is, it's almost like there was intelligent design to the universe. It's unbelievable.
Isn't it amazing? Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
I want to ask you, because the beginning of last year, I cut out seed oils. And I didn't have any sun. Pretty much everybody knows that LA summer really doesn't even hit until July or August, because you have May gray and June gloom. So last July, 4th of July, I'm out there for a barbecue. I'm out there starting at about 11 a.m. I go all the way through the day. I get home that night, and I noticed that I have no sunburn. I didn't wear any sunscreen or anything. The only thing that changed is that I cut out seed oils. And what I learned is that seed oils can inhibit your vitamin D receptors, which prevents the production of melatonin. So as far as I can tell, maybe that was a woo-woo study, but it sounds like there is a direct connection between putting processed things like seed oils in our body and how our body is able to react and adapt to the sun.
That is so true, and I actually had the same exact experience. I grew up as a seed oil kid. I think we all did, and I used to get burned all the time. And I started to replace that with healthy, traditional, on the path fats like whole real butter, coconut oil, avocado oil. These are things. This is so foundational to our health. And I get sun exposure every day, minimum of 15 minutes. I have never been burned in the past 20 years, and I grew up as a kid, as a pale blonde kid with blonde hair. Always getting burned, right? And what changed with that? I stopped putting on sunscreen. I changed my oils, and I had a better relationship with the sun. And as you say, like, these seed oils, they get trapped in our cells, right? And they react to heat. They oxidize, right? That's one of the reasons why we don't encourage you to cook with industrial seed oils, because they oxidize easily under heat. They become inflammatory to our body. When we consume them, the same thing is happening in our bodies. It goes to our cells. They get under heat. Right? It gets under heat with the sunlight, and it creates all kinds of problems. So it's such an important thing you brought up right there. We want to have a good relationship with the sun while we're having a good relationship with our food, starting with our fats. And what you're saying, I've had so many people say the same thing. I change my fats, and I never get sunburned again. What's going on? And that's what's going on right there. So I love that you said that.
I've got a great equation. Sun plus collagen equals a healthier lifestyle. And Dr. Chad Walding, you've made it easy for us to get back some of the collagen that's been depleted from our body because of our special partnership with Native Path. Folks, here's what you do. If you want to get started today, get on that path that the doctor was just talking about. You go to getnativepath.com/justnews. You're going to get a special bundle deal, a fraction of the retail price, plus free shipping. That's a great deal, Paul. All you got to do, go to getnativepath.com/justnews. Now remember, over 4 million jars sold, thousands of 5-star reviews, and 365-day money-back guarantees offered. It's a great deal. This is your moment to take control of aging before symptoms get control of you. Go to getnativepath.com/justnews right now. We'll be right back after these messages.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life.
For 250 years, they've stormed beaches, broken lines, and made history in blood and valor. From the black sands of Iwo Jima to the streets of Fallujah.
Get ready to move!
No enemy too strong, no mission too hard, no fight too far. This Saturday, Real America's Voice takes you to the heart of the Marine Corps legend. Brad will have a front row view of the action, joined by battle-tested veterans and military experts who live the brotherhood of the Corps. Explosive action, raw power, unshakable pride. This is Marine 250, from sea to shore. Coverage begins this Saturday at noon Eastern, only on Real America's Voice, because freedom wasn't given, it was earned.
Welcome back, America. I'm live here in Orlando at the Moms for Liberty conference. We're going to have live coverage all morning tomorrow. Be sure to tune in. Then we're going to kick you over to the amazing Amanda Head, and she's going to take you through that 250th birthday of the Marines. And let's bring in Amanda. Amanda, we got a little bit of breaking news here on a Friday night. As President Trump was departing the plane, we got word that he commuted the prison sentence of former Congressman George Santos. I don't think a lot of people saw that one coming.
Yeah, he put out a truth about it, and he said George Santos was somewhat of a rogue, but there are many rogues throughout our country who aren't forced to serve 7 years in prison. He started thinking about George with respect to Democrat Senator Dick Blumenthal and the issue of stolen valor, and he says, you know, what Dick Blumenthal did was much, much worse. So he commuted his sentence. He said, therefore, I just signed a commutation releasing George Santos from prison immediately. Good luck, George. Have a great life. And he credited George Santos's courage for always voting Republican in Congress. So it's a great day for George Santos for sure.
How about that? Yeah, surprise day, I think, for a lot of people. Couple things that have happened today. Prince Andrew giving up his royal title. The Epstein allegations eventually felling him from the family. 2 sets of documents released today, some by the U.S. government, some by the Russians. We don't know if the Russians are real, but it seems like we're getting even more visibility into Jeffrey Epstein these last few weeks.
Yeah, and this is what the American people are clamoring for, John. I know you see it on social media. Anytime there's a tweet about practically anything, having nothing to do with Epstein, they will comment, great, but where are the Epstein files? People are still very much interested in what these have to say. And for Prince Andrew, the chickens eventually come home to roost, and we're seeing it bear out here. John, there was a news story that I wanted to pop into since I am here in California. It is fitting for me to talk about the city of Malibu. They are seeking the arrest of homeless people over the alleged fire risk that they pose. A lot of people know that they start these campfires to stay warm. I've spent many years here in California, and especially in the Hollywood Hills, as you are going from Hollywood on the 101 through the Cahuenga corridor. I can't tell you how many fires in my life I have passed, just brush fires that can obviously easily spread. People think Malibu is liberal. Malibu is actually a little bit more conservative. You have farms in Malibu, and I think that's why you are seeing something like this happen there. Yeah.
All right, tomorrow's an amazing day. Heroic moms here in Orlando. Then we kick it over to you, to the heroic Marines. What do you expect us all to see at Camp Pendleton tomorrow?
Absolutely. Well, it's going to close with remarks by the Vice President, J.D. Vance, but we've also got the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, here, along with Secretary of the Navy, John Phelan. All sorts of military aircraft that are going to be streaking across the sky and swimming across the sea. This is at Camp Pendleton right here on the Pacific Ocean. It is an absolutely spectacular display. We got a taste of it today. It's a good thing that our control room guys were keeping me off screen, because every once in a while there were fighter jets and I was just jumping and screaming. It's so exciting. Tomorrow is going to be brilliant, so everybody tune in for that coverage.
It is going to be brilliant. Yeah, everybody can watch it right here at Real America's Voice. I have it on good authority, too, to be sure. I think President Trump will make a cameo by video tomorrow here at Montreux. You have that on very good authority. All right, we're going to kick it off.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
Feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief, and she's drawing these just atrocious pictures, and Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea.
Welcome to Stinchfield Tonight. I'm Bo Davidson, filling in for Grant tonight, since I'm at the Moms for Liberty Joyful Warrior Summit in Orlando, Florida. Rav has a huge presence here at the Moms for Liberty Summit as we honor their commitment to families. Moms for Liberty was established in 2021 by two school board moms. They are dedicated to fighting for the survival of America by unifying, educating, and empowering parents to defend their parental rights at all levels of government. They hold leaders accountable. They spread awareness and an understanding of the limited role of government. They stand together against government overreach and intimidation tactics. They promote teaching the principles of liberty in our homes and community. They engage our communities and elected leaders on key issues impacting our families. And they activate to public service. Now, some of the big speakers at this summit include James O'Keefe, Senator Ashley Moody, Byron Donalds and his lovely wife, Erica Donalds, Florida Surgeon General Joseph Ladapo, Pastor John Amanchukwu, that RAV audiences will know, Jennifer Say, the CEO of XXXY Athletics, Seth Dillon of the Babylon Bee, and then, of course, President Trump actually spoke to this group last year. Earlier today, I spoke with the Director of Outreach for Moms for Liberty, Catalina Stube. Let's take a look. Catalina Stube, thank you so much for joining me here. We're at the Moms for Liberty Summit, the Joyful Warrior Summit. Tell me what drew you to Moms for Liberty.
Well, it was an answer to actually everything was all single issues that were happening, not only in the state of Florida, actually, because we thought it was only maybe in my district, it's only maybe at school. It's actually a global issue right now. But for me, all the tyranny, all the mandates, everything that I wasn't agree, and somebody was pushing. Somebody who is not a doctor, somebody who is not an expert. And I think as a mom, we have the fundamental right to direct the upbringing of our children. So this is something so common sense that actually I was just defending common sense. I was just defending the natural things that God gave you.
Well, you're not only with Moms for Liberty, you're the Director of Outreach. So tell me about this role you have and the things that you do with the group.
It's an honor to work for the biggest organization that take most action in the country. We're right now working with the White House directly with the office of the First Lady with AI. I mean, like, it's such an honor that people, the most influential people in this country, recognize the work that we have done. We have passed 52 legislation protecting minors from the transition, protecting women's sports, protecting so many fundamental things. I mean, like, we are just defending common sense, but now I think we have to stand for this, because when they are trying to get and trigger the family, and if you don't defend it, it's going to actually damage the future of our country. Yeah. So we're ready. We will never back down. We will never get intimidated, even if they try. But we stand strong. We need to.
You know, Catalina, I met you, I think, 4 or 5 years ago. We talked about this. You've got a beautiful family, and you are a mother. And I'd like for you to talk about the role of a mother, because it's not a job, it's a blessing, but it's also a tremendous responsibility. So talk about your role as a mother and what you think the role of a mother should be.
Well, I think, first of all, all of my jobs that I have been doing in my life, this is the most important, because you have in your hands the power to give to the society a productive member of society or a problem to society. So it's a big responsibility, and you have to make the best. Normally you have this instinct, maternal instinct, to do the best for your kids. So right now, I decided to homeschool my kids. This is the 3rd year, and they are doing amazing. And when I compare my kids or homeschool kids to normal kids in public schools, you see the big difference. This is actually the right solution right now. Is not to be the ideal, but I still think schools are great for kids. But right now, you cannot allow your kids to be indoctrinated by the enemy. Of course.
How hard is it to homeschool, Catalina? I know there's probably parents out there that are watching that probably would say, I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I'm qualified to do it. It's time consuming. It's difficult. I mean, that's something I'm going to have to think about as a father too. But speak to those parents who have some hesitation about homeschooling and how you've been able to do it.
Well, that was all my concerns. So it's very legit what you just asked. It's should I have the time? I don't know about algebra. I don't know about science and everything in physics. But actually, all the system on homeschooling is so let's say it's so open, so many options that you have Christian homeschool. Not only all the religions, but all the options that they're open to help you and navigate through this. To be honest, if you have 3 hours of your time for your children, which you have, usually even if you work 8 hours a day, you still have 3 hours to help your kids, to be around the house. And you don't have to do everything, the teaching, the everything. No, they have all the curriculum, they have all the instructions, and it's really easy. Actually, I thought I could not make it, and I did it. And if I can do it, if I can make it, you can make it.
We are in Florida, Catalina, and I know you've raised your family in Florida, and I feel very blessed to be here. Talk about Florida as a state, because just on stage earlier today was Attorney General James Utmeyer. There's been a lot of accomplishments that Florida has made just in terms of parental rights. We saw what Governor DeSantis did. Talk about Florida as a place to raise a family, because I think it's become a model or a standard for much of the rest of the country. How have you enjoyed being a parent in Florida?
It's a blessing, and I cannot think about any other governor rather than Governor DeSantis. And he has a beacon of freedom. He is defending not only liberties of the citizens of Florida, but he's also defending the family institution, the education without the indoctrination, the health of the children. And he became, one of the best governors in history, and it's by his actions, and his actions speak clearly that he will not bring down for the left, radical left, when they are asking for mandates, tyranny, or when they are pressuring about the women's sports. He stood by the right side, defending minors from the transitions, defending the academics, and well, we are not only the first state in all the country, but to be honest, it's only 51% of proficiency in the state of Florida. That shows you how bad we are in national level. So some of the states, they are only 2% of proficiency. It means only 2% of the kids know how to read and solve problems in math. And this is so sad, because they're receiving all the money. They're receiving all the funds. It's not about the money. It's about they are not receiving the real teaching. They are receiving a program about DEI, about many other things that doesn't align with their future, with the teaching of academics. It is a big problem. So at least Florida is extending a path for all these old states. And it's creating an example for not only the nation, but I think we have so many work to do. We're still working on it.
Without a doubt. Well, Catalina, there's Moms for Liberty's chapter all across the country. Tell me a bit about what those chapters do. Do they put pressure on legislative bodies, attorneys general, school boards? How does Moms for Liberty mobilize to get the results they want for parents all across this country?
Well, our grassroots is one of the strongest in the country, because not only during elections, we help filling out the voter registrations. We look for the curriculum at schools. We go to the school board meetings to speak for the agenda or against the agenda. We do so many things. We gather, we educate parents, we give the tool to parents. It's amazing what a group of women really concerned about the education of the kids can do it. Never underestimate the power of a mom. It's incredible what they can do and what they can change, because they are passionate about their kids. They're passionate about education. They are simply, it's so nature, it's so genuine, their fight. So it's working, and it's growing.
I want to talk to you a little bit about, you're Colombian American. I think you're Miss Columbia before. I'm sitting here with, a Miss Columbia, which I'm very honored. I'm very honored. Talk to us a little bit about South America. I think it's very interesting that CPAC just had a conference in Paraguay, because you have some conservative leaders there. You have Milei in Argentina, but a lot of South American countries still are under socialist dictatorships. You came from that world. You're now in America, but I know this from my own experience that a lot of Latin American people are very family oriented. Parental rights and parental concerns and the nuclear family is so important to them. What's going on in South America? Why is that happening? And for those that come here, do they have a better future?
Absolutely. Well, communism is spreading all around the world and all around America. Unfortunately, communism is taking one by one every single country, and it's the same playbook. And the first thing they take is education, the media. And it's exactly the same all over in Brazil. They do a heavy persecution against their opposition. In that case, is Bolsonaro. But in all the countries, it's the same in Peru. It's the same in all the countries in South America. But when I left Colombia is because they start killing the leaders, the way they're thinking. They think they can kill the ideas. They will never kill the ideas. But that was not the future for that I was looking for my children. That was at one point I left Colombia and I was looking for liberty, for an opportunity to raise my kids in peace without worrying how are you going to protect your kids every day. What I have to do, just simply bless you that you are alive in a family and you can go to school. So for me, things like what happened with Charlie Kirk, it was shocking that it was happening here, and it immediately created me this in my mind. Oh my God, why here again? Why in this country? I grew up in Colombia seeing that when they killed Galan in 89, when recently they killed the other presidential candidate. It's sad that it's happening really here and at that level. I mean, when a big conservative leader try to kill the idea, it's very sad.
Well, Catalina, my last question for you really is, a lot of the themes that are going to be discussed at this conference over the next 2 days are religious liberty, medical freedom, freedom of speech, screen time. What are our kids watching on TV? I think that's so important. Now that we have a Trump second administration, and I know you mentioned working closely with Melania's office, are you excited about what the future holds in this second administration for what will be done in the next several years for parental rights?
Oh, it's our time. It's a golden era and they are creating so many new things for the kids, opportunities, and improving education. They are thinking about financial education, financial literacy, and it's amazing because finally they're going to learn. They're going to be prepared for the future. They're going to be having the skills to defend themselves for the future. And this is what we need, because what we is seeing right now, it's kids just graduating without even know how to file taxes or how to open an account or make investments. I mean, and they cannot survive by themselves at the age of 20 years old. Remember 50 years ago, 100 years ago, a 20-year boy, it was completely independent.
Yeah.
And right now they don't have a clue about anything. So
that's true.
So it's sad that now we are getting back to strongest physical education in schools with the Department of Health and now restoring the menu at the schools. So we are rebuilding their healthy habits,
immune systems,
the immune system, the academics, the preparing for the skills, preparing for everything. I think we are going to restore everything around the kids.
And RFK Jr., obviously a big move, getting him involved in kids' health and just health in general. Do you think there'll be a Trump baby boom? He's got these $1,000 accounts, which I think is a great idea. Do you think we'll see more what they call Trump babies?
The mindset right now, the people are in peace, and I think they trust the government. And as soon as people feel like the family values are getting revived, like what happened with Charlie Kirk, for example, people are finally going to church, finally realizing the most important thing that we have to defend is family. Our natural purpose is to be fruitful and to procreate. It's simple.
Elon said that too. Yeah.
It's simple. You just have to continue to this natural law. And I think, yes, absolutely.
But it's a different administration now, and thankfully there's much more of a focus on education, on parental rights, on health, on vaccines, on just what our kids are watching. And I mean, we have this great partnership with Angel Studios, now where kids have a different alternative when it comes to entertainment.
And that's a good point, because now we didn't trust 2-3 years ago about entertainment, nothing.
Right. It's completely different now.
In my house, actually, I signed out for all this application, and now I sign in for Angel Studios from Pureflix.
And
so many others that right now are respecting at least the Family Institute.
But thankfully, Governor DeSantis has been all over that, right?
Yes,
he's made some great changes.
Yes.
So it's an exciting time to be here. I think Moms for Liberty is an amazing organization. I'm really glad to see that dads have a place here too.
Yes,
there's panels here for dads. So Catalina Stube, thank you so much for joining me, and God bless you.
Thank you both. Thank you so much.
Well, you just heard from Catalina Stube. She's the Director of Outreach for Moms for Liberty, who are having their summit in Orlando right now. Well, you need to learn about Energized Health and intercellular hydration. It can supercharge your energy, boost your immune system, and dramatically increase your brain function. And you can look and feel years younger. I'd like that, all through a simple and natural process. If you don't believe me, just go to EnergizedHealth.com and check out hundreds of amazing testimonials about this great company. Energized Health offers a 100% money-back guarantee. They're A+ rated and have helped thousands over 20 years. Go to EnergizedHealth.com. And while you're there, check out their free masterclass. That's EnergizedHealth.com. We'll be right back with more Moms for Liberty Summit coverage.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
Feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality of film and TV that gets created. Head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts.
Welcome back to Stinchfield Tonight. Here at the Moms for Liberty Joyful Warrior Summit in Orlando, I had the chance to speak with a pioneer in education, Dr. James Lindsay. Dr. Lindsay is the founder of Human Discourses. He's also an author, a mathematician, and a political commentator. He knows a great deal about the Marxist roots that have infiltrated our education system right here in America. So we discussed that in detail. Take a look. Well, I'm here at the Moms for Liberty Joyful Warrior Summit in Orlando, Florida. I'm here with Dr. James Lindsay. Dr. Lindsay, thank you so much for being here. Why did you get involved with Moms for Liberty? What was it that drew you to the organization?
I've actually been involved for a really long time. I got involved in 2021, a few months after the organization was founded. I met the other co-founder, Tiffany Justice. She came to a workshop I held down here in Miami about the Marxist roots of DEI, and she's like, what your work is doing is what our moms need to kind of, you know, put the bridge across from our advocacy work to really understanding what's underneath the hood of the ideologies taking over the country. So she got me involved. I met Tina, I think in January of 22. Started going, I've spoken, I don't know, dozens of chapter meetings around the country now. I just spoke at one in York County, South Carolina. I was just at one, and I met with the Moms for Liberty group in Anchorage, Alaska last weekend, getting all over, meeting the moms all over the country. But I'm just inspired. They changed the country. They did more than any other grassroots activism group, I think, to change this country than anybody. I mean, just period.
And how did they do it? Give me some examples, because I know it started, in 2021, so it hasn't been around that long, but it seems to me, Dr. Lindsay, that you look at how schools were and parents saw what was going on in the pandemic.
That's right.
So we know a lot more now than we didn't then. You've probably known about it for a very long time.
Well, it's been a learning process.
But the parents are seeing it, so what is it we know now that we didn't know maybe in 2020 before Moms for Liberty started?
This is communism. That's what we know now, that this is a communist attempt to brainwash and indoctrinate our children through traumatic techniques. The moms knew that their kids were in trouble, so that mother's intuition, that mother's love inspired them to get involved. What they understood from the beginning is that the real solutions work from the ground up. They work from the local level up to the state level, then to the federal level. So they started out immediately going to school board meetings, wanting to get civically engaged, getting on school boards, going to county commissions, getting on county commissions, and then working up. And for a long time, you know, it was state politics, especially down here in Florida, and then they started making waves on the national stage. They couldn't be ignored anymore. They had 30-something, 40-something chapters not chapters, in states that they were represented in, right, with hundreds of chapters, and they became a national force. It couldn't be ignored anymore. But what they understood, and I think I'm proud to say that I helped with this, is that what's actually happening are programs that were piloted in the Soviet Union, that were piloted under Mao Zedong in the 1950s, and then piloted again under Mao Zedong in the 1960s in this Cultural Revolution, where they're using our kids to be the basis of a revolution. So they took this all very seriously. A lot of people scoffed at it in 21, 22, and they took it very seriously from the beginning, which gave them a competitive edge to being able to make a difference with what's happening to our kids.
Talk about the Marxist roots. I'd like to get down to the brass tacks of this, because you've studied this extensively. I remember hearing, and I can't remember, you'll know the lady's name, one of the ladies, the parents that was in, I think it was Virginia, talking about, as you just said, the communist roots of what was happening at the school boards. Then we saw, as you said, on the federal level, we started to see the prosecution of these parents. So for those out there that would say, well, James, that sounds a bit of a stretch that you're saying that, oh, it's communist roots and they're trying to communize our country, even though we know that they've said they're going to do this in our education system. What do you say? Give us the backstory of the connection between communism and how it came into our education system.
Yeah, so the lady you're mentioning from Virginia is She Van Fleet, and she's written the book Mao's America, which I wrote the foreword to. So, yeah, we've been fighting this for a little bit. So one of the things I did was took these people seriously. If people think this is a stretch, listen to some of these people like She Van Fleet, or some of the Soviets, or the Romanians, or the Cubans, or the Venezuelans who have come, and they're screaming, this is communism, this is communism. We've seen this before. Take those people seriously. She Van Fleet's done an excellent job, for example, laying out detail by detail argument. This is what they did. She was a survivor of the Cultural Revolution in Mao's China in the 1960s. This is what they did. This is what we're doing. Look at the parallels. They're absolutely clear. My work has focused instead on reading the actual literature backwards. I started in the woke feminist literature, the gender studies nonsense, the queer theory, then the critical race theory. That gets you back to about 1970. And then I looked into the postmodernist literature. Well, what were these guys? They were a bunch of Marxists. They were dissatisfied that Marxism had gone sour in the Soviet Union, and they were dissatisfied that it hadn't taken over, but they still had that idea of the transformation, the fundamental transformation of society to a liberated socialist system. The critical theorists who infected our entire program, especially in our colleges of education, which is pertinent for the Moms for Liberty, are following a direct playbook. For example, I wrote a book. It actually had a Moms for Liberty origin. There was a chapter that was suing in the state of Tennessee over the SEL programming, the social emotional learning programming there, Wit and Wisdom. And I wrote a brief, and I asked the lawyer if I could turn the brief into a book. It's called The Marxification of Education. And I tracked this Brazilian Marxist named Paulo Freire and all of his work. And what he did was he says so in his own book, adapted the idea of Mao Zedong's mass line to an educational program with the intention of creating a socialist conscientization, that's his word for it, in the learners. Well, that's what our school system adopted under the brand name critical pedagogy. He called it Education for Liberation, but it became under the brand name of critical pedagogy, which then became culturally responsive teaching from a woman named Gloria Ladson Billings. You can read her 3 papers in 1995 where she lays this out, that's where she got it and what it's about. You can see it in UN documents and education documents and NEA documents to this day, that they're Paulo Freire this, Paulo Freire that, Paulo Freire the other thing. This is the basis. This is a Marxist who had adapted Mao Zedong's mass line technique of propaganda to an educational program with the explicit intention of causing a political awakening. That's what he says, a real literacy. He said he was teaching reading. Real literacy is political literacy, he said. Not being able to read the words on the page, but being able to read the oppression in society. This is Marxism.
I want to talk to you about this new study. I'm sure you've seen it where, and I can't remember who's doing it, who is saying that college students are now, that those who identify as trans has been cut in half. I was reading a Yahoo rebuttal to that this morning, and it said that it was a statistical error, that that's not true at all. Do you think we have reached peak wokeness? Is there legitimacy to this study? And if not, what else is still to be done?
Well, there's a lot to be done in any case. We have an entire generation and a half or 2 generations that have been damaged by not Marxist necessarily concepts, but Marxist-derived concepts and Marxist ways of thinking. You know, the big saying is we want schools to teach our children how to think, not what to think.
Right.
Well, one of the things that the Moms for Liberty group understood from my work immediately was you got to understand they're actually teaching people how to think the wrong way. They are teaching kids how to think like Marxists, how to find oppression in everything. So we've got a lot of work to do to reinstill the idea of the American dream, that this country is not founded in evil, that it is not, you know, a dream that's only for some people and not others. Therefore, you get your oppressor versus oppressed dynamic, that this intrinsic conflict between those who have and those who don't have is not the best way to understand society, that a revolution or the common ruin of the contending classes, as Marx said, is not what we got a lot of deprogramming to do. I do think, however, that as far as, you know, this left-wing Marxist woke stuff goes, we have hit a peak, a cultural peak. The society is sick and tired of it. I even am hearing from the left, where they're willing to speak, usually privately and quietly, that they're tired of this radical stuff. They just kind of want to get back to normal. Yeah, they still believe in, you know, some of the different causes, but they're just sick of the radicalism, everything being extreme all the time. So I think we've hit peak woke. It's hard to say it institutionally. The institutions, it's like a zombie ideology. It's dead because nobody likes it, but it's still like walking around eating brains because the institutions are animated by it. And they're not going to give up institutions without a fight. It's going to be legal fights. It's going to be employment fights. And we're going to have to find all the corruption. We're going to have to hold people to the feet to the fire to get them out. But I don't know I've seen this rebuttal too. I don't know how the statistics parse.
Yeah.
But I can tell you that this woke stuff has never been more unpopular ever. It's on the decline. It's going to continue to decline. And it's up to us to make sure it continues to decline.
We're talking about the culture war. We've seen Governor DeSantis go to battle with Disney. But at least we are seeing some things like Netflix having a faith department in their organization, House of David on Prime. Do you think Disney has done enough? Have they righted their course enough? Or does there need to be more pressure still put on them in terms of the culture war?
So, you know, I don't think they've done enough, but I also I'm not trying to give them any out on the damage that they're doing. But we have to look bigger. If we look at any given corporation, we're missing the whole picture. The picture doesn't work this way. The corporations, some of them are very voluntary in doing this, but you have to understand that the corporations are working in a gigantic, and I mean this word with, you know, legal intent, than a giant racket. This is a corporate collusion, trust racketeering kind of environment under things like their ESG scores, their corporate equality index scores. That comes from the Human Rights Campaign. there are all of these scores that they have to live up to prove that they're part of whatever global agenda. And there's a Council for Inclusive Capitalism. A lot of people aren't aware of this. This thing has over 700 of the Fortune 1000 companies have their CEOs as a member of the Council for Inclusive Capitalism. What this means is some way to take free enterprise and to put stakeholder-driven rules in to tell corporations, look, if you want access to big capital, if you want to be on all the lists that allow, to have primo recruitment from the schools, whatever, you have to have like a 100 and all these metrics that they've put out that are all cooked books. And if we don't understand that this is the way that the corporations are doing, it's very important for us to put Disney in a squeeze and to get Disney to push back. But what we want is a company like Disney saying uncle and saying, get me out of this racket that I'm caught in. But we should have wanted Bud Light, Screamer, Anheuser-Busch screaming, get me out from under this corporate equality index score that made me put Dylan Mulvaney on the beer can and cost me, what were they, $16 or $18 billion. Get me out of this arrangement. And I hate to say it because I don't like relying on government to solve problems, but this is massive international financial racketeering. It's going to take some really, really heavy firepower from state attorney general's offices and hopefully the American Department of Justice that are going to be able to leverage back against this. But we don't want to miss the forest for the trees. Disney's a tree. The forest is that there's a corporate collusion racket that's making all of them play ball.
Yeah. Well, Dr. Lindsay, you've been so insightful today, as you always are. Thank you so much for your contribution, all the work the great work you do on education.
Thank you so much.
And that was my discussion with Dr. James Lindsay, a speaker right here in Orlando at the Moms for Liberty Joyful Warriors Summit. Well, buy gold and get free silver. That's right. For every $5,000 purchased from Birch Gold Group this month in advance of Veterans Day, they will send you a free patriotic silver round that commemorates the Gadsden and American flags. Look, gold is up over 40% since the beginning of this year, and Birch Gold can help you own it by converting an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Plus, they'll send you free silver honoring our veterans on qualifying purchases, and who wouldn't want that? And if you're current or former military, Birch Gold has a special offer just for you. They are waiving custodial fees for the first year on investments of any amount. And with an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, many of which are our very own RAV listeners, I encourage you to diversify your savings into gold. All you got to do is text America to the number 989898 for a free info kit and to claim your eligibility for that free silver with qualifying purchases before the end of the month. One more time, that's America to 989898. Do it today. And stay tuned for more coverage of the Moms for Liberty Summit live in Orlando next.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
RAV has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are RAD.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, I'm Bridgie. And why do I love RAD? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
I'm Lou, MAGA pilot from RAD's Gator Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Welcome back to Stinchfield Tonight. We are continuing our coverage of the Moms for Liberty Summit right here in Orlando. Now, you've probably seen my next guest in the media in recent days. His name is Ryan Walters, and he was formerly the school superintendent in Oklahoma. He recognized that teachers' unions have become an impediment in our education system. But thankfully, he has created an alternative to those unions. Listen in. I'm here at the Moms for Liberty conference in Orlando, Florida. It's called the Joyful Warrior Summit. We have to be joyful warriors, don't we? I'm here with Ryan Walters. He is the former school superintendent in Oklahoma. You guys have probably seen him all over the media for a lot of the work that he's been doing. He's been at the forefront of education, and education, Ryan, is a huge component here at Moms for Liberty. So first and foremost, talk about your involvement with Moms for Liberty and why they're such an important organization.
Oh, well, first of all, there's been no more influential group in the last 5 or 6 years of Moms for Liberty in education reform. When I became the state superintendent in Oklahoma, we brought back parents' rights, school choice. We banned diversity, equity, inclusion. First state to do that. And it was Moms for Liberty that helped us on the ground. It was the parents that were speaking out saying, why aren't we focused on the basics? I mean, we want our kids to understand math, science, American history. Why are we teaching them things like CRT, transgenderism? And it was the Moms for Liberty that stayed in there, fought back. You had the teachers union attacking them left and right. They were called everything under the sun. They were being attacked for common sense, frankly, and defending their kids. And so, again, you look at everything that's happened in the last few years in education, so much of it, you got to give a lot of credit to the Moms for Liberty for standing in the fray and being those freedom fighters.
Well, Ryan, my mom was a public school teacher in the Shelby County schools in Memphis for 40 years. Yet she put me in private schools. Now that says something, right? Because even though she loved her school and loved probably the system, I watched her over the years, over decades, become more weary with the system. The system is part of the problem. Talk to me about why teachers unions problematically are part of the problem rather than the solution, shall we say?
No, that's right. I mean, there's no more force for evil, bad in our schools than the teachers union. They have pushed transgenderism. They have pushed critical race theory. They're open about it. They're a money laundering scheme for the Democrat Party. They take teachers' dues. They claim we're for teachers. They're not for teachers. They're for their power, money, and influence. I was a public school teacher for 10 years. I saw it on the front lines. I saw it as state superintendent at Oklahoma. And you see it nationally. The teachers union is out calling Republicans and conservatives fascists. If you're a teacher that voted for President Trump, according to the teachers union, you're a fascist. It's absurd. They are absolutely the most radical Marxist organization in the country. And what does that look like in your kids' school? Yeah. What it means is instead of focusing on math, reading, science, history, instead of trying to promote citizenship, instead of trying to focus on academic outcomes and how do we improve these test scores, we've got some of the lowest in the country that we've ever had. Their focus is not on those things. It's on ideology. It is on a focus on how they achieve power and how they get more money from teachers. And so that's where you see the results, you see the outcomes. It's not a surprise because that's been their focus. That is their goal. Not student achievement, not parents, not students, but their own power.
Why is that? I mean, if we really get into why, I always like to ask this question, but how do you get so many people, so many red-blooded American teachers thinking this way? How do you do that?
Well, first of all, they lie. Okay, so the teachers union bosses push for all of these things. If you go, and a big part of what we're doing now with the Teacher Freedom Alliance is going, do you know that over 90% of your dues go to Democrat candidates? They have no idea.
They don't know.
You know, they go, I say, do you know that at their national conference, they were promoting transgenderism? And no, I had no, I mean, all they told me was, I'm here to support you.
Yeah.
I need to provide you liability insurance, things like that. They're not leading with all of the schemes. Those are behind closed doors. And so what you see is, look, we've got a lot of great teachers in the country. And they go, well, you know, this seems like an organization of teachers, so I join. And then they get your money, and it's almost impossible to leave. It's like the Hotel California. Once you're in, you can't leave. And so that's really how they're able to do that. It is the union bosses driving it. So many of their members don't even know what they're doing. And so, again, that's why we've started the Teacher Freedom
Tell me about you've got an alternative now.
Yeah.
Is this the first of its kind?
Yeah, no, we don't see an organization like this in the country. We're national, we're in every state. And what we say is, we're going to help you leave. But even just as important, once you leave, we're going to support you. We provide you liability insurance. You don't have to worry about being sued by a former administrator or anything like that. We've got your back. We're going to give you professional development. You don't have to go back to the teachers union and beg for your professional development points and have to be sitting in a room being told that there's 27 genders. No, we'll provide you good professional development. And then lastly, we're going to prepare you how to be a good teacher and how to push back against all of this wokeism and this nonsense in school so that you can get back to doing your job and focus on academics. So we are helping them leave, but we're also building out the supports for them once they leave to be the best teachers in the country. So we're going to make classrooms great again by empowering those great teachers.
That's excellent. Well, Ryan, what are the three things, if you could put to three, that parents need to be thinking about right now as they look into what's happening in their classrooms?
Number one, they need to see what's going on in the classroom curriculum-wise. Parents, if a teacher isn't sharing with you what they're teaching in the classroom, a district doesn't show you those things, that's a huge red flag. You need to be very focused on, what are they teaching my kids? What are they actually being shown in the classroom? That's number one. Number two, what are they doing to drive my students' academic performance? Yeah. Well, you know, if my kid's behind, okay, what are you doing to catch him back up? How can I see that? And then the third one is, what can I do as a parent? If they can't answer that question of, hey, mom, dad, these are some things you can do at home. I want you involved. I want you to see what we're doing, and I want to help equip you to help your kid get better and better in the classroom. That's a major problem, too, because let me tell you, every good teacher knows the more parental involvement, the better off the student will be in the classroom. So if they're not reaching out for a partnership with you as a parent to say, hey, this is what we're doing, and I'd love your help, I want you to be in the know, that's a major red flag. So parents, what's being taught, what's being done to make sure that your kid's getting the best education possible? And thirdly, what can you be doing? How can you be involved? If your school isn't answering those questions, you got a major problem there.
Especially if you've got things that you can't opt out of, and that's not being shown to you. I've seen that happen before. Well, Ryan, I want to ask you federal level here now. President Trump brought on Linda McMahon to be Secretary of Education. He pretty much said to her, I hope you write yourself out of a job, right? I hope you delete your job. How is that going in your mind? And what is the role now of the Department of Education? Is it doing better now? What do you think we'll see over the next several years?
It's been tremendous. I mean, President Trump had a tremendous vision, eliminating the Department of Education, returning power to the states, so that ultimately states should be returning the power back to parents, back to the good teachers in the classroom, not trying to dictate from top down what policies are. And so Secretary McMahon has done a tremendous job of that. I can't applaud President Trump more for bringing that vision in. But I will tell you, we do have to step up and defeat the unions as part of this, because listen, President Trump is doing his job in eliminating the Department of Education. But if you allow teachers unions to exhibit all of this power and all this control, they fill the power vacuum. So that's where it's so important that we continue the fight to defeat the unions, so that when President Trump has fully eliminated that Department of Education, power does actually return to communities, to the classroom, to parents. And so, but I couldn't say more about what a tremendous job. I mean, he's been the man. A lot of people have said it. He's actually doing it. So it's tremendous, and parents across the country are applauding it.
Well, finally, Ryan, I became a dad 20 months ago. So with a happy, healthy baby boy. I have to start thinking about some of these issues right now as I look to the school systems. And again, like I said, my mom put me in private. If I can afford it, I'm sure I'd like to do that. But if I were looking at a public school system, what is something I should be looking at right now as I even consider options?
Absolutely. And again, I think you as a parent, you're approaching it the right way. By the way, I've got 4.
Trying to be proactive.
That's right. That's right. You know, first of all, what are they teaching? What's the curriculum? And why did they choose it? Again, you know, what are you going to be teaching my kids in 1st and 2nd grade? How do you teach reading? Do you use the science of reading? We've seen so much of this where schools have moved off of the basics in education. So making sure your school's focused on literacy at the early ages is so important. And then what are the parent involvement programs? What do you do with parents? How do you communicate with parents? And as time gets on, I also think you need to look at the schools to see, so what do you do for my kid career-wise? Are you giving them more options than just college? As we know, a lot of kids don't want to go to college. They want to go pursue other activities. So I always encourage parents to go, listen, you want your kids' God-given talents to be utilized in the best way possible. So you want a school that is reflective of that.
And again, that was Ryan Walters. Make sure you go to his social media and take a look at that brand new alliance that he has that is an alternative to the woke school boards. Well, Rav is on the scene here at the Moms for Liberty Summit in Orlando. We have much, much, much more. So stay tuned. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shop. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, I'm Bridgie. And why do I love Rob? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rav's Gator Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Welcome back. I'm joined by Dr. Alejandro Diaz, the Chief of Pediatric Medicine of the Wellness Company. Dr. Diaz, microplastics is a topic that has been in the news for many, many years. Is it true that microplastics have been discovered in blood, in the liver, and lungs, and even the brains of people?
Yes, definitely. And unfortunately, this is true. And it's started to get the attention of scientifics, including medical doctors like myself recently, with this increased amount of plastics, microplastics and nanoplastics that are virtually everywhere. Every breath, every bite, every sip. It's incredible how much we are having these plastics on our daily lives.
That's alarming. That's an alarming number. And speaking of statistics, we saw a staggering number. Studies estimate that the average person, I didn't know this, consumes between 39,000 and 52,000 plastic particles each year just through food and water, and is up to 121,000 when air exposure is also included in that tally. Just how big of a problem is this, doctor? And where are the microplastics coming from?
Well, this is a huge problem, not only a health concern, but it's also what I call a medical health emergency right now, because there are thousands and thousands of micro and nanoplastics on our daily lives. You know, there are divided from primary plastics and secondary plastics. Primary plastics are those products that we use daily that are intentionally created to, you know, as containers, and they are in coating, they're in daily construction materials, paintings, and different tooth paste, and different personal care products. The secondary are the degradation of different bigger plastic parts, like tires, like dust in the air, and things along that line. So we are, like I said, you know, every bite, every breath, and every sip we are encountering. Just to put it in perspective, there are some studies that are suggesting that up to 240,000 plastic particles are on each liter of bottled water. Can you imagine that? And we drink approximately in the United States 47 gallons per person per year, only for water. Forget about the rest of juices and so on and so forth. Plastic wraps, you go to the market, you go everywhere, and we are living in a plastic world, literally.
So, Dr. Diaz, what are the medical implications of this in terms of health with microplastics in the body? What kind of problems can it create?
Recent studies have suggested and have actually found that microplastics, nanoplastics, are found in kidney tissues, thyroid, bloodstream, brain tissue, and different liver, and so on and so forth. So can you imagine the implications, the health implications? Even some studies have just suggested that patients with dementia, they have higher amounts of plastic, up to 7 grams of plastics in their brains. So it's interfering with our gut, with our brains, with our lungs, with our GI tract, and the microbiome itself, and so many other organs and systems.
That's extremely problematic, doctor, but I appreciate you illuminating on it. Well, what's the solution? I mean, does the wellness company have an antidote to this? Because surely there's got to be something that can help us reverse this terrible trend.
Well, the solution, we can kind of subdivide it into two main forms, or three probably. Number one is creating conscious. We have to understand that we have been attacked for decades now with a lot of plastics, microwavable containers, and so on and so forth, daily bottled water, and so on and so forth. That's number one, awareness. Number two, avoidance as much as we can. It's not obviously it's not an easy task, because everything we look around, the coffee we take, the water we drink, and so on and so forth, it's surrounded by plastic. But number three, and I really think this is very important, and I echo and I applaud what the wellness company is doing. They just released an amazing product that is called Plast Detox. And Plast Detox, it's a well-compounded capsules with calcium, with chlorella, with lycopene, calcium D-gluconide, and also a vast combination of and the interesting combination of probiotics, specifically Saccharomyces boulardii, that I think is one of the best probiotics on the market. So these are great solutions to start degrading that silent and invisible threat to public health.
Indeed. And Dr. Diaz, I believe our viewers can go to twc.com/health and use the promo code RAV to get Plast Detox. Thank you so much, Dr. Diaz, for illuminating us on the dangers of microplastics and also a solution to it. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you for having me.
We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows